chart, whether you're green or red on something, then there's shenanigans going on. Yeah, like I got in, immediately found resistance, like way too early, so was dumping out. Even though my stop was here, usually my first take profit will be up there. But the tape said you got to cover a little bit tighter for about 30 or 40 pennies, so I did jump out, and now Nvidia is absolutely flying. More or less, though, I came in today with the notion that for better or for worse, the thing I liked the most when we ended the day was short underneath here on CBRS. Like, that's how I entered today thinking. I left in the afternoon thinking that. I woke up this morning thinking that. And when it broke down at the open, you know, I didn't get a fill, was able to get some on the way back in, but it's still putting in higher lows into what is also a bit of a trend. But at this point, if it's not going to break this, then I'm going to stay net short, continue to try to scalp for multiple dollars, and look for the low of the day, as you can see with the order flow. IBIT's a new one for me. That's more of a take what the market gives you. And what the market's giving me is market breaking out, IBIT not breaking out. So it was able to catch a long into VWAP, that's fine. But you're seeing market strength without Bitcoin. And if I see relative weakness, then to me, that's a signal that it is a bit of an edge to try to short it. So short here. Didn't do this yesterday on an obvious reversal play. Yeah, it was an SLV actually. So today we're doing it, and I'm going to try to short this one into the low. And as long as this stays counter trend to the market, then fantastic. Or bad, I guess, because you don't like things going down.
QUCY, guys. Yes, it's halted once again. I'm looking at it right now, 15.2 million shares. This is the third halt. I think it's going in halt one or second halt. So from $3 all the way over to $4. Neil's as cold as I am. So 33% right there. Couple more minutes until this thing opens up, but yeah, way to call that one out, ladies and gentlemen. Good stuff there. We could probably mark it on open that. Maybe you get a continuation. Quantum Cyber, QUCY, taking a little bit of an uptick. We're waiting for 24 here on FIG. Tesla starting to come back in, so going oppo taco right now, what the overall market is, and a nice inverted hammer right on the SPY. If this level holds, maybe we find some form of a short here. Same thing on the NASI, so we'll keep an eye out on these for potential trades, but right now we're just going to be rocking and rolling what has been working for us. What's the tap, Joe? Yeah, we can pull that up for you, no problem. It's QUC. I think it's a NASI, so I don't think we get that, right, Neil? Or is
Which, if it's a .am, then we don't have an early
Okay,
look.
top $4.25. So,
if it's AM?
It's a NASDAQ name.
Oh, yeah. Then
then you're good. Yeah, exactly. It's a NASDAQ name, so 425, 420 now there on QUCY. So not too bad of a look. Market starting to slowly come back in. FIG holding up relatively strong in the NASDAQ. Ooh, we like that for any form of a pullback. Maybe we'll take an attempt on that one, get NVDA off of our chart and look for some potential shorts. How deep is it going to be? Only time will tell, and only the market will let you know that here momentarily. But we're going to continue to hold on to things that have been working for us here today, Neil.
Yeah, that's all you can really do. Like, again, like, take what the market gives you. Someone said play the cards that you were dealt.
Exactly.
That's a way better one than when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Because I think trading has some obvious parallels to playing, like, say, like poker specifically. Like,
but if you're dealt like a 2 and a 6, though, that's a horrible hand.
Fold it.
Fold it. So what do you do? Just give
the circumstances under which you're ever playing 2-6 are so. So there's a concept in poker. It's like the range of hands. There are moments where you might play 2-6.
Yeah, but I mean the flop that comes up.
There's
on the
so very few opportunities under which that's even remotely a possibility that you're going to see. Yeah, like there's
7 off.
Like you could be on the big and it's like it's checked to you. I mean, it's free. You could be on the small blind based on the situation. Maybe you decide to put like some kind of a weird limp in. I mean, I would never.
Would you limp in on that? Never.
Sometimes there's bounties, but that's due 7, and that's a whole different story. But that's all. Trading is playing the percentages. So someone asked, you like to short into Cerberus? Yeah, the plan today was short under the 300 level. And so does it have a setup? It broke down. Obviously, look, I'm not here to tell you that the breakdown wasn't the best trade on this stock today. It was. I didn't get filled, so it doesn't really matter. The lower highs get put in here. There's now a trend line into the same prior low. And it's SSR, which means I don't really have the luxury, based on not getting the breakdown fill, I don't have the luxury of waiting for it to hold this trend line and trying to short it here. Because that's how I missed this trade. I couldn't hit the bid when it was going down. So the only way for me to get it going into this trend line is to just let it play into VWAP and sort of short it in there, and if it breaks, just get out. So I'm forced to play it into the front end, but the way I see it, the potential on this is pretty good. Right? Like I think it can go $20, $25 into the downside if it works. And based on yesterday, like when this thing wants to move, it was a fantastic trade yesterday. Even trading it inefficiently yesterday was the trade of the year for me. And I traded it like crap off the open. And I'm not afraid to say that.
Yeah, what,
I think my
same.
execution on service yesterday
negative.
was dog you know what, and
Yeah.
it was still my best stock. And that's simply because of how good it was in the moments that it was working. It flat out didn't matter. I was just in the right direction. It didn't really matter what I did with it, as bad as I couldn't even bungle it if I wanted to off the open yesterday. We do have a headline. Energy Secretary Chris Wright says U.S. could easily double natural gas exports with no impact on. Oh, shoot, I forgot to show the nat gas chart.
Yeah, pull that up and show me what you got going on.
I showed you this.
Yeah.
And just because I'm showing you guys this does not mean that next Thursday we should be married to this idea. All of that being said, this is Thursday. This is when nat gas inventories come, trend down, ridiculous break up, straight shot to the upside. Yesterday, same thing. You have the nat gas numbers come out at 10:30. You trend down. You break out like absolute gangbusters. Whether that is the case next Thursday, I don't know. But if it is trending down next Thursday into 10, 15, 10:30, well, I know what I'll be looking at this time. And that will be a reversion trade that I'm just going to punch into. Maybe it doesn't set up. But if you see a pattern and you're not ready, then you're going to miss it. You have to at least be ready for it if it shows up a third time. That's all.
Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, all right, guys. Yeah, don't worry, Sean will be back on Tuesday. Henry Hub natural gas has risen sharply since the midday yesterday in June futures. Okay, thank you for that. There's a real missed opportunity here for, I think, a potential short, guys, on the NASDAQ, especially on this 5-minute print, and same thing with the SPY. But if it breaks the high, I think we're going to continue to climb a little bit higher here, guys. 744, couldn't quite get to that marker where we just gap down. This is where we open up at. That's where the blue ocean market closes, and the same thing here with the NASDAQ. So let's be patient. What I do believe we're going to get over here is a curl over. It looks like we're going to get that turtle shell play here in Coinbase, curl over and then a leg lower. I was looking for us to sit on top of a zone. We didn't get that. We're going to consolidate a little bit more. So we're going to play that 217 break when it comes. We'll set up an alert for that potentially. Triple bottom almost here on Tesla. So maybe you find a rebound in this name. It did the exact same thing yesterday, and we were fortunate enough to catch a long on it. So maybe you get the same thing happen a couple of times, just like what Neil was talking about via the nat gas play. Here it is on Tesla, basing out earlier in the morning. So you base out around 10:30 and then off to the races you go, and then eventually near the latter half of the session is when you really start to sell a little bit. So a nice base being formed there. Same thing with Nvidia, and then we get a nice uptick in FIG. We're waiting for $24. We're almost knocking on that door, but Bitcoin and Coinbase not participating. What's Netflix been up to? I know Netflix was hitting into like 80 something, I believe, at some point, Neil. So
Netflix and 80 have a.
I don't know what's going on with.
They got an appointment with each other.
Yeah, they do. 87, yeah.
Because look how strong this was at the open.
Yeah.
For the reverse. Like, remember the Nasdaq is the market's making higher lows. So if you popped early and you're doing this, then you are the literal opposite of relative strength. Thank you to non-split adjusted chart. No, this is still in the very much trend down into that 80. It's not really even the 80 level. 80's where it broke out because of the because the deal went the other direction. Why am I blanking on this? Paramount got the WBD.
Yeah.
And when that happened, it broke out at 80. Support was actually at 76. I say 80 because that's where the entry was to the long, but I still think we're trending down. And there's really nothing that's convincing me otherwise. SLV is still, it's like took this break of a trend. So it was a short into this break of trend, and now it's just sitting there doing nothing inside the range. So I'm going to get out if it breaks to 50. There's something about trend breaks. Like I started like you immediately want to be short this name, and now all of a sudden it's doing nothing off of VWAP. I could see myself flipping back into the short at some point. on SLV, right? Like when something breaks a trend line, I generally want it to go right away. And this is just not, like it's not going. A little frustrating, but whatever. It's a couple of cents down that I got to stop. Willing to get out of it. I mean, I'll be right back into only net short if that happens. I wanted this to be a potential long trade. IBIT, I haven't got any reloads. Just waiting for the low of the day to happen here. You know, when you're in patience mode, like it's turn it short, get some out here, take that candle, get some out where it broke the trend and I got the long, and then wait for the low of the day, which I might as well put a bit down at the low of the day. There's not much else to do, right? It looks pretty binary on CBRS. As well. And then if you're looking at some names that we haven't been able to track, well, I haven't been looking at. Like Tesla, which I want to dedicate a chart to Tesla at some point here. Because it's got a triple bottom at the lows. Like triple bottom.
You see going
That's
nuts.
a good, like if we make another leg higher, I like the triple bottom on Tesla. And maybe I don't want to get away from silver though, because I think this is the original thesis of a short is just right. Wanted to flip because of what the market was doing. And we'll give back what we basically now be flat on silver because I won on the short and lost on the long. But the original thesis looks like it's still very much in play on SLV. I'm going to get rid of the trend line that's no longer valid, leave this one in because it is still valid. And again, sometimes you come back into that brass tacks.
Oh, I like brass. Clear your brass. Those who know, clean your brass. All right, guys, SPY, NASDAQ. Here's QUCY.
Oh, no, Joe.
Clear your brass? You know what that is?
Well, I have a sneaky suspicion. I know one of your hobbies, bro.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I know one of your hobbies.
Yeah, there it is, man. Yeah, you know, if you know, you know.
I'm just leaving it at that.
Yeah, exactly. That's fine, man.
I'll
For those who know, no, but there's another halt up there, 57% in QUCY. I mean, I was thinking about it. I wonder what the probability is if you halt up twice, what the chances of getting that third halt up is, because I've seen this a couple of times here within this small cap landia. So yeah, there it goes. Are we going to open up here momentarily? What is the top? 43.73. That's exactly where we closed at. So yeah. I don't play the saxophone. I played a little guitar back in the day. But other than that, guys, we're still sitting in a consolidation up here on FIG, slowly starting to look like it wants to break down a little bit. We only have 5% left, so I'm not too worried about that. Other than that, guys, let's see with the super chat. We got JKL, Toddler Premium, Hunter, Sandisk looking for that gamma flip at 1400 and up. What do we got there? Let's take a look. Oh, I just typed in 1400 SNDK. That's not a ticker. If you hit two ups, always closes. Always close, always. Okay, so I don't know if you hit two ups, always close, always. Oh, okay, close the position after. Okay, I see what you're saying. Joe, keep your
What does that mean?
off the bank switch until you're ready. Yeah, exactly.
Say it again. If you hit two ups.
Wait, it's Spanglish here. If you hit two ups, always close, always. I'm assuming he means close your position. Like
Define ups. What?
Like halt ups.
Oh, halt.
Yeah, halt ups. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's the part that I was missing.
Yeah, exactly, man.
No, that's a legitimate theory, like the third halt up.
Yeah, the third halt up. What were we just about to do? Pull up SanDisk options chain. Let's see what we got going on here on the $1,400 marker on SNDK. Maybe we can pull this one up here and see if there's anything. I mean, there is some size, right? But look how high the at-the-money IV is. It's absolutely insane. This thing is so expensive, you're not going to see that much activity. And I truly don't know if this is enough in order to kind of start a gamma squeeze. There you go, another move up. There goes QUCY. Continuing to climb. Maybe it starts to sell a little bit here, guys, but it pops up 10 cents. Now starting to pull back in. Wouldn't be surprised if it holds down here momentarily. So, yeah, there it is on that name. You drop up to $4.80 now, down to $4.40. Apple about to hit 300. If this name's strong, then sure enough, what we're going to see here today is maybe somewhat of a recovery. Apple heading right back towards that all-time high, Neil. I mean, we're only a couple of dollars off of it, 301, $1 and a bit. So a strong up and to the right here from Apple this morning. I thought it would be...
Nobody wanted to vote for it.
No one wanted to vote for it. I don't know why. And I think you and I were both like, huh, why? This name, time and time again, for some reason, people count it up. But when you have how many billions of iPhones in the hands of the user, they weren't even spending money, so they're cash heavy, but they're collecting 30% of individuals who are using their app on their platform.
The thing is,
the Apple tax is just like, man, these guys are an absolute juggernaut. The foldable phone coming out, we had the MacBook Neo come out as well too. So I mean,
it's boringly good. I get it.
Boringly good, man.
Software means margins. But you know what also is good margins? The service. You know how you get the service revenues? It's all recurring revenue, but you need to have people in the ecosystem, which they're really good at doing. So there's a lot working for them, and I understand that you're gonna get more parabolic moves elsewhere. But the reason the reason why I was surprised that people weren't picking Apple is like the Mag 7 name that they would want to invest in right now was if you were thinking remotely bearish, then they would, in theory, be a little bit more of a safe play. We're going to go up to Adara. There was Hangry Wife said something, and it made me realize, okay, I should probably explain this one away. You absolutely, whoops, okay. Okay, we'll get to it in a second. I have to explain this one because he's like, oh, it was a great scalp trade on CRBS, CBRS from that 300, which is the actual trend line resistance into VWAP. Yes, you could be scalping the $5. That is not the trade I'm attempting to make here. I am short this trend for it to play to the low of the day. I'm not covering until it breaks VWAP, and then I start covering into the low. So absolutely, you could be looking at that as some sort of scalp this for a few dollars inside of the range. I'm not really thinking that on CBRS. Like, I'm looking for like a bigger opportunity. Yes, it does mean some downside as well, but you have to define the structure of your trade ultimately. And I do get it. That also could have been that trade in here right off of the open, but it is what it is. Let's go to Adara. Time for Sector Watch.
Pretty red sector board here today, guys. Producer manufacturing weak. Consumer durables really weak here as well. Now, with producer manufacturing, it's actually interesting. The earnings name we had in the sector last night, Applied Materials, is actually performing better than its peers. You've got GEV, LRCX, and Caterpillar all down 4+%. John Deere on watch in the sector, too, because they're reporting earnings next week, I believe Thursday morning. You've got some weakness in health tech, weakness in utilities, weakness in non-energy minerals. Once again here, these gold and copper plays, Newmont and Freeport-McMoRan, respectively. They're both trading lower. Then you've got electronic tech. Some standouts, we mentioned Apple here. Qualcomm up about 2%. We know its CEO, Cristiano Amon, apparently met with the Commerce Minister of China during the China trip, but a lot of these other names in the sector are really weak, specifically chips and memory plays within this sector are selling off. That being said, finance doing relatively well, and tech services, some of these SaaS names are bouncing, others are not. They're not all trading together here, but Adobe, perhaps in sympathy with Figma, up 3% today. Microsoft up 3%. We know Bill Ackman giving this one the nod and saying that his Pershing Square has a large position there. And CRM also to the upside. Back to you.
The VWAP looks good.
Yeah, Tesla, and so does Nvidia. All right, we got a $2 super chat here, or $5 super chat here, from Big Rudy Smasher. What's going on, Big Rudy Smasher? Spent my $25K on Microsoft yesterday. I did inverse Joe. Okay, I don't know. I think I've been the one saying you should buy Microsoft. I don't know. I think I've been saying that, considering it's been lagging for quite some time. We have Fig also here. If you can't, how are you going to inverse that? You'd be $2 out of the money at this point if you go inverse there, man. What's up? What's up, Sharif? Sharif in the house, Big Dog in the house here now. So yeah, other than that, congratulations, man. 25K all in one there. So good luck, and I think you're in a good spot with Microsoft. Another one.
What we got?
E-Trade.
So yeah, E-Trade is holding a class on the new day trading rules. Do you guys have any insight on how it may affect six-figure traders? So I'm assuming you're talking about, you have to be talking about the PDT rule, I'm assuming. So understand that we're in Canada, we actually don't have the PDT rule.
Yeah, it's like $2 grand.
And on top of that, we trade prop, right? So on a prop desk, flat out, you're not subject to those same types of rules. So I couldn't answer that question with expertise even if I tried to, because I've always traded prop. And if you've traded prop, then well versed on how I would think that would affect us is there's going to be more participation in shorter duration trades in retail. So that means probably a little bit more activity in the small cappers out there. I think it's ultimately a good thing for the day traders, right? So I see it as a positive for us because there'll just be a little bit more action in the things that we're trying to do. But I couldn't really tell you. I've never really been exposed to PDT and never had to deal with it. We have a great community that's fantastic at answering those types of questions because you got a lot of our, obviously, U.S. viewers are accustomed to it and I have to deal with that on a daily basis. Shop to the upside. I like Shopify.
Like Shopify. Oh, Canada. Assassino, can you hit the bruh for us?
Oh,
the bruh. You have the bruh? Yeah, bruh.
I have
One more time. One more time. Yeah, there you go. There you go, Jesse. Big Rudy Smasher. Yeah, I don't know. Congratulations. Good luck to you there, my friend. Shop to the upside. We'll take a look at that one. Other than that, NVDL, not doing too much. We got our eyes on NVDA. Market surprisingly not at the high of the day, and AAPL is. Let's take a look at Microsoft because the Big Rudy continuing to climb higher. Oh, now it's going up, breaking that trend, guys. This is what we were talking about not too long ago. You get an open up above 422. You hear individuals buying up this name. I think it's going to show some signs of strength. What's dragging the market down right now? Can't really say that as Google, as you feel that gap right there. Amazon not doing too much. Tesla hovering around the volume weighted average price. Broadcom doing the exact same thing. So I'm kind of curious to what is really dragging us down here today. It's not AMD. Why we're not really starting to go higher and higher and higher. Qualcomm and Netflix, we were talking about that one here not too long ago. Is it USO going up? Yeah, USO going up here and market not really following, not going down. So kind of weird of a correlation that we got going on right now, Neil. We're still in this FIG looking for that break of $24. We'll take our last little bit out there.
Igma has been a rocket. You know, I'm pretty sure Ob's looking at that one as well. Well, IBIT just got back into VWAP for a reload, but I'll start with this because we could break that trend. There are often times where I would be looking to reverse this into a long position on a trend break, but no. And the reason why I am not looking to reverse this into a long is I suspect with the way liquidity is on this stock, if liquidity grabs above the trend line and is right back underneath, I'm just going back into the short. That's the way I'm playing this because I'm bearish on this today. Ultimately, it doesn't mean I won't have outs, but it also means I'm not going to reverse because I want to look for that re-entry. Was just reloaded into IBIT as that one comes back into VWAP. Going to stick with the same plan until this is doing something different to the market. This is a short at VWAP kind of play. Reload it to the low of the day, if and when we can get there. And if it sets something else up, I'll let you guys know. Here in IBIT. But that's the plan of action. Someone just said, what about Palantir? I'm looking for other places outside of like what we started with to look out for. Palantir, double top into a potential, that's spicy, not the way. It's got a good trend line to the upside, which is probably what you want to hear because you're probably looking bullish. My brain, at this time of day, I'm usually thinking mean reversions. And at 1047, fail at the, not highs, like yesterday's highs, but then also a pretty big flush level on Wednesday there for Palantir. Yeah, that could be a bit of a trend break. An all morning trend break on Palantir is sort of setting up here. But if it holds, then why not back into the highs? So on the 3-minute chart, you do have a trend line that's in there. I don't know that I need to be adding a short, to be honest with you. So I'm probably not doing it because the market's in an uptrend, and I've already got the name that I wanted short today underneath $300, and I've also got IBIT short as well. We got Stanbot, bought light at 9:30. Now you're off to work. Good luck the rest of your day. Good luck to you with Lumentum at $930. It wants 1,000. It hit 70s. So probably this. Oh, I'd love to see that. Man of my heart. Look at that entry, Joe. What is 9:30? It's not the time that you bought it. It is the downtrend break. Okay. See, the best part about that trade, the reason I like trend breaks is because it often allows you to get into a position in one moment, at one price, and it becomes, I'm in here, I'm gonna say where I'd stop it doesn't matter what you would do. You're either at the low of the day or maybe you're the prior bar. And I know I'm picking one of those. I'm gonna be in here, I'm gonna be out there, I'm gonna be out there, I'm gonna profit there, if you're holding for the whole day. Or if I think it's a really, really weak stock, I'm just going to take it all out in the first candle and take the win. If I'm bullish on the stock, then I'll go there to there, and then there to here, and then maybe a little bit more there, if I'm bullish on it. But I love how it defines the trade for yourself. And then it's just like, yeah, and now I'm just chilling. You're not having to fight anything when you do that kind of an entry trade. It lends itself well to discipline is a good way to think about it. We got a super chat. Oh, no, we have a message from TikTok.
Let's go.
You can tell. Traditional development.
Okay.
Appreciate you throwing some hearts down. We'll take it.
We'll take it.
All of them. Doesn't matter whether you're TikTok or YouTube or anywhere else that we happen to be, which is hopefully everywhere that we can be. And if there's somewhere we're not, then let us know. Twitch, we try to be everywhere we can. We just want to get the good word out there. Deep Cheeks AI. Today's the last day for JP as Fed chair. Time for a new era.
Yes, sir.
He gone. At the end of the day, that's how it's supposed to be. We're supposed to get new, fresh blood. In anything where there's important decision-making and leadership, you want to make sure that you're getting new thoughts in there. I have nothing against him. You can say what you want, positive and negative, but right now, what we should be concerning ourselves with the Fed is that the odds of rate hikes are continuing to go higher. Like that's trending in the other direction currently. I like your
Look at Coinbase go, man.
Squanchy. I know Squanchy. Thoughts on ISRG? You don't know who Squanchy is, Sharif. He doesn't know Squanchy. You don't know Squanchy either, do you?
I have no idea.
Okay, that's fine. The chat's going to be able to tell you.
Who is Squanchy?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about Squanchy. Thoughts on ISRG long term? I can tell you I don't own it. We're not ever here supposed to give, it's not about us giving investing advice. That's not our job. We don't do that. What I can do is tell you, Intuitive, the same thing I usually say about downward trending stocks, right? So Intuitive Surgical has at least a relatively clean stair step down, and I'm never a fan of entering something unless it's three circumstances, if it's in a downtrend. One, I like it so much and I think it's undervalued, which is fair. And you could look at it as a bull flag or whatever. So that could be the reason, and it's at a support level. The 1, 2, it's at a support level. 3, is it breaking the downtrend? Those are the three things I look at. It's not breaking the downtrend, so I'm not usually a big fan. But if this was ARM, a stock that I absolutely loved, and it was at a first support level like this, yeah, I'd probably be buying it. It's not ARM. I don't own Intuitive Surgical, so I can only look at the chart and say I'd prefer that if it was breaking that downtrend. We're going to go to Adara for Money Talks, come back, see what's for lunch. Yesterday was...
Yeah, let's get that going. Coinbase...
Not that good. Hopefully today will be a bit better.
Before we send it over to Adara, Coinbase heading right towards the low of the day, really starting to pick up some momentum. FIG heading back in towards the volume-weighted average price. I think this is going to be a good reload opportunity. We're up almost 20% here on the session, and the market's starting to come back in. So no continuation on the long side here, guys. And QUCY Halt down. Keep an eye out on that. Let's send things off to Adara. And by the way, I do watch Rick and Morty. I just don't recall who this individual is. Is the new season out?
Squanchy's...
There might
I'm
be
behind.
No,
it's not. No, Squanchy's old, man.
Is he?
Squanchy's old.
He's not Rick and Morty? Why is everybody saying Rick and Morty?
It is, but it's not like one of the recent seasons. This is
okay, yeah. I like that show a lot.
It's a great show.
Jump ship, Joe. Let's go FIG. No, we're going Let's Go FIG, but we're going to go Let's Go Adara.
And in turn, I will say, let's go DXY, because this US dollar, guys, 4-day win streak, and we're actually about to take out this day high from last month, Monday, April 27th. So that high of that day, which again is when we gapped up and then slammed lower, that would be 99.34, currently trading at 99.25. Let's zoom out here on the weekly chart now. As mentioned here, about to take out 2-week highs. We'll have to wait and see if that does come to pass. Lots of economic data this week. I think most notably the slightly hotter than expected CPI print on Tuesday and the much hotter than expected PPI prints on Wednesday. But as Neil mentioned here, I'm going to repeat some of what he said. I think some of the biggest stories on watch are A, the changing of the leadership at the Fed, and B, the rate hike potential situation. So as of tomorrow, Kevin Warsh will be the new chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve. Then you're going to get Jerome Powell stepping into the governor's seat. Now, you might notice Feds Myron no longer on this visual. I went over this yesterday as well, but I do think it bears repeating. Because Feds Myron, whose term technically expired actually in the end of January 2026. He officially resigned. So basically, once Warsh is appointed, he's going to leave the Fed. So no more Myron. Hello, Jerome Powell. Rest of this is pretty much the same except for C. Venable, who's the interim president of the Fed Reserve Bank of Atlanta. We're not going to be saying Fed's Bostic anymore because he's no longer with the Fed. He retired. Let's take a look here at the CME Fed Watch tool because I do think it's interesting here. We had Neil mentioning these rate hike, these rate hike odds increasing. You can see that here. So as of some days earlier this week, first chance of hike odds that we were seeing were in October or December of 2027. Now the hike odds are starting for like literally less than a year from now, so March 2027. Hikes expected to at least potentially continue here until October and then hold in December. That's at least what the CME Fed Watch tool is pricing in, though again, as we get updates, as we get new economic data, new rate decisions, these odds are likely to change. Back to you.
Damn.
Thanks, Adara. Man, Joel was just pointing out how weak Coinbase is. Like, look at the difference here. When that trends into VWAP, already at the low of the day, and what I'm in, IBIT trends into VWAP and is basically just good for a couple of scalp trades so far. So you know what? What that tells me is don't reload this one a third time because you're not in the weakest name that you could be. So I'm not going to reload this a third time because I don't think I'm in the right spot, even if it has been working. Yeah, well, I'll just leave it at that. Like get one good long and a couple of shorts, and if it gets to the low, great. If it doesn't, understand that Coinbase is a little bit of a weaker name that maybe we can get involved in. I was mentioning Tesla was looking a bit interesting. Triple bottom is turning into a quadruple bottom. The problem, however, for Tesla is if you go from the lower high in, now it's got this downtrend which needs to break. Like, forget about that steep one, it's already gone. Like, it's got this downtrend, has to hold the low and sort of break out here. So that could be an afternoon trade, or it's just a flat bottom break and we head into oblivion, unfortunately. But I am gonna double check. Oh, we'll do the super chat first as I'm trying to find the lunch email again because I closed it.
Love the lunch email.
We got to grab this super
chat. Oh, okay,
chat.
yeah. What stock would you buy today for long-term, 5 to 10 years? We kind of did this yesterday. 5 to 10 years. I'll give you two. Actually, I'll give you three. Walmart, JPM, and Nvidia. Now you're diversified. Hella diversified, right? You got a staple, you have a financial, and you have a tech name. All right, just kind of like we did over here. I took a page.
I'd want Alphabet in there.
Over Nvidia? Yeah, either or. Like, I think we did this yesterday, right? Like
this is exactly what we did yesterday.
Yeah, it's exactly what we did. You put a coin, heads is Nvidia, tails is Google. You put that in your name. So it's either Google or Nvidia. Nvidia did win the betting.
I liked Caterpillar as a bit of
as a sleeper.
And I do think that if you wanted to combine the AI with Walmart and get a different name in there, you could pick Amazon, and then you're able to get retail with data center.
With the tech
right.
play.
I think Amazon gives you that if you're inclined to be in retail, and then you can kill two birds with one stone there. Very quickly, but we have another super chat.
Sorry. Every day.
Peter Hopfy, do you think ONDS will retest 1160 on this? Let's see. Oh, it doesn't want to load. Ooh, that's Those are when you get a breakout chart that looks like this, it's dubious, right? Like get false break, lose the prior high, underneath VWAP. Looks a bit like on the 15-minute. It's still bullish on the 15-minute, holding here at 1070. I'm usually inclined to think on the day of you're done, but you can make the argument that the afternoon support hasn't broken yet. I don't love that one at all. Not when I see a gapper like do this, I don't get overly optimistic. It's good that it's holding here. That's a positive sign, but I don't like what you're seeing. So I can't be that positive on it. I gotta hit the key first, so we'll do a little bit of you know what.
Ooh.
Once again, Sharif has already seen it, meaning the lunch, even though it's 10:57, lunch is already here, so it's probably going to get a little bit cold. I don't know why they bring it so early. What flag is? Oh yeah, it's we have the Thai flag, which you're going to be able to be incredibly surprised that we have Thai red chicken curry, which I believe is what we got last time. steamed jasmine rice, wok fried bok choy, and ginger something, doesn't say. And then the salad is Thai mixed green salad with lemongrass.
Why don't we
lemongrass vinaigrette.
Why don't we get the most classic probably Thai dish there is? Why can't we get pad Thai?
They did that, the old caterer did that once.
The pad Thai?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that curry stuff that they.
It sounds good to me, man.
Yesterday's curry was good.
I have no issues with
trust
it.
me, that one's fishy, man. You're not.
The chicken was very dry, very, very dry yesterday. Oh my goodness, that chicken was dry.
I'm gonna wait. So guys, what we got going on here is we're gonna wait for this $23 level to hold on FIG. I think we might be able to catch an all-day trender here today. There is a couple of signals displaying that we might hold up pretty strong. So if it does hold up this level, then there could be a good reload opportunity. You can see Nvidia is consistent lower highs right now, so there's no point in me trying to fight this trend. And then you have Coinbase putting an indecision right at a key support level, but starting to come right back in. So that's my narrative, and that's gonna be my game plan on FIG. If we can get that hold, then we'll add a little bit more. If not, other than that, it hasn't been a horrible session whatsoever. We go 2 for 3, 66%, 50% on name so far, but there's plenty of day left for the boy here, Sharif. Sharif refreshed today after he got a nice nap yesterday, so bang, yeah, he went home straight to bed. I fell asleep at like 9 o'clock last night, hit the gym right after. Yeah, dude, I hit the gym right after, and I was like, after work, and I'm like, okay, it was tired. It was a long one there. But other than that, it's going to be nice outside. Sharif can give us a weather report as we start the midday in a matter of 1 minute. With that being said, Neil, I'm going to head over there.
I'll let you get over there, get set up, do what you got to do. Aggressive traders in the chat asking when the SpaceX IPO is. We have started the process, but there's no firm date on the SpaceX IPO. Yet, but it will be this summer, and I'm just hoping. Sean's already like, oh my goodness, he's got a trip in July or something, or late June or June. He's like, oh, I'm gonna miss it again. I'm like the timing of when it could be in June, July, like could met because it's like it might be right before I go to London, but we don't know exactly. So there's only so much you can do. There's no defined date yet. I believe they set the 8th. I'm going to say this, Dara, did they set the roadshow to start at June 8? Is that correct for SpaceX?
I haven't seen, so I can't comment. You know, if I've seen, I'll comment. I haven't seen the exact date, though I know it is early mid-June. Okay, so
the roadshow might be June 8th, but if Adara hasn't seen it to confirm, then it might be. Look it up yourself. I can go check when I sign off here, but she'll check it in a couple of seconds. But either way, that's just. If that's when it starts, it wouldn't open up for a couple of weeks after that anyway. So go ahead.
We're correct about June 8th, though some people are now saying you could get the prospectus as soon as next week. June 8th also when we're going to get the WWDC.
Right. So that's going to be a big date regardless. But yeah, if we get the prospectus, they're doing the prospectus a little bit sooner relative to the roadshow because they're trying to get as many dollars. It's a really big IPO. They're trying to get as much interest in it as possible. Bless you, Sharif. So that's one of the reasons they're doing it a little bit abnormal. Everything about the SpaceX IPO is going to be different. It's just not built the same in terms of size. They're trying to change some rules about how they can get this into the S&P 500 as fast as possible. That's just how it is. So take everything about this Cerebrus and put it on, like crack or put it on a different level. SpaceX is just going to be built differently. It's the biggest IPO event that probably will have ever existed. Regardless of how it moves, it's going to be the biggest deal you've seen. It's past 11 o'clock. Apparently, we're going to have some Thai food for lunch, which is already here, so I'll be eating it early. And I'm going to throw you guys to Still Joey options. Of course, the professor is in the building now, looking fresh and clean. Looks like he's ready to go golfing, to be honest with you. You going golfing today, Sharif?
I'm staying outside in the afternoon.
Okay, he's going to be outside in the afternoon, so he's dressed for it. I'll be back. We'll see you for the lesson of the day. Let's throw it on over to the Midday boys.
Let's go, baby.
It's our intro music, man.
You can't even see my face here.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm hidden, Joey.
No, the other day I was gonna wear a hat too.
Were you?
Yeah, I was, but then I didn't.
Friday,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's a
maybe
good
I'll do
day.
it next Friday. We'll come in. We'll call it cool. What is it? Just relaxed Friday.
Cool Runnings. I like that movie.
Cool Runnings. We'll have the relaxed Fridays. You know what I mean? We'll come in with the athleisure wear.
Exactly. Let's say hello to everybody. What's up, C45? 008, we got Chris Onion, my man. Omen, we got Stock Ed 983. Elevators make me fart. Shout out to my man Luis Barbado of A-Day Trading. We got Niva Bovin, my man. We got Econ Gate Arkansas joining us as well. And she says, I love me some all day Joe. Jody used items coming in hot with that comment. We're going to say hello to Jody, Hangry Wife, Trends. Shout out to Sean Carter. And who's that? Pablo Cesar. We got Swizzler Sniper. Shout out to the Swizzler Options in Deep. Chris Godson and Learning to Trade. KC526. She's in the house. It's a good day. It's a good Friday when Casey's in the house. Good morning, Joe.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. You know what we've been trading here on the day already. We're just waiting for some things to load up here. Other than that, it's been FIG. You'll see it. So that's what Sharif is not short that, but we'll see a little bit of a transition to it. Yeah, no, that's fine. They can still see what position we got going on here as the market continuing its slide. Bitcoin down 3%, up substantially, giving back the majority of its move and then some from yesterday. We'll double check that just to make sure our facts are straight. But hey, man, we're not going to complain on this Friday. You get a little bit of selling. We knew it was going to come at some point. We just didn't know when. And it's unfortunate. It's like, hey, Wall Street, those guys are probably off to the Hamptons. It's starting to warm up relatively soon. So we know what's going on there. And I was actually just saying to Sharif, before we get into the options chain and go over our watch list, okay, did you just get that in your ear?
No, I didn't. Okay. Disconnected?
Yeah, we're reestablished now. So I'm like, hey, man, what's going on with the financials? I mean, JPM, more or less what I'm referring to, and a couple of the other names. I think Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs are relatively close to their all-time high, but JPM not performing that well, still down 11% off of its all-time high. I'm like, what are we even talking about here? The hyperscalers are doing billions and billions of dollars, $500 billion in transactions. What are they doing, Venmoing each other? Like, why aren't the banks performing well? Someone has to move this money around, and that's why I'm going to remain bullish on JPM, grabbing more of the CDR here this morning for the long-term account. So yeah, that's what we got going on, man.
Bro.
It just doesn't make sense. Like, you know what I mean?
Bro. You know, like I was telling you, everybody's going to get their cycle, their moment in the cycle, and you got to ride, and you got to be smart about it. You got to pick it up when it's on sale. It's a good company, buy good companies. We used to say that. Man. That guy that has about $350 billion in cash. Oh, Warren Buffett. Oh, yeah, he knows a thing or two. Joey.
Yeah, that guy.
I want to talk about HUBC right now. We can't trade this one, but it is ripping. It just popped up through the flat top at 21 pennies. It's a 26.64 high. It is ripping through 26 again. There was a 23 buyer, and there is the high of day again, Joey, up through 27. HUBC is on its horse right now. The volume is really ripping into 30. There it goes again, high a day into 0.3. Of course, you know, we're talking about pennies here, but that's the move with these small cap gappers. You get in a few thousand shares with good risk management, of course, needless to say, and then you ride smaller moves. But percentage-wise, look at this. It's already knocking on the door of 100%. The buyers above 21 have been very aggressive. It's ripping up to 30. Technically hasn't gotten to 30 quite yet, 29.87. We're going to keep a close eye out on this one because it's really going. There was another halter. This one caught my attention soon as I sat down. It's already above 100%. In fact, it's 124. It's halted down. That's how these ones do, though. Into $9. Halt level 906. Halt time. We have it on a trading screen here. 10:57:02, meaning that the earliest it should have been open is 11:02:02. That obviously didn't happen as it's 11:06. So then we move on to 11:07:02. Current theoretical auction price showing a little bit lower, in fact, than where we halted at, $8.51 on PIII. Volume decent. It is a multiple halter, right? So when we do have these multiple halters, usually they tend to do a little bit less volume than the ones that aren't halting to no end. So PIII should be in focus. HCWB, this one looks like maybe the best trade is behind it here. There may be opportunities for some scalps. Specifically, the levels I'm looking at are $1.10. That seemed to have factored in as an area of resistance earlier in the trading morning. That's around 7:30. But of course, you need to be looking at the volume-weighted average price sitting at $1.05. Now, given the fact that its proximity to the dollar is close, you may be talking about a range here, $1.05 to $1. Technical low on the day, and that's after 9:30, $1.06, but clearly it was trading sub $1 in the pre-market at around 4 or 5. In any event, $1.42 high. We're going to keep a close eye. And there goes again HUBC, Joey. It is ripping up, and there's 30 pennies. There's a seller at 30 here. It's done about 75 million shares, so a lot of liquidity. Let's see if I can get it. No, so this one probably doesn't do a whole lot of volume on the day, so we need to get this unblocked. But there it goes, 30.5. Really on its horse here, Joe. So keep an eye out on this one if you're a small cap gapper inclined.
Absolutely. All right, guys, let's head over to TikTok and see what we got going on. Bravely, our social media moderator. Let's get over there and give a couple of shout outs as we typically do. Finance expert. Oh, okay, what's going on? Peter Beck on If You Know, You Know on TikTok. Welcome to the show. We also got G Meta, Robert, Sean, Waze, Man Patel. What's going on? Adian Costa, Elfino. It's Eli, Miri, Tenya, Robert, and we have J Monster, Letty, Lucky, Untitled, and Louis Mondragon. What's going on? Freddie Lee, how's everyone going over there? Jay Moran, Jason, T Rose, Jeff Jurassic, Daxter, Leo, JR, Pyro, Rick Flowers, XOXO, Rick Flowers, T-Rock in the chat every day.
That's
Welcome
fantastic.
Back.
I'm actually joking.
Yeah, we love the consistency. That's what we're all about over here. But other than that, guys, we have oh, okay, Luis says something in the chat. I'll let you read that.
What did he say? Peter. We don't want to get fired here, Luis.
Yeah, we don't want to do that, man. You know? Just having to slip
take
out.
it easy.
But other than that, there, guys, no, we're getting Figma rolling into our area where we can potentially buy some more. You can see it's saying no position right now, but we've been in this name for quite some time, since earlier in the morning, and that was approximately at 9:46 a.m. We've been holding on to this, looking for that re-entry and the addition of shares for us that can to find a potential continuation of what we got going on here today. This name was up 20% off the highs. I got to do a little bit of a rotation of my configuration here. No, we're good. We got it now. So hold that level. We find any form of indecision print at the volume weighted average price on Fig. That's going to be our green light to go. Regardless if it works or not, we're going to add into this one because it was up 20% almost here on the day. 13.4 now starting to come back in as the market is still holding view at Bitcoin not performing relatively well. Tesla below the volume weighted average price.
Those are a lot of percentages. NPI, we're gonna see how this one goes. Okay, 848 out. Buyer at 9 currently, having trouble through 9.25. Prior bar high, basically 9.5, 944. Watch this $0.25 area on the ask side of the level 2. You're going to see a seller, a staunchy seller in and around 26, 24, 25, in and around that area. Can't really print anything above that. There it goes. It's ripping now. Okay, there it goes through the $0.50. Now we're doing well. Looking for the move into the 60s now. We're going to post at the 2/3 area. Now it's going to struggle with the $0.50, but the good news is it now has breached prior bar high, at least on the 5, and there it goes into the high 50s. Looking for the move into 60, and it is ripping into 75. Watch out for Pi here. Look for resistance at 10 initially. And then the high of the day is 1064. So if you clear 10, you're looking at that $0.50. And here we are. We're caught in a halt to the high side. 1001 halt perimeter initiated. Looking for the halt into this level. But just I want to remind everybody, this one did halt up last time and immediately sold off. So that has to be kept in mind as we wait for this one to open up. And I think the last time around this one was about 10 minutes as well. So we may be a little bit, we may be caught for a little bit longer than the typical 5. We're going to continue to watch. PIII, it's looking good. It's got a bull flag shape on the 5. However, it's been the same area of resistance that's come in time and time again. Whether we're talking 1030, pop up into 10.25, immediately failed back to 8 4/5. Tried again. The subsequent candle, 1042, an immediate failure back into 893. So it's quite consolidative. Looks like the volume weighted average price and or 8.5 are featuring here as support, but the $10 level has been the key area of resistance. If we can clear this and you want to use the move methodology, then you're basically looking for a move into 15, give or take. Because the breakout area here is around 5.5. The current area high is about 10.5, 1046. So you're measuring here about another $5 move. We'll see if that occurs. So continuing to watch, PIII looking good. But there's also testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, into the high here at 1896. It's not actually testosterone replacement therapy, but you guys know how I do. I'm going to be calling it names. But the problem with this one is, number one, it's a bit spready. As I see it here, it's about 38 penny spread at the moment. That's first and foremost. Second problem is it doesn't give you a whole lot of opportunities, at least not lately, into the 10 moving average on the 5. You did get it once here at about 1030, but boom, right up. And it moved, I mean, like $1.50 within a couple of candles. So I like this one. Seems like there's a bit of resistance here at around 19. You're that close to 19. I mean, I'm thinking 20. So yeah, elevators. Let me just get this guy's full name. I love this guy's name, Assassino. You see this guy's name? Elevators make, oh, this one first. My bad, Assassino. Okay, where's that one from? Okay. Peter Hope, 3511. I flipped short on ONDS, say less. Let's take a quick look here at Ondas. Have a look. What time are we expecting this bad boy to open up? So we're 11:11:19. It's currently 11:13. Let's take a quick look at ONDS, Assassino. Let's see what we got here. All right, so this looks like a good short, fantastic in fact. $11 flat bottom break candidate. I can immediately see that. You're below the volume weighted average price, markedly below the volume weighted average price. You have a disgusting reversal, a Christmas tree reversal in fact. We jokingly call it on the show. Shout out to Randy. But there is a staunchy buyer at 11. Moreover, the $11 level featured very prominently here in the pre-market as an area of resistance. It is now featuring clearly as an area of support. What I am buoyed by in terms of the bear case against this is the lower high setup. Area high into 1145, 1150, and then another failure here until lower high around 11 1/3. So I do like this. Look for a flat bottom break. Exercise sound risk management. If you're going to get in short at 11, my stop would be above prior area high. That takes you about into 11 1/3. I hope you absolutely print. Testosterone replacement therapy is ripping through 18.5 into 19.5. It is really going now. TRT, trade this one carefully. A little bit spready. Elevators make me fart. All right, Sharif, I made miserable $12 yesterday with CBRS. That's more than I made, man. I gave back a ton off the top. We don't need to go down that road. IPO and want to give it to you guys, $2 for Uncle Sam. Thanks for the energy. It was amazing. Let's go. Thank you so much. Elevators make me fart. I hope it was turned out a little bit differently. Alas, you know, that's how these ones are. They give and they take away. But that was the move yesterday. Yeah, we're going to keep a close eye on that. So, guys, what I'm waiting for right now is still PIII to open. So, currently, the time is, let's take a quick look at the time in sales. So, 32. So, this one will not open now. It's going to be another 10-minute halt. So, a little bit longer on this one. The top, though, not giving us cause for concern at the moment. Continuing to move up through 10.5 now into 1053. Halt price 10.01. Let's not forget HUBC is back in business here. I want to see what this one does at 26. It is really going through 26, good support at 26, and it's trying to make a move into 30. It's got higher lows relative to the prior bar, still lower high though, and then obviously still 30 pennies, an area of resistance with a 31.48 high. So be on the lookout here. HUBC is looking quite fantastic. Especially with that 26 penny area hold. Of course, got a sound risk management skills all the way through. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Rally, they giveth and they taketh away. Sharif Woods, yeah, right. Yeah, I guess it's the hat today. Guys, testosterone replacement therapy continues to rip. Where is this one traded? MX, of course. It's the MX. 1974 high. We were speaking about this one at 18.5. It is really going. It is on the move to 20. It is up 40%. It is spready. You need to trade it carefully, Joey. So we're going to continue to watch that. I'm caught in Halt into 1053, waiting for that one to open up, Joe.
Nice, man.
Love it. What's wrong, Joey? Oh, you're muted, my boy. That's very disappointing. Assassino's very upset.
He knows, man. I know. I felt bad, too. All right, guys. Yeah, so there it is. We're starting to see some of the prints that we want in FIG for a potential reload here at the volume-weighted average price. QUCY has halted up on multiple occasions. Bitcoin having the inability to crack the volume-weighted average price, but the market not looking too bad here, guys. Head over to that 5-minute time frame. Apple was actually super strong here today.
Ripping, bro. It's at all-time highs.
Is it at 302? Yeah, it was only a matter of time. Like, look at this thing. And I mean, we're talking about AAPL here and the NASDAQ not participating. This is insane. This is a big time move. Yeah, like, I mean, and so Neil and I did a poll yesterday to see what out of the Mag 7 you would like to own.
Yes, sir.
And Apple was on the lower end of the list. And it's just like, okay, we don't know why.
There's that consensus. I get it. I respect it.
Because why? It's not the chip trade. It's not the cloud play or anything. But how do you get?
It's a legacy tech, bro. It's been around.
Who cares, man? Like,
I'm just saying.
Like, imagine sitting,
right?
imagine sitting in this. So I forget the new CEO's name already. I mean, yeah,
John Turnus.
John Turnus. There it is. I mean, what's this guy gonna do for this name for the next 20 years?
People hope that he's a products guy. He's pretty obsessive, compulsive when it comes to. Like the devices being top tier. He's kind of
well, that's good. That's what you want. I think that's what you want.
Which is kind of a Steve Jobs thing. There's a story before Apple actually allowed screenshots as a function in iOS.
Yeah.
They never actually had that. So this reporter, when the iPhone initially came out, wanted to create this kind of manual for the iPhone. So he's like, I want these screenshots so I can put them in my book.
Okay.
And so they had Apple actually was able to do that, but they had this tool. They didn't want the reporter to use the tool because it was crude and it wasn't refined, and they never wanted Apple to look the Apple products or anything that Apple puts out to be unrefined.
Hopefully, John.
So that's the kind of the mentality.
Hopefully, John brings back the fact that you can have YouTube open without.
You can, brother. You just have to pay. That's a YouTube thing. I've got it here.
Oh, you can, but for the average, you just have to pay. That's how things
premium,
go. All right, guys. So we're posted up at the level that we want. We're seeing an additional bounce here on FIG. I don't know if we're gonna crawl back towards the high of the day, but any pullback towards this 87 marker, we're gonna catch a fill, and we're gonna be adding to our current position, which you don't currently see right now. I only have 5% left. You can do it now for free. It says Hangry Wife. All right, well, let me know. Let me know the details. Other than that, guys, we're not going to complain, especially with this name climbing. We have, what's his name? The buddy in the chat was just like, yeah, Inverse Joe, we bought Microsoft. But I've been saying buy Microsoft for quite some time. I don't know what this guy's talking about. 410 all the way up to 426. Right, and it's breaking trend on the daily. So let's pull over, pull up to our daily and see what we got going on. We're down 23%. Watch out for this laggard. And I've been mentioning this trend line snap. We have multiple points at which we can refer to. Now, let's see if we can continue to recover here in Microsoft.
All right, brother. Yeah, I saw that Ackman call today. I'm kind of a little bit completely out of the news cycle, but I did see that Ackman call, and there you go. 3 in the third for the soft one. It is by far the best performing Mag 7 on the name. I'm still waiting for resumption here. Hopefully we'll get resumption at 10 minutes. Recall halt time 11:11:19. That means earliest open is 11:21:19. We're 11:20:40 currently, so still continuing to watch. But there goes HUBC, pardon me, again. It is accumulating now at 28. There seems to be a buyer in and around 28 for a break into 30. Let me just check if anybody's unblocked this yet. No. Just fine. Here comes 29 again, trying to go through 30. Here comes 30. So HUBC's ripping. I'm waiting here for a PIII to open up. Now let's see, at 19 coming up. That should be in about 10 seconds or so. So we'll see. It doesn't have to be a 10-minute resumption. It could be 15. Top showing 11:40. It is ripping. Halt price 10:01. Let's see if there's a big drop. 10:45. It's absolutely ripping up through 12. There's 12 1/4. Halt level up is 1260. So halt up 1260. Here comes 12 again. There's 12 again. Holding. Let's see. We got 912 on. Watching. Looking through the move through 12. Nope. Failure back. Let's see where the buyers step in. Do they step in at 11? They're stepping in currently at 11. Let's see if that fails. Watch both the bid and the ask. Look for buyers to step in at key levels and see if they repeat. Continuing to watch here, Joey. Okay. Through that $11 hold area. Looking for a bigger move. There's that move in. Okay, it's going to fail 11. Again, there's a buyer at 11. So the buyer just keeps stepping in at 11. I'm not going to get rid of this until we fail a key level. There's no reason for me to get out. So continuing to watch. 11 and I would say 11 mid-teens. Here comes 11 again. Wow, that buyer 11 is an aggressive bugger. 11.5 range here. Let's flip to the 5-second chart up top. Let's see what the key range is. We're coming back now into the third, into 2/3. Let's see if we can touch 3/4 here. Seller at 2/3 on PIII. So a bit of a range. We're putting in lower highs, Joey. Unless we can break through 12, there are lower highs in the 5-second chart. So here's 3/4. So locally, you're getting some higher highs here locally, but there's seller again at 3/4. Here comes 4/5. So we're going to have to pack the patience. Either it loses 11 or it breaks 12. In either case, I don't get out unless one breaks.
Okay, sounds good, man. Let's head over to our watch list and see what we got going on. A nice hold up here. We're going to be posted up at that 88 marker. It came up to 23.10s, and I'm like, you dirty dog, you. Kind of just went out, it went without us. Now, let's head over to our watch list and see what we got going on. We went through the big names, big time breakout here in Microsoft. We like that ASML back up to $1,500, so not too bad. AMAT also pretty good earnings report, strong move there, guys. But other than that, still a little bit off of those highs. That's okay. We're not worried about that. Regretty, I'm all the way over.
I love what you call it.
Regretty is the best one, man. And someone said it in the chat, have me dying. Yeah, Regretty. That is it. I think Coinbase.
There's 12, Joey. We're above 12 again. 12.35, new area high. Failed 12 again, though, guys.
Okay.
But Joe, I mean, look, if you're going to accumulate between 11 and 12, then that's an accumulation zone. Take the risk. Take the risk for the accumulation break. What's the point? Here comes 12.5. That's another area high. 12.5 now. But it keeps failing. Right back down to 11. So super volatile here. 12.5. But hey, it's putting in higher lows, and it's clearly cleared higher highs because it made a new area high. I want to see if we can hit 15 here, man. And I haven't quite seen the halt band yet, at least on the ask side. It just flashed momentarily there on the bid side. If it fails at 11, I'm out. But this is one that you could realistically pick up at around 11. But the idea here is you got to be super strict. And that includes what type of stop you use, because if it loses 11, based on how many times it's touched it, it's probably going to flush aggressively, like 10.25. So if you're going to use a limit stop, that'll just get blown through. So you're going to have to figure out how to do that. Sometimes I use, it's basically just a limit with a wide range. You put in the trigger price, say, like 10 or 1080, and you say stop price, 1080, and then limit price all the way down, maybe even a 10. Rule, though, by the way, there can't be a 3% or something like that, a 3% difference between those two ranges. That's what I was told, but I've done something like that before. Okay. Where it's actually worked. So what I was trying to say is, so you know how you can say stop price, say like 1098, limit price all the way down to say whatever? Yeah. There can't be a 3% variance between that stop price and that limit price for a limit stop. Okay. That was what I read one time. I haven't measured it every single time to see if that's actually accurate in practice, but I did read that. Seller at 12, guys. Here we go again. 12.25 coming up. 1249 high. Let's see if we can take out the high. I'm looking for 13, Joey. All right, good stuff. All right, so you can see we got another position on the board here that's going to be short Bitcoin at the break of this trend line. Inverted hammer candle right at the volume weighted average price. And then we reloaded here on FIG at this trend line break right here. So dual trend line break, one to the downside, one to the long side. Let's see if we can get buyers start to step back in on this name, and we can have that all-day trender. Let's sell. I can't believe I'm saying this, but let's sell Bitcoin. I'm out at 44.96s. So, I mean,
mean, that's about 14 cents worth of risk. We're okay with that for the amount of size. We're not going to be giving too much away on today's session. If this really starts cooking up for us, then we're really rocking and rolling here, guys. So FIG off to the races. It goes a nice strong uptick. Bang, 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 bang. Let's go. Break 23.10s. And then sure enough, I think we can, so what I'm here, thank you, Assassino. We'll get that to that momentarily. But if we fail to establish a high, that's fine, a new high. So that's a lower high. I can still piece out. Wow. You can see my average price got lifted drastically because I was in around 22.01, and then now we're around at 22.74. So I added to this one with my average being increased. All right. Hi, crypto family. Happy Friday. Yeah, happy Friday is right, but it's not a happy Friday for crypto land there, my friend. I apologize. Thank you very much for that. We're down 3% here in Bitcoin, and it's not looking too good. I'm going to pull up this short before we send it back over to Sharif so he can talk about what he's got going on. Let's go Fig, continue that bounce, but we're short. Is this the best entry possible? I don't think so, but what we do have on the 5-minute time frame is trend break, right? And an inverted at that level. I like this for a continuation. We're just forming a shelf. There's consistent higher lows, which we do have to be cautious about, but if we continue to hold the backside of this trend with that specific candle right there and we don't breach it, I like our chances for a little bit more of a downward momentum. Coinbase has been selling. I haven't looked at Robinhood here today. So other than that, short Bitcoin, there it goes. A nice move lower. We're about flat on this one right now. We're going to allow this to cook up for quite some time. We have plenty of risk. We're going to send it off to Adara right now. Neo has the same entry, 44.84, 2 pennies better than me on the short on Bitcoin. Let's go Bitcoin Landia. We'll hit the stone cold for that one. Your boy's got the stream deck back. I can't hit it too many times. You already know. So we'll go back to Fig to see if that's still cooking up for us. We're going to send it off to Adara.
I'm going to start here by talking to you about Getty. This is a penny stock. I checked the volume on this because you're never quite sure with names like this, but good volume. Over 2 million shares traded on the day so far for GETY. There, I want to clarify, this is pure speculation, but I guess people thinking there could be a 2.5 or I guess $2.50 buyout stance here. So again, $2.50 buyout here for the company, currently trading at 87 cents per share. Seems purely speculative, not seeing a lot of news to back that up. Also seeing potentially here Rocket Lab and LUNR on watch. None of them are moving, but let's move over here to Bitcoin, which certainly is moving, as Joe mentioned here, sharply to the downside for BTC today. Now we're actually coming into this level of support that we've held pretty well on the daily for the last couple of days here, 78.8. It's also more or less the level that served as resistance going back to early February of 2026. So take a look here at the weekly chart. Weekly is interesting here. We had a nice green week last week. We're, as of right now, poised to give up pretty much the entire move for this week. Now, in case you missed it for news, if you're wondering, hey, why is Bitcoin behaving in this way? We had a lot of excitement yesterday for Bitcoin, both in terms of these equities and actually in the space itself in the sector, as people thought we could have had, potentially speaking, like a full passing of the Clarity Act. Well, guys, we did get some update in the Clarity Act yesterday, as I mentioned a couple times now. They did the markup session. They've now cleared this bill, or this act, or whatever you want to call it here, from the Senate Banking Committee out and onward, but they still have to clear the Senate. They still have to clear the House before President Trump can sign the Clarity Act. So still some hurdles here, certainly for the Clarity Act and also for Bitcoin today and this week. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Guys, 1390, limit up. I am all done out at 1288, and it is continuing to go up with the high of the day, 1357. There does seem to be a range now. I want to say to the low end, about give or take 12 and a half to 12 and 3/4, and about 13 and a half. The higher, the lows are higher. The highs are higher on the 5-second chart. So locally here on the trend, very, very bullish. Look for 12 and a half to 12 and 3/4 hold. If it fails that on both the bid and the ask, we could have a bigger move back into 12 or 11 and a half. So continue to watch here, but it looks pretty good. Just defended again, that 12 and 3/4 area, 12 and a half area. Let's see if it can make a move back into the area highs. I just have to put this, what's today? May 15th, right? May 15th, 2026, almost at 25 there. And then what's the name of this? PII.NQ. All right, good. There we go. We can save that bad boy. That's basically it. I also want to mention TRT here, testosterone replacement therapy. 1999 high. A couple of doji candles here on the 5-minute chart at the top. So I would look for a bigger move either into 19, which is not a big move. It's showing 1940, or possibly an even bigger one into 17, 18. Let's see if it can get through 20. It's not showing a good setup at the moment with 4 red candles in a row on the 5. It's not off the highs by all that much. TRT, it's not too bad. KC 526. I know she's printed up a storm because she's dropping memberships in the chat, as she typically does. KC 526, all class. Farm Trader, Zippy Zane, Pure Shoppy, no one here, and yeah, I know, right? Vadine, Mr. R. Jensen, Lord Brock 42, and Ethan Macomber 1452, as well as Heavy Trades, and Jess who? Sorry, I moved. 7352. Y'all got free memberships to our premium subscribers on YouTube. So thank you for KC 526 for doing that. Let me just show you guys, get the morning note. Now you guys are all eligible to get the morning note every day. Sadly, I didn't get to do it today because I have a medical appointment in the morning, but typically it is over here. Let's flip to the Trader TV account, Joey, because I'm not a premium member. So you go to posts, just right down there, and there's yesterday's in the morning. Click that bad boy, read more, kind of summarizes a little bit, and then you can just hit the Google Drives. And the cool thing is about the morning note is it's now just a third of it is what's it called? The story. We just try to recap the story in a much more brief way, but the technicals are right there, and there's something for everybody. You got the intraday guys, off which we chart on the 15, and then you got the swing guys, weeks, months, days, whatever. We've got the 4-hour for that. It gives you the support and resistance levels, key on the 15 and the 4-hour. It gives you the structure on both the 15 and the 4-hour, and then it concludes with a bias about which way to look possibly on this one. And then below that is the trade plan. Now that we've articulated the technicals, how are we going to get in? What's the methodology? Watch for this, momentum long on that, lose this level. And that's both for the intraday and the swing guys. And then below there is the catalyst watch, things specifically to look out for that could affect price. And then it basically concludes with the execution mindset, exactly kind of what to look for and how to think about the specific trade. So thank you, KC526, for that. And now everybody's name that I read out, you guys can try that in the morning.
You get to test it out, man. I'll tell you one thing right now. There's a lot of bad feelings, but there's one I'm gonna put up there in the rankings. Is when you add here, so you need something to go long, it's selling, and you're short something else, and it's buying up. So obviously being highly sarcastic with that one. IBIT not breaking down right now. The longer it takes, the less I like it, as Tesla's finding some form of a recovery, and we just can't seem to break this $23 marker. We talked about the open interest at that specific zone, and what I'm seeing on the 5-minute isn't looking overly promising. This looks like we might take an additional leg lower. So as soon as it hits my break even, then I have to get out. So essentially what I'm doing right now is just free rolling my unrealized gains from the initial long to add more shares for a potential continuation. So as soon as that hits break even, we're not going to take an additional loss on this trade, right? So use what you have unrealized, add the shares. It's going to drag your average up, but then you can just use that risk. It's essentially risk-free. As soon as it hits that level, then I'm just out of dodge on the position, right? So that would be right at 22.74. I'm out of there. Now, Bitcoin finally coming down to 44.80s. Let's go. Sell. Crazy swings in the account, though. It was a nice day for it. The long term, that's what I'm referring to. For quite some time, I didn't look at it, but other than that, head back to our scanner and see what we got going on from a top volume standpoint. 10 cents, and then we're stopped out of FIG, and then we focus on IBIT. So come on, rebound, you can do it. Enphase, I've seen a lot of people talking about here today. Wow, Enphase putting in...
It's been putting in some work. People have been saying that a lot in the chat.
Day, putting in a day, as you would say.
But go to the daily super quick on that. Is that the daily?
That's the daily. Yeah, I got 30% in 3 days there.
Ridiculous.
Another strong session here today, guys.
So Enphase, a highly coveted company. They have like some inverter or something like that converts the solar power into the battery. There's some sort of technology that they had that was proprietary. Remember looking into it a
sure
while
enough,
back.
there it goes, like straight to the top. Let's talk about Ford. Remember Ford getting involved?
Hearing about this.
Ford getting with battery storage, energy storage.
Yeah,
I believe that.
What was it, Morgan or somebody that was commenting about that?
Yeah, something along those lines. We've seen strong uptick in this name, 1347. Sell session gives back the majority, all of it, and then some of yesterday's. But other than that, not too bad of a look on Ford. We were looking at the options chain actually on it yesterday, but. We have a $2 super chat from the Beer Man. Hey, it's Friday, man. Don't go too crazy, though, everyone. It's Friday. What are feelings for a ceiling on Apple for today? Feelings for a ceiling on Apple.
I think it probably sells off back into 300. There's probably a lot of. Can you look at the options on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just because, like, think about. You always talk about the options market and where it's leaning to, and where that could take it, at least on a short-term basis.
Absolutely do that. Absolutely, man. That's a great idea.
Guys, we're ripping here on PIII, man. It is another high of day, 1435. Recall, we did the measured move on this one, the breakout level being in and around 5, and the high of the range was 10. So if you use the measured move, you're projecting another $5 for another bull flag. So there could be a bit of a range in and around 15. So 15 could be local resistance on that one, Joey.
Iceman, yeah.
What's the option say on the dead one, Apple?
Sorry, got totally distracted there. 300. Okay, let's pull this up so everybody can see what we're looking at, man. Pull up. Come on, Fig, break up. So 300 at that $300 mark, we're now at 302. So these are in the money right now, Sharif, and that's where we're seeing a lot of size. So if we're going to absorb this by the end of the day, then we can sit on top. These are going to expire ITM, so that's not too bad of a look whatsoever. Watch the appreciation in these contracts. This is going to be insane. You're going to be like, what the hell, Leonte? Oh man, why did it do that?
They're saying.
Embarrassing is right. So watch this. So we'll go from the 9:30 open. So we're right here. Nope, that's here. That's right there. Bang, 9:35, 385% in that specific contract from $62.
So that's the specific chart for the contract.
Yeah.
Oh my.
That's what I use.
So is that so? Would 0 DTE be? That's
from this morning. Yeah, that's from this morning that expired today.
So hold on, question. So the 1.25% move on Apple
answered
resulted in a 380% move on a 0 DTE. Are you kidding me?
And I was talking about it this morning. I was like, in order to kind of achieve these returns, you need to be a front runner. So it's like hockey, it's like football. You go to where the price could be potentially. You can't obtain that in the money or at the money. They have to be far out of the money contracts. So at the time, Apple was trading south of $300. So whoever happened to purchase this out of the money contract at the lows gets the 385%.
I respect that. I get the mechanics of it. Halted down PIII. But what's the difference other than a leverage perspective? Just let me ask this question though. What's the difference than somebody punching in equities on the low and seeing a technical level there and only getting a 1.25? So I get you're saying it's completely out of the money contract. So I get that.
Yeah.
So if it goes against you, it expires worthless, you lose your investment. I realize that.
Yeah.
But that seems like a really good risk to reward trade-off.
It's great risk to reward trade-off. That's why I said every day when we get options here, I will just buy out of the money SPY contract for $10. And if it gets 200-300%, then
what am I sitting here doing here? What am I sitting here doing this for?
It's honestly not that easy, though. If it was that easy, I would be doing it every day. Fig, it blew past our stop there to 266. So we take another 10 cents. We give a little bit back, but nothing substantial. Still green on the day. We're holding on to this IBIT trade, but we're all out of Fig. It was a nice trade for us. Didn't want to continue, and I was mentioning that not too long ago that it didn't look like it wanted to. So downside it goes. But yeah, man, that's the beauty of it, and we've been talking about it for quite some time. So this is what we could do. Like, let's play scenario right now. We'll get to that super chat in a second, but I want to play what if.
I see it, Bovin.
So this is what we could do. So we have Nvidia's earnings report. If this thing decides to go absolutely parabolic on that day, we get closer to the report. We decide to buy this contract on the Wednesday, and we buy this 270 contract. If it continues to slide, the chance of it being worth $20-30 are relatively high. But then after the report, if it just skyrockets, you're at $20. So if it climbs to $200 or $2.00 in options, that's 200% return.
That's
it's just that's what really attracts people
to this one
stuff.
Quick
man.
here. Shout out to Clark O'Dial. Clark O'Dial. Sharif, I'm on the plane. No way.
Yeah.
To Cartagena. using their Wi-Fi, catching NVTS break upside. Have a great trip in Colombia. Thank you, brother. Mine is still a few months away, but I hope you have a fantastic time in Cartagena, man. I hear it's just beautiful from every angle you can talk about, whether it's a partying or like a colonial architecture and all that kind of stuff there. I hope you have a fantastic time. And get some good recommendations because I'll ask you for some stuff on the way back. Let me ask you, and you don't have to super chat again, but are you using Starlink or is it like Starlink?
Everybody's on the.
Yeah, everybody's on it, right?
Everybody's on the plane trading now.
Dude, and I kind of made the point very clearly a couple of times now. The Starlink on WestJet, which is branded for whatever reason as TELUS. I'm assuming it has something to do with current geopolitics.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
Is it?
It's fantastic.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
not
you're
going
up
to shut the hell up about
higher,
that. But,
man. Yeah.
the Beer Man, $1.99, $2.95 call Apple for $5.20, up 50%. Safe time play. Hope you print. Multiple storms on your side, and the cash just drips from the ceiling there. Thank you very much. Twisted Gamer, $5. What do you think about VRT? Say less. Bring in VRT. Going on, Fabian? Check out this. Sorry, Joey. It took me a minute.
Check it out, my guy.
Yeah, VRT. Let's start with a wider time frame. Let's always start as far back as the weekly. Just get a better understanding. What the hell is this?
Yeah, VRT, man.
What the hell is even that?
But like in a really good way, Assassino. I mean, I think I've done this before because the ticker is up there. So that's how I know I've looked at it. It's down 1.6 on the day. Yes, I've had this whole thing before. What's going on?
Every time that ding happens, I think Adara's trying to. You got to chill on that one. Yeah.
Vertiv, yeah, okay, I did know that. Sorry. Provides mission critical digital infrastructure, tech, lifestyle service, primarily for data centers, of course. Communication networks and commercial industrial environments. Company operates in 3 segments: the Americas, Asia Pacific, Middle East, Africa. The company offers includes AC and DC power management, thermal management, super important, obviously, in data centers, low, medium voltage switchgear, bus bar, air-cooled, liquid-cooled, etc. So it is got multiple parts of the AI stack. This is fantastic. Did I add this onto my, yeah, this is really good, though, Assassino, like in a really, actually, like it's really good. It's also up 128% year to date. So I very much like it, but when you do get this kind of move, you're always subject to a possible retracement. So you have to make a plan should that occur. And so you have to say to yourself, you know, am I in this, first of all, for the long run? Am I swinging? That's, you know, question number 1. Number 2, what are the key levels that I like this at, given the technicals? And right away, you're usually looking at the $100 area, especially on a stock like this. 300 looks pretty good. So does 275, because there was a lot of topping tail candles through to 275. 300 is always psychological support and resistance. Other areas, maybe, you know, you probably don't want to hear this, but obviously 200, there's also resistance there. So, you know, this is fantastic. And a lot of, look, I know we were up huge on the semis and in the AI trade in general, but people are still saying that the guidance that these companies are giving is actually to the low end of the range. That, you know, in reality, once these quarters come, the actual realized revenue will be a little bit higher. Whether you believe that or not, that has to form your own bias. But that's what some people are saying. They're saying this AI trade, yes, it is very aggressive, but you know, that there's possibly more upside. So I do like VRT very much. It's a very much an in-play area. The technicals are fantastic. This is the weekly chart, by the way. That's why it's so green everywhere. Nary a red week. The last week, red week you had was the March 16th. And then one before that was January 5th. What's going on over there, Joey?
We got that flush city in the overall market here, Sharif. Sorry to interrupt you there, my boy.
Brother.
There it goes, IBIT breaking through that support level. That's what we needed right there, my guy. Bang, 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 pew, pew. Wendy's tendies, get out of bed, brother. Like, it's noon, man. What are you even doing? Here it is, 3%. Let's see if this move can be sustained and head towards the low of the day. We're all at a fig. I talked about that there for sure, but I agree with you on that, Sharif. I mean, I don't think that we're correctly pricing all of this AI trade in. I mean, we could be on the wrong side of things. I don't think that's necessarily the case. These individuals are too smart. And I talked about the scenario when they stop spending all the money and what we see on the backside of that when they start bringing all this cash, high margins with the software products that they have, whether it be Gemini, Nvidia still selling its physical product.
Yep.
If it's going to hurt a name, it may be that one, but I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case, to be honest.
Yeah, and you know, the software names have a bit of a different headwind, Joey.
Yeah.
It's not, you know, vibe coding, and institutions can basically code their own way by buying tokens.
Yeah, exactly.
Essentially, right?
Well, the generation of tokens. Yeah, but purchasing is still going to cost, right?
It's going to cost.
You're still going to have
no question about it.
to mine tokens.
You're like, actually, the price per token relative to the output is down big time.
Yeah.
But you're paying more.
And that's why a
but
lot of
the
people like
efficiency is
Cerebras. That's why it's Cerebras,
yeah.
right? And then that's obviously why Nvidia acquired Grok. It's the inference
play.
So you're on to that next phase almost from the training to just strictly the token generation.
Absolutely. And, you know, we talk a lot about custom ASICs, but the much maligned, at least recently maligned CPU, all of a sudden is back in vogue because inference requires more CPU compute than it did before when you were doing training models. So all of a sudden you've got AMD up, I don't know, 100% year to date. Intel's up 200% year to date, give or take. Right, so the CPU's back in vogue, I guess.
Long time since we.
Sorry, guys, I haven't put on a trade. I'm not liking anything at the moment. Let's bring in some stuff. What's going on? Oh.
I don't know. Someone asked us what these were about, and
those were RAM.
Those were RAM. Everything is RAM.
The trading turtle.
If
Right
anything
over there,
is the realist over here, it's this. The Black Panther.
Black Panther. Is that supposed to go on a car?
No, Christmas tree.
Oh, that's like that's actually
it's
sick,
Christmas
bro.
tree or the Obi. You got one too. You got the Hulk.
I got the Hulk. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know where it is.
Oh man. Come on, man.
I know. I suck. I know, Casasino. What can I do, baby? BuzzFeed is moving as well on the day, not up big. Bovin saying tops. Tops is recovering a little bit over here, $1.78 high, breaking through the half. But I think this is your better call, Bovin. GETY, Getty. The volume is dropping off a little bit, coming back in about 85. I'm not liking these lower highs. There's also some support here at 87 if that gives way. You're looking possibly at 85 to about 83, depending on the 10 EMA or the volume weighted average price. So Getty showing some support at around 87, but I'm not a big fan. Moreover, I think PIII over here. I don't want to say the best trade is behind it. Clearly, there's a buyer at 12, and this one has been very kind of respectful of general areas of support and resistance. Case in point. Look at this range over here that we put in. We're basically about 8.5 to about 10, right? We held that for a while. Now we're kind of doing the same thing here with 12 to about 14. So you got about a $2 range. I still have a bias. We probably touch 15. Maybe we clear it a little bit. Let's see if the buyers step in. Up 204%, much closer to the highs than to the lows. But here we go. We're getting a deeper retracement now through the 20 and bouncing off 18 here on testosterone replacement therapy. We are looking for this kind of candle, right? A reversal candle. And now what we need to see is whether the subsequent candle makes a new high on a closing basis. We could have an aggressive pop back into 20. That's $1, $1.25, really depending on where you get in. And, 20 can get breached. So TRT, watch out, use area support as you're out. You don't fall in love with it either. And then, this is not a good look here on PIII. This is very much towards the low end of the range with lower highs, and it looks like 12 is barely holding on. We're losing 12, Joey, down into 11.5. This is turning into an ugly candle. Is it going to halt down? 11 1/3. We are going to halt down here on PIII into 11. Let's see if this actually halts. A few more seconds here, and we are halted. There we go. So 11:49.54 halt time. Earliest open 11:54.54. Tap showing 10:55, almost $1 lower than we're looking right now. So be on the lookout here. PIII, but it does have some support here because this is the breakout area. Recall, this was the halt at 11:10, and then it opened at 11:11. It opened at 11:21, ripped up to 13. So 11 is a key area of support. Watch out for a hold of 11. Let's see if it holds up here, Joe.
All right, good stuff, man. Hangry Web, I keep mentioning, and congratulations to you. Thank you for the courage to take a trade today, Sir Sharif. is still scary. I don't even know what that means, man. We've been trading all day. I don't know what you're talking about. It's Friday.
What happened?
Yeah, you don't always. I don't know. Courage. We've been trading all day. This guy trades way more than I do at times. Alan, what's going on? Santis Bayesian going well. Congratulations on that one. Bitcoin can't do anything right, man. It goes up, it goes down. It's just a horrible thing to trade at times. It's so frustrating. Like breakdown, you get a couple of pennies, no continuation whatsoever within that name. What do I think about EVC? We'll get to that in a moment. Hangry Whiff, I keep mentioning it, but look into an indicator on TradingView called CBD OSC. It's an oscillator. Set it at $34.200. It shows you buying and selling pressure, and it's screaming fig short from the top without stopping. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's stopping. But don't forget, Hangry, I'll take a look at it, but everything is derived from price, right? It doesn't matter every indicator, so something within price can probably tell you the same thing. But yeah, thank you. I will take a look at that one. Now, what do you think about EVC, a speculative play? Yeah, let's pull it up here. I mean, isn't everything kind of that? But anyways. Intravision communication. I like that one. Has a little bit of a ring to it. A nice pop up here from 366 to $9, 156%. I just don't know enough about the company. Be prepared for a pullback. Offers a dividend, though. That's all that really matters to me these days. 5 cents. Let's see.
This guy.
I'm joking.
It's Warren Buffett all of a sudden. I like it though, man. You're thinking long term.
Yeah, exactly. No, other than that, it doesn't look horrible, to be honest with you. Thank you very much for that. Sharif and I don't talk about it that often. We can take a look into actually what it does, the overview, EVC, just to give you a little bit more of a look. Okay, Communication Corporation, the media and advertising tech company. The company maintains a diversified portfolio of television and radio stations. Okay, so television, radio, linear TV, kind of on the lower end of things right now, not in vogue with the streaming giants, but other than that, guys, is it that time? No, I didn't get the green light to go. It's still only 11:52. Beautiful day in the city of Toronto. Too much coffee for me? Yeah, I'm accelerating. Yeah. I know. Hey, man,
I've been noticing that. We've been calling him out, man.
I've been. I took a break yesterday. It was a disastrous day on Wednesday. But we're cool here today. But other than that, Bitcoin not breaking down, FIG not doing what we wanted to do. No indecision prints off the lows in order for us to re-engage. And the market is pretty choppy here today, guys. Look at it. We break through VWAP and then sideways for quite some time, a lot of overlapping candles, and now we head right back towards the low of the day. I'm glad that we haven't taken any positions here on the NASDAQ.
My man. All right. Here's what I'm looking at, baby. PIII, we're still looking for an open here. It's showing an open a lot closer to 11. So that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see it hold generally 11 because that's the area support that we've been basically above since 20 after 11. A lot of 11s in this analysis. But I want to bring your attention to a new name here, MRNO. It has a bit of a bull flag forming, breakout level in and around 42 to 44. Resistance, 54 to 60. Sorry, range, pardon me, 54 to 60. It has breached 54, but there's a buyer stepping in and around 54. If it loses 54, I'm thinking 50. 50's featured a lot more. Bottom chart here, guys, as an area resistance. But locally, there was a buyer at 54. It looks like they are giving way, and this is heading down to 50. So MRNO's up nicely, about 81%, give or take. It's done a lot of volume on the day, about 103 million shares. So you'll have ample liquidity, get in and get out without too much of a problem. Play the range. If it establishes, pardon me, if it reestablishes, I should say, the range, 54 to 60, you hold for a breakout of 60. If it loses 54, immediately you're looking at 50, and PIII is open, and it is generally holding 11. Let's see if it holds up at 11 here. Its prior bar high is 1132. We're showing about 39 now, so we have breached. Let's see if we can kind of get up a little bit more. I just don't want to get in. I want to get in a little closer to 11. Let's see if we can hold up generally at that level, and then a failure of about 10 3/4. Yeah, would probably push me out of the trade. I'm willing to risk about 25 on this. Good buyers stepping in at the third, pushing us up to 40 now. It does look like the buyers could be stepping in. There's a selling, though, at the half dollar. Here we are at the half dollar, Joey, with a good amount of sellers, and it rips up in the 60s there, 70s. I missed that one. Should have got in about the half dollar. It's going here. Let's look for a breach of 12. We still have lower highs, right? So the range is established. That 11 buyer did backstop us for now, but, you know, we still have a plethora. I should not a plethora, but, you know, we have a couple of lower highs here, 14 to third and essentially 13 and a quarter area highs that we are below currently. Texas Jet Fan. YSS is a space stock that IPO this year, found support, looking for a swing. What are your thoughts? Let's bring in the side chart. We'll put it beside your friend here, PIII. Let's see what YSS looks like here. Weekly, okay, a bit of a range here. Looks like generally you're getting some support in the low 20s, a lot of resistance in the mid to high 30s. There goes PIII through 12. Still lower highs. If it breaches 13.5, the breakout is on, I think, because that is the area, prior area high. So this is YSS. Let's go over here, throw this on. And so that's the weekly. Let's flip to the daily now. Let's get a better look at local area resistance and support. You're probably going to find support here at around 23 to 25, just get based upon that area. Okay, but you're on a bit of a downtrend here. YSS, York Space Systems, formerly Yellowstone, Midco Holdings, Space and Defense. Prime providing comprehensive suite of mission critical solutions for national security, government, and commercial customers. Provide the United States Defense, DoD, their proliferated warfighter space architecture. That's a segment. Company has demonstrated Link 16 connectivity from space. A lot of good in this $3 billion market cap. I got to start a space watch list here because there's going to be a lot of space names, I think, soon. So ISS doesn't look great from the technical sense, but if you're looking to buy around 20, I'd be game with that. You know, build your position in the lower 20s. And then, you know, you're looking for 40s. Otherwise, if you're investing, then, you know, this is going to be a hold. And I don't know if you care about the technicals, but you are asking me about the technicals. Pick it up around 20. You're pretty close to that range. We're going to pause for a second. I see a bunch of other tags, but we got to go to Dara. She's got news.
Yeah, I'm seeing some people mention here mRNA and NVAX online. Now, this could be in relation to the fact I'm just seeing a report that 3 senior officials at the U.S. National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases have been given a choice to either accept reassignment outside the institute or resign. So again, unclear exactly how that's going to be impacting the vaccine space, because that's, of course, what both Novavax and Moderna are mostly known for. Regardless, both these stocks popping again as we get reports suggesting that 3 senior officials at the U.S. National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases have been told either to resign or accept being reassigned to another unit. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that.
You got anything there?
I was just looking at HCWB moving up. Yeah, I was trying to tag you, Bovin, because I wanted to tell you about mRNO. Didn't let me tag you for some reason. Shout out to Jay Lee. Fun fact, TDIC is now $1. Yeah, I saw that this morning on my counter scanner, Jay. In case any brave people got shorts at $24 just a couple of days ago, wish my broker had them. Yeah, you know, I suffer from the same affliction, Jay, and that, you know, these highly volatile intraday names, lovingly known as the small cap gappers, of course, they are typically hard to borrow on Joseph and I's platform, and that's just part of the nature of the beast. They have a bit of a different setup down south, though.
With?
Like with IB, with the short situation than we have here.
You can order it yourself?
Yeah, you can actually place orders ahead of time. You can do that here, but the position has to be over $10,000 for the short. And I've never done anything like that. Notional, yes.
That's not that much.
Well, I've never taken a short that worth that much ever.
But I mean, if you would think it'd be a little bit more, maybe.
I can show you how to do it too. It's like you can do it on the scanner. So you would go to, it's here somewhere. If you give me a second, I can find it. It's just like locates, fundamentals, what if, financial.
I think I've seen.
Yeah, there's a way to do it, but if you just give me a minute. Trade, there we go. Pre-borrow shares for shorting. See that?
Oh, okay.
And then it loads up.
And
Cannot locate SBL definition, but the thing is should be behind it. There it is. So on this thing, you type it in.
And then you
Let's
type
just
in-
go and let's see what HCWB has to offer. Type in. But you see, it doesn't let me do it for because it's sim. This is sim. That's why I don't know. I can try it on my live.
I find the locate thing kind of silly. Like you have to pay, even though they're already like it's like you guys know where they are. Like a
No, you gotta pay, my guy. That's
Yeah, I
where
think
they
it's
make
weird,
money
man.
on it, man.
Yeah, obviously, but anyway, let me touch on something
Go
here
ahead, Joey.
quick, Sharif. As Bitcoin is not doing too much, it's not breaking down right now, and I've seen a couple of Hangry Wife being one of them, and then also another individual is talking about a potential re-engagement here on FIG. Our reload and our free roll didn't work for us. Our first initial 2 trades did, but it is starting to bounce right now, so that's not too bad of a look. Consistent higher lows, I think that's a positive note, but we're just waiting for Bitcoin to snap this shelf and head a little bit lower to 1043. If the momentum really picks up, bang, there goes the two individuals who called that. No, I don't got anything.
Oh, my
I
bad.
don't have anything, I guess I should say. But anyways, aside from that, good call out on FIG for a rebound there. I thought the momentum would have been a little bit too much in order for me to re-engage on this position, but it bounces off of some key levels. Look at the support that it was holding up on, and then off to the races it goes. So hopefully to the people, Hangry Wife being one of them, who were talking about that, decided to take that trade. We're still sitting in this IBIT, and we're not getting the breakdown that we're looking for. The longer that it takes, the less that I like it. When trades I'm sitting in, they don't work out relatively quick, then the chances of them minute by minute, I think the probability slowly starts to cool down, and we don't want that. Let's pull up our portfolio here quick, because CrowdStrike put in a new all-time high here today. It tapped into $194, I believe, or 190 plus, so not too bad of a look on CrowdStrike. Obi, Sean, Randy, Joey right there. Ramin sitting in that 5th spot. But guys, we're going to send it off to Adair with Happening Now, and then Neil with his lesson of the day.
Neil.
Here's the S&P 500, guys. Super choppy today, especially compared to really directional performances you can see over the last few days for this market. NASDAQ looking pretty similar. Lots of headlines, of course, still both from oil and then also from the China trip with President Trump and a whole delegation of CEOs meeting up with President Xi of China. We also had some comments here coming earlier today from U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright, saying the U.S. could easily double its natural gas exports without impacting domestic prices at all, and also saying that any oil that's been taken from the strategic reserve will be very easy to replenish. Microsoft and watch here, this is just a look at their most recent quarter, but we had Bill Ackman today announcing that he and Pershing Square actually got involved in this. It's a very lengthy post on X that he released at 4:40 in the morning today, and he basically just said that, you know, Microsoft is being underestimated right now. There's a lot of people who are scared of volatility. They're selling it off. Microsoft still fundamentally strong, so that's become a core position, quote unquote, for both Pershing Square and also the PSUS. Of course, the tradable version of this from Bill Ackman and co. Figma also reported earnings. As you guys can see here, we've had sequential growth just throughout across all of these key metrics for Figma. This is its 4th quarter that it's reported as a public company. We had a double beat, and we also had guidance increases here and better than expected guidance for Figma across the board. Gemini also had a solid quarter. They reported after the bell last night as well, along with UAMY, AMAT, and Rumble. But you know who's ready to rumble right now? Neil. Neil, what's today's lesson of the day? Because we all want to hear it.
Rumble, young man, rumble. Well, someone in the chat actually gave I'll try to answer a request, because someone was saying, use a lesson to talk about how stocks react different times of the day. So I'll do my best with that without too many examples for the afternoon, but I'll be able to, you know, sort of go back to what happened for some stocks in the afternoon yesterday and be able to talk about it a little bit. So I think when you think about the times of day, there's 2 ways you could look at it, right? Like the types of setups that you're going to try to get into, which that's a little bit individual. So it'll be difficult for me to get too much into that where it's going to apply to everybody. However, what you can consider, at least what I think is the most important part in different times of the day, how the market's reacting, is the opportunity. And the most obvious part of that is opening trades have implicitly more potential than midday and close trades. The reason for that is if a stock moves, I'm going to use Service as an example because I was in one that I was just holding for a huge move. You have all day long for it to go. So the expected range on a stock is 5%. You get in, you have all day long for it to potentially go the regular or average expected range. Halfway through the day, like maybe it's already trending, Now, the way in which you can approach that, at least the way that I do, is even if I'm making a similar trade. Now, if you know what my thesis was this morning on Cerberus, this thing opened at 350 yesterday. The top end of the range was 35 bucks higher. It bounced off of the 300 area, 300 clean. That's a huge range of opportunity. If it had a $50 range to the downside, ridiculous, right? Like it actually ended up bouncing off 275. Now, my notion was underneath there, it's a short. At the open, missed, doesn't matter. The second opportunity was to short back in to give it to the opening range high, which is effectively the 300 level. Now, early on, every single time I'm getting in here, I'm actually thinking $10. And that's just to get a piece out. And I'm thinking low of the day for the next piece and then hold for the dream for the rest. Like I'm thinking range. And then I told you guys, if I got wicked out, I would jump back into it. I got wicked out, so stopped out, took the morning loss on it, and got right back in when I got wicked out. However, in this particular case, you're now halfway through the day. I'm halfway through the day. The market isn't trending down, so I don't really have the market going with me. The market's now in this slightly upward trend. This has done a wipeout bottom with a higher low. So as it comes back in, I can still extend it. I mean, the VWAP's the thing I'll use for like stocks that don't move as much. But in this particular case, I'm still trying to hold for the bigger move. But the difference here is later on in the session, when it sticks a higher low in with the market, I'm not going to have as big expectations for it in the morning. There are often times that I might just, okay, take my 8 to 10 bucks here, and if it gets into VWAP, I'm still giving it the break even and reloading and holding for $20, $30, $40 to the downside. That's for the open, where I figure I have all day for it to work. Yeah, okay, it's still a wider range. It's still a $300 stock. I'm still looking $5, $10 winners because that's just, you don't see me going crazy. Oh no, $5 win, $10 win. The stock's $300, man. Like moving $5 ain't ish. Like IBIT is a $40 stock. Like how much does it have to move to be the equivalent of $5 on this, right? So I get it, but you don't see me go crazy ho-hum about that because it's all relative. No, but in all seriousness, I just realized that it's going to be a bit more of a scalp trade. And in this context, getting a 10 or $5 or $6 move is going to be the scalp trade here instead of thinking about the 20 and accepting that. And I could still be in this short, right? It fits my parameters, but I get into the get it all out mode and be willing to reload as opposed to you saw me in the morning. I'm So I think that's the difference for myself, and it's not going to be the same for everybody, but for me, that's how I try to change things over. Now, there's some strategies with which, if it's just a stock that I'm trading every single day in defined ranges, then I don't switch too much around. But if it's an earnings name, if it's in this case an IPO day 2, or something that's tremendously in play, a small cap gap or something really that has a chance to move, in the morning, yeah, you're willing to put your foot in the ground and just allow it to go. In the midday, I'm likely to be in a little bit of scalp mode and not want to fight what looks like is now an established trend. Had this been a downward trend and I was doing a re-entry, then it would be easier to not scalp it out and hold it a little bit longer. And then when you're talking about the end of the day, it's more of an extreme whenever you're talking about the end of the day. Condenses at the end of the day. It's for a day trader, and if you're swing trading, it's completely different. But if you're a day trader, that end of the day, you have a time constraint. Like every single trade, not only am I willing to get things out much faster at the end of the day, I'm also tightening stops up as time goes along because you have a shot clock on you in the final hour of the day, the final 30 minutes of the day. So I might be willing to give something 20 cents to make 50 to 60, but then it doesn't move for 15 minutes and you'll hear me say I've moved my stop and tighten it by half because half my time for this to work is now gone. And that's a unique situation for a day trader. It's another reason why, I'll be real, over trading in the afternoon is trash because you don't have as much time to get a big winner. But you know what? It can run your full stop, no problem. So if you take your regular size for your regular stops and all that stuff in the afternoon, you have less upside oftentimes in terms of how much you can win, but you're still going to lose as much as you're going to lose. So that's why tightening things up can make a little bit of sense. I hope that helps a little bit here when talking about the different types of day. It's really just more about establishing your risk parameters and your expectations on the move. Because, stubborn's not even the right word. It was just, I wanted this to be 10, 15, 20, $30 winners on CBRS in the morning, and I was willing to hold for such. Middle of the day, not so much. I'm thinking a little bit more condensed. And if I traded in the afternoon, I'd probably go into serious scalp mode as expected. This is where I usually jump in, tell you guys how lunch is. I've had half of it. The flavor is much better than yesterday. So yesterday we had the chicken was dry, but the flavor was fantastic. Was good. Oh, well, actually not good. Flavor was not great, but the chicken was dry, even though it was drenched in sauce. Today, the chicken's still a little dry, but the flavor is great. And it's got the nice little rice, you got the bok choy, and you can't see. A little bok choy action in there, so that's pretty solid. I don't know how I would grade it. It's too mixed because the chicken isn't like the best. So I had to give it like a 7. But yesterday I didn't give a grade, and that was a 5. That was a straight 5 yesterday. Yeah. I don't give 2s and 1s. Like 5's bad. Back to the midday, boys. Enjoy yourself. Please market. Don't be a 2% down day. That's no fun.
Yeah, guys, I want to talk about SoFi here. SOFI, as you can see on the screen, this company was on watch and did pull back a little bit here, along with, to a lesser extent, NRDS, after OpenAI announced a new feature in ChatGPT. This feature is called Finances. It's going to be available on both web and iOS, and it lets users view things like spending, their bills, their subscriptions, even their net worth, all in one place. But furthermore, you can actually ask ChatGPT questions about your spending. Hey, can I get a spending overview? Can I get an overview of my finances, etc.? It can actually help you track your budgets, plan things going forward. So this feature here, again, Finances is the name from ChatGPT, being viewed, at least right now, as competition for SoFi. Back to you.
Yeah, well, I do typically agree with you, Deep Cheeks AI, that that OpenAI is past its prime. I won't use the words you used. I have to give the nod, chapeau a little bit here to OpenAI's new app for Apple CarPlay. It is quite intuitive. Anybody who likes to have a voice dialogue with Siri rather than typing, especially in the car, that was a problem before because you actually had to fumble with the phone, and that subjects you, of course, to getting slapped with a distracted driving ticket. Who needs that garbage, by the way? You get like 3 or 4 demerit points in this province if you're caught with that. So all of a sudden, it's available touch screen. And it's quite good. It's fast. It uses the car's system, integrates seamlessly with Apple CarPlay. So I do like it. Apparently, OpenAI's lawsuit against Apple is the fact that they didn't get enough commercial exposure on Apple's, what do we call this? Network, or you know what I'm trying to say, ecosystem.
Okay.
Then they had agreed to, hence the breach of contract or the failure to fulfill a contractual obligation lawsuit that we've been hearing is rumored. But, you know, having said that, I felt that the Apple CarPlay app was quite good. Did anybody else use their new CarPlay app? I'd love to hear your feedback. Demerit points, WebCoin basically just means that you get dinged. So I think, what do we got, 12? 12 demerit points that you can accumulate before your license gets suspended.
I was going to say, I don't anymore.
This guy. But anyway, I think, so anytime you screw up, 12, the level of your screw up warrants a certain number of demerit, just as the word indicates demerit points. So you get dinged with that. But some call points. Yeah, no, you're right. Alan, you're absolutely right. Points, people say points, whatever.
Yeah,
SKK is ripping up, so I got to shout out to the OG Bubban because he did call this out. I was not very impressed with it when I looked at it because it looked awfully double toppy, but there it goes. It is ripping through that double top at 480. It is now at 5.25. Good look here for SKK. As you guys can see, though, I'm holding a position here at 577 on MRNO. So this one, we caught a great rip into the high of the day. I've got 62 and change on. It's a 63.40 high from what I can see. But it's having a little bit of support. It's encountering some support here in and around 58, which had been a prior area. You can see like all the rejections here around 58 pennies. So what I'm looking for next is 63. We're still holding. I stop out below 57. It says 57 on the board, but in fact have a better price than that. It's 56 and change. So it says 57 on the board because it rounds up. But I'm looking for a bigger move here on MRNO, Joey, to try to take out the high of the day at 63.40.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, Jesse, man, I got 10 for now. That will probably get decreased in a couple of months. But dude, I'm not even going to get into that stuff, man. I haven't had tickets since I was in my early 20s. I've gone like 7-8 years without catching a ticket or anything along those lines. And then I catch a ticket a year apart. Anyways, I don't want to get into it because there's so much better things that the city could be doing than dinging me for absolutely essentially nothing. Yeah, don't get me going on that. You got something there?
No, it's breaking out, Joey, but it's not ripping or anything.
What I got going on here is that Bitcoin's not doing anything. So I got to be cautious because we do have a flat top up here, 44.89, right? So let's continue to monitor this, but if we don't get a breakdown of that support, we have to be prepared to get out of this trade. And if the volume and momentum really starts to pick up, I'm not going to be scared or shy away from which direction it does. So I like that we're really starting to compress in price, and then now it's just a matter of time of waiting and being patient to find which direction we're going to head. So there's the plan on Bitcoin. FIG heading right back in towards the volume weighted average price, not too bad of a look. And as Adara mentioned, and we talked about earlier in the day, is that the NASDAQ and the SPY have not been the prettiest of trading, considering we had Apple running into a new all-time high today. So the only one out of the Mag 7 hitting all-time highs. And then we also had Microsoft climbing higher, but not participating, the market not participating in that move. So a little fishy there. Let's see if Bitcoin's going to break down. I have no issues with adding into momentum, but there's a couple of things that we need to see is volume.
There goes MRNO into another high of day, essentially 65, 64.95. This one's it's ripping, okay? Let's see now, can it get into that $0.75 area? I don't think that this is, beyond the realm of possibility here, given that this one has been quite respectful of the stair-step trend. Let's take a bit of a wider look here at the 5-minute chart, pardon me, on MRNO. There's a lot I like about this. There's a 60 penny level, a very obvious area of resistance, whether you were looking in the aftermarket yesterday at around 510, the pre-market this morning, both at around 415 and 450, all of which failed 60 pennies. You had another failure here just moments ago at 10 to 12. It popped into 61.20, dropped all the way back, lost 10 pennies on this name. It is ripping up here, Joey, into 66 pennies. Let's see if we can wet the beak. Missed that one. Looking for another move there, 66. Good look here. It's a new high of day of 68 and change, but the rippage is on right now on MRNO. So anyway, what I want to say was I like the fact that it's cleared 60 pennies. Let's see if it can use 60 since it was such a staunchy area of resistance. Let's see if it can now act as a good support level. So this one has a propensity, as you can see from the aftermarket action yesterday, the very early pre-market action this morning, or just like about 20 minutes ago, it has a tendency to retrace aggressively, after making area highs. That has to feature in your risk analysis. It has to feature in your decision making of whether or not this is the right one for you. But my bias currently is we're on the way to $0.75. If we get there, you know what my bias is going to be next, which is we're on the way to the dollar. Let's get there first before we start, making any other decisions, but we have to have a plan. So get into that $0.75. What's your move? Are you getting in on a breakout, or are you looking for a retracement back into 2/3, perhaps even deeper? This one's already shown you that it can drop 10 pennies on a 60 penny name in like 1 5-minute candle. So that has to also feature in your decision making about what your plan is going to be going forward at $0.75. So that's what I'm looking for right now. Bovin is talking about SKK as well as he should be, because it's ripping into new area highs as well, 5.5%. Bovin, what's this one up, brother? Because I don't even have it up on here. This one's up 58%, man. This looks good. A great rounded bottom. It lacked a little bit of volume earlier on, but that issue has since been alleviated, cured, whatever. Now we're getting about 150,000 shares per 5-minute candle. It's not the best. It's done 4.25, almost 4.33 million shares on the day, but the chart pattern is quite good. So we're going to continue to watch this one, Joe.
All right, good stuff, man. Tesla continuing to bleed here, guys. Glad that we took that one attempt for the long in the recovery, but it just never found one. Channeled down here in TSLA. Also, same narrative in the SPY and the NASDAQ. This is pretty ugly trading, if you ask me. It's really tough. And then we have this ascending wedge still forming here in IBIT. Maybe we find some form of a recovery, and we're going to be prepared to take advantage of that in either direction that it decides to go. Now, we have FIG up here, and we can take a look at some of the other names like Nvidia and see where it is. $10 off of its all-time high. That's something that I want to keep an eye on personally. Why? Because I'm going to be buying and buying and buying leading into the earnings report. We're going to do the exact same strategy we were talking about, buying out of the money calls. Yeah, I mean, if you only have to risk like 20, 30 bucks, who cares? You buy those out of the money calls, and if they 5x, then congratulations, you've hit that level. You hit those things. There goes Bitcoin, really starting to pick up some steam and momentum. Now into 44.90. We're 8 cents OTM on that one. Small potatoes, but we're not going to hold on to this just in case this wedge wants to go. And it looks like if we punch through the volume weighted average price, something coming on in the crypto space, we're going to send things over to Adair. Maybe this has something to do with it. We get any form of a pullback, this volume supporting it, starting to uptick on the lower time frame, and then we're going to start to participate. CrowdStrike up to 587. Let's send it off to Adair.
Yeah, this has nothing really to do with tech or crypto or anything, but I am seeing reports that Estee Lauder, apparently some of these final bids are coming in for their Smashbox, Too Faced, and Dr. Jart brands. If I get any more details, I'll let you know, but EL did get a slight spike a couple minutes ago. Back to you.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
I love this. Go, MRNO, go. We're waiting. You know where we're waiting now.
Where?
69er, Joseph, 67.25 showing up, looking for the move into 68. Let's continue to watch. There it is into 68.5. Just give me the 69 print. Come on.
Come on, man.
We're not going to pull out note here. Maybe we won't get it, but there it is, 68 again. Joey, there is the, and there it is. Bang. Boom. Into 69, 69.09, high day. We're in at 57s. MRNO is ripping up 135%, 145 million shares traded. We are now on the way to $0.75. Let's watch what this one has to offer us. If we really do hold up well at 0.75, then I think it's completely justified to have a bias into the dollar, okay? 69.51, so let's not even sing the praise of the $0.75 level yet. It hasn't shown up. But we're going to continue to watch here. I see some support for whatever reason at a random area, 62 1/3, 62.5 pennies. Let's see if that area comes in here. But what a rip up MRNO is. Get it, crypto banks. MRNO is the one for me today. Nailed the bottom and been buying on the way up. That is what a sound trader does. Good for you there, crypto banks. Hope you print up multiple storms. Bubin wants me to get into SKK. So we're going to, Bubin requests he gets, bro. Bubin's the OG.
What do you ask for?
He wants me to get into SKK over here.
To get into it?
Yeah, Bubin, this one's a little spready, brother. What do we got? We got a 16 penny, 9 penny spread. Who does this think it is? SKK over here. Yeah, there we go. A little, okay, so what's the dip area? Bubin, there's a buy area here between 5 and 475. That's the way I see it on SKK. Buy area in and around 5 to 475. 5 getting defended right now. Let's observe. See what we get here with 5. The buyers are stepping in and the spread is tightening up. Here's 498 dropping below the 5 now on the bid, but that's completely normal. Keep your eye on a double drop with the ask and the bid dropping below key level. And then notice the spread on the drop also equally as important, giving you an indication of liquidity. $5 area getting defended again here. Good amount of volume coming in recently on this one, Bubin. I mean, it's not the best volume play on the day, but 3 2/3 million shares with the majority of it coming in locally here. So good look. Continuing to watch though, MRNO, a bit of a rejection there off 70 pennies, and it's coming back down into about 66 to 65. So I recall a buy area for me on this one is about 62.5 to 63. Let's see if we get that.
Good stuff, man. Let's head over to the ascending wedge we were talking about not too long ago in Bitcoin, IBIT, via, and you can see just consistent higher lows. We were looking for that curl over and that breakdown, but what we are starting to see right now is an uptick in volume on the lower time frame. Now, if this is sustained and continued, then I think we can find a potential long here and a recovery here on IBIT. So that's what it looks like it wants to do. Price compress for quite some time, but do I want to be buying this breakout without the volume really starting to step in? Absolutely not. And you can see on the 1 minute a stair step down, not something that we want to see. So we need to see a strong uptick in order for us to be buying the top end of the range. We can risk to the lower end, which I believe is where the thesis is proved invalid. So that's let's be patient for that one. I don't want to be trading this one too much. We took a loss on IBIT and our free roll on FIG didn't work. And then we took a loss on Tesla. So it's Friday. We don't want to give back our whole day. So we need to be extremely precise on our entries and patient. We had the couple that worked out for us. Now there's no need to get overly greedy unless the setup displays itself. It's unfortunate that Tesla really breaking down, and I said this on multiple occasions that CrowdStrike has been him today, and I'm happy on the CrowdStrike. Yeah, it's climbing higher there, Sharif.
There's three quarters. There's three quarters.
Can't catch them all, my boy. But you got a nice move on it anyway. So.
I made the wrong assessment. That support was at 62.5. Support was at 65. I should have been more alive to the support at the 60 on the 1 minute chart, pardon me. But on the 5, it was yelling 62.5.
What was it? Oh, it was yelling 60.
It was yelling. Okay. I had to listen to it.
I just want to talk about CrowdStrike here for a little bit. When we were talking about this name, and I can't believe I don't own this stock, and I'm not going to be buying it all the way up here, but you just punch through that 564 level and you grab another $14 after that. But literally a month and a bit ago, we were talking about this name down 40%. Okay, so this is a big time run off of that low. You're going to always catch the bottom, but 75% in CrowdStrike and some of these cybersecurity names, that's huge. I like this name, and I'm going to continue to do so. So if any form of a pullback, a retest of the previous all-time high, guess who's going to be a long-term holder of CrowdStrike? I already know somebody to the right of me, and it's not Sharif who's involved with this name. So I like that a lot.
CrowdStrike?
Yeah.
I've never owned it.
Never. But you're in another. You're in Cyb though.
Full disclosure, I took off some off the table yesterday on
Pan, but it broke through.
I told you that I had a lot, and I was not happy with the amount that I had. I had thrown out orders at key technical levels, all of which got filled because it dropped big.
What are you gonna?
Hold that to 235. For a little bit there,
Yeah, I wouldn't. Dude, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Take a little bit off, man. 70% off of those lows. CrowdStrike, respectively, 75. So nothing wrong with playing that break and then off to the races. At some point, I was just like, dude, when you put in those strong of sessions in the middle of this range, it's just like it's almost so obvious that you're going to pace for the previous break of that pivot, and that's exactly what happened. Zscaler, dare we even pull that one?
It has not done this. The cybersecurity space has not been this strong. Go back to the weekly for a sec on
what, Zscaler?
No. Pendub. Wow, that's a mother of all double tops there. Jeez Louise. This is ripping, man. MRNO is into 82 pennies here. Okay, go weekly, Joey. Go zoom out. Yeah, there we go. This is the area I'm talking about. This was a ridiculous area, and then it got super choppy after this area.
Wrecked up there.
Yeah,
and then that's tariff tantrum, though.
Whatever it was, but this was like the best area to buy. I remember this time during 23, the cybersecurity names were ripping. Look at that. Look at the area low, that support low. So what is that? $70.
Yeah.
Area high into 200. And so that's what I'm talking about. This move here from 70 into 200 was ridiculous.
But see what Sharif's pointing out here is like you have a pivot high right here. You climb higher. Where do you fall right into? This previous pivot high. Right, so that's a good time to buy. You're climbing again. So where's a good order, or where can you sell some CSPs if you have that amount of cash at the previous pivot high, just in case you get any form of a bounce? It's the same thing with CrowdStrike, and it was the exact same thing that I was talking about with the overall market, the Nasdaq. We're gonna go over that momentarily as soon as we get back from Madeira, because I think it's key. We touched on this a couple of months ago, but I just want to show you that there's key levels. You look for key pivot zones, and I think those are good opportunities to buy. Adara, talk to us.
I will, guys. Unfortunately, I don't have a super fun topic to talk about here. As you can see, mRNA getting a little bit of a push here. Same with TRAW, also on the move. These are two names that are associated with the hantavirus situation, and from a trading standpoint, I am seeing reports here from local media in Ontario County, which is apparently a place in New York. There could be the first Ontario County hantavirus case. I think it is yet to be confirmed, but it's suspected. High school student, unfortunately, here in Ontario County, believed to have the hantavirus, TRAW and mRNA. Back to you.
All right,
What are your thoughts about the hantavirus?
I don't care about it, man.
I love the reaction. It's so good. It's so good. You could just tell, like you.
I truly, you're not going to get me.
Still saturated.
You're not going to get me that one. I told you I had a great time during COVID.
I know, but
that's
that's the whole COVID era.
Yeah,
right?
you're not.
No, I'm not sure. They're not getting me with this.
All right. So this is what I wanted to talk about. Sharif brought a good point. We're missing this breakout here on IBIT. So one more pullback. We're going to get involved right at the volume weighted average price. But this is what I was referring to. Sharif talked about you break up and you come back to that previous pivot. Well, look what happened here. So in speaking of COVID, there you climb higher, come back to that previous pivot. Okay. No problem. You climb higher, you come back to that previous pivot. I understand that it takes some time, a couple of years, but at some point, we will come back to this level and you will be able to buy 635. Until then, be patient, and then maybe you continue to sell those CSPs, you lock in that cash, you lock into that cash until eventually you get assigned, or you're just patient. You sit on, you rotate your cash, you purchase, you allow it to climb, but when things start to turn around, you have the ability to grab the levels that you want. It's the exact same thing with the SPY. I don't think it's any form of coincidence. You come up to those levels, you retest them, and you bounce off of them in the grand scheme of things.
DJ the Menace dropping $4.99 in the chat. We're going to thank him for that, Joey. Reads as follows. Still up over 100% on the June 18th Nvidia 225 calls. Are there any other out-of-the-money calls that we should be looking at? That's your world right there.
On the 618 Nvidia 225 calls. Are there any other out-the-money calls that we should be looking at? I mean, it seems like you know what you're doing. I don't think there is really what big earnings reports. We're at the tail end of things right now.
We're going to get that one next week, right?
Wednesday,
yes.
On the 20th, right, is NVDA. So other than that, like that's the tail end of, I guess we call earnings. There's still some names after that. But as for the mega tech names, that's it. I think you're in the right direction. 225, those are in the money now. But if you're looking at out the money, I was talking about 250, right? That's something that I'm going to be looking at a day before, probably the Tuesday evening. Going to be looking at those, at those 250 levels for us to play via options on NVDA. All right, there's that breakout, Sharif. Let's see if this is going to be continued. A 5-minute time frame, not looking too good from a volume standpoint. Stair step down. Really need to see that to uptick in order for us to get involved in it once again. 738, a support level here on SPY, so not too bad. And the exact same thing happened 708 here on the NASDAQ. Choppy stuff here today. Tesla not finding any form of a bottom, so we'll be patient. We'll look for some more opportunities, but that's what just be patient, guys. If you're sitting on a substantial amount of cash, there's no reason, in my opinion, for you to chase price. You can just collect cash on the lower end. Obviously, as I mentioned before, it's not going to be the same amount as appreciation within the underlying asset, but it's better than nothing. And then you just wait for price to fall into your lap and you get assigned. While you're doing so, you have the ability to collect some passive income.
Well said, man. And that's obviously very wise and quite strategic.
Continuing to watch mRNA, a couple of names I want to bring your attention to. SEGG, a name that's been mentioned multiple times by people in the chat, is also making a bigger move here up into $1.91. If I can just pull over the side chart. SEGG, it's, liquidity is a bit of an issue with this one. Sorry, let me just throw it onto the watch list here so I can get a better read on the volume. 2.41 million shares on a $1.88 name. And so, it is okay. What's the percentage up? 24.5. The spread is 3 pennies, which isn't too bad. Okay. It's easy to short as well. On my platform, about 350,000 shares available currently for short on SEGG, but you can't argue with price action. And $1.91 could see 2 shortly, up 23 and a fifth. Kind of a consolidative week. Good day yesterday. Got into that $1.50, held it today. So you got a couple of day rally on the daily. Yeah, well, it's one of these. That's normal, but it is stair-stepping up, and there's a key level of resistance at 150 that's cleared. For anybody looking for swings, this could see $3. First, you obviously have to clear 2. We've had resistance at 2. You can see 2.25 featured prominently earlier in the year, January to about the double top manifesting there in early February. So 2.25 plays a key area of resistance, but this one has a propensity to kind of break out. Like, look at that, January 20th, 465 high. But I would say a much more realistic target for the swingers, $3. That's a 200 exponential. But again, that's all predicated upon clearing that $2 area. So good look for SEG. Nothing I'm interested in currently at the moment, but what I am interested in is trying to work my way back in here on MRNO. Looking at the 5-second chart, 75 penny resistance. Are we making higher lows? Generally, but it could be a lower high here into 76, topping tail on the 5. Looking for trend resumption to hold it around 74 to 73. If it holds 74, 73, takes out 76, we could be making a move here back into 80. But it has to make consistently higher highs, and there you go. Failing again into 70. If it loses 70 here, this is trouble. All right, into 69, we've breached prior bar low now, and then I see support at around 65. Whether or not it loses 70, but the 5-second chart does not look good for this one. There we go. So you can kind of see the trend. This is the 5-second chart. And that's kind of the failure there. That's what I was saying. It has to kind of continue up with that push of higher lows and then higher highs through 76. Did the exact opposite. That lures you in, right? And then it fails down. So you got to continue to assume that the trend will be to the downside here, okay? And especially if it loses 69, because that's a failure of making a higher high, and now you're going to make lower lows. So that's exactly the opposite you're looking for if you're long. But if you're Luis Barbado,
I thought
salivating at this one. No, we don't have. We can. I'm sure Luis would.
He's in the chat. Yeah, he's in the chat.
Anytime he wants to come on, he's obviously
welcome. Yeah,
There's
exactly.
no question about that.
So guys, we're not getting that breakout. I see a couple people mentioning FIG heading back in towards the volume weighted average price. Really nice play. You can see the trend now. So buyers stepped right back in. You have that aggressive selling, but then sure enough, there's a couple indecision prints along the way that showed us that we were going to hold trend, and then now we're starting to reject VWAP. Failed the breakout here on IBIT. No buyer stepping in, no demand north of this resistance zone, and we haven't actually, yes, we did. This morning I was talking about a specific level on the options chain that we can classify as a resistance zone and a supply zone, and that was at 48. We tank off of 45.63, so we weren't fortunate enough in order to get to that level. But now what are we starting to see? A massive supply zone at 45. So this is going to be our potential ceiling here on the day on IBIT. $45, 80,000 contracts that are going to be expiring in the matter of 2.5 hours. Or no, what am I talking about? 3.5 hours there roughly. So keep an eye out on this one. Short might be the play. Do we re-engage in this one? I don't know if we're going to. Price is really starting to compress, but what we need in order for us to take an additional trade on this position, on that specific name, is volume stepping in. And it's doing what the overall market is. It's just chopping around a lot of overlapping candles, and that's not exactly what I'm looking for. I want to find some form of a trend with a pullback, with any form of indecision that says, hey, let's start to re-engage in on this, all right? So that's our narrative. Let's head back to our watch list.
Elon is nuts.
What do you
see the video of him taking different pictures at the meeting with President Xi and all the other business leaders there? So it's like the Xiaomi guy wanted to take a picture with him. And he was so annoyed.
Oh, was he actually?
Because they make sick electric vehicles, right?
Yeah.
Xiaomi makes everything, though.
Xiaomi makes everything. They have the phone
right?
and everything.
And then, like, he's with, like, Tim Cook. He's acting a fool, bro. He's such a child.
I would be the biggest fool, too, if I was the richest man on the planet.
And he brought his kid with him. And his kid is he's getting a little bit more behaved from what I've noticed lately. I think he's getting used to the limelight.
Yeah,
he brings his kid everywhere.
His kid used to be running around.
Yeah, Donald didn't like his kid, apparently, if you believe the rumors, of course.
Really?
Yeah. That's what people said.
Oh, well, that seems like Donald's fault.
Well, I mean, he's an elderly man.
I understand.
They kind of run out of patience with kids at that age, right?
Some kids are annoying.
My dad's like that.
Does he?
Yeah. Doesn't like little kids yelling.
Yeah. Hey, man, it is what it is. We were all little kids at once, but they can get annoying. But
exactly. Rich with a $2 super chat. I think this is directed to you, Joey.
Yes, sir.
SPY, May 20th, 7:45 calls. What do you think?
What are we sitting at right now? Willis? 741. What was our high of the day? We could take a look at that. A lot of options activity coming in today. I love it. Keep it coming, guys. Big, strong up move. Hangry Wife, keep rocking and rolling on that one. So congratulations to everybody who happened to buy that dip below some of our entry prices here today. So yeah, a good one. Buyers stepping right back in. We got the 20th. That is going to be the day that Nvidia reports 5 days from now, 7:45. 7:45. Those are $280 right now. So I mean, hey, what we need is the market to bounce. We can pull this up. And are we? Could we found a temporary top, as Neil would like to say? I think that could be the case. 745 doesn't put us at an all-time high, but maybe you see some form of a rebound. I do believe there's going to be a pullback. Do we want to be buying long contracts right now that are that expensive? That's a question that you need to ask yourself. For me, it's probably going to be no unless there's an earnings report. And are you going to get those strong volatility upticks? Don't forget, maybe go a day after just in case Nvidia decides to soar and it helps drag the SPY up with it. Other than that, I think that's a decision you need to make. What are you willing to risk on that one?
Yeah, good analysis. I'm just looking here, some more headlines coming out of the meeting between President Trump and President Xi. Looks like the market's a little disappointed here, Joey, that there was no chip deal at least announced. In fact, I think when asked point blank, President Trump said the H200 wasn't even brought up.
I don't know, because we just read the other day. I think it's still the tennis match still goes on. Right, Sharif? Because it was like the morning before when he first arrived, or the day after or something. We're like, okay, 10 companies are going to receive the H200. But now there's not. I mean, it's been that. This has been the whole story. They want them, they don't want them. They're getting them, they're not getting them.
Yeah.
So I think we still.
I feel like
I don't know what's going on.
Is like not even like dabbling in this. That this is like really some other bureaucrat who's kind of holding this up. I don't know, the Politburo or what's happening over there, but. Yeah, it looks like as if maybe, a little disappointed here in Chipland that nothing was agreed to. I hope there's a bit of a follow-up, right? Because we talked a lot about the importance of the Chinese market. Now, you don't want to sell them your best stuff, clearly, right? No. And that's the point.
And that was going to be my question to you. Do you think it gets to the point where if they really want to be exposed into the Chinese market, they just say, hey, all right, never mind this lesser version. We're just going to give you our best stuff?
I think they would meet insane opposition from government.
Probably.
Both Democrats and Republicans seem to be a little bit in consensus on this issue. You see the tech guys, they want to sell their best products for obvious reasons. They want
the cash.
No, but I don't think you'll be met with a lot of political consensus on that. And don't undercut the fact that the Chinese want to advocate for a domestic alternative. So they're also motivated for their companies not to buy American tech.
Exactly. Yeah,
they want Huawei and SMIC, which is like the biggest chip maker in the world, by the way. We know very little about. It's delisted now on North American markets. SMIC.
You know what I think?
Check it out.
You know what I think needs to happen is just cut this frenemy. That's how you say it, right? Like
frenemy,
right. Crap. And just work together. Think about the potential. The two largest economies on the planet working hand in hand. Like,
I know.
You think how much more money you would actually make opposed to competing?
There can only be one.
No, that's not true, man. Like, we're going through an industrial revolution, right? And that doesn't mean there has to be one clear-cut winner.
I don't know. Have you remember the Cold War? The Soviets and the Americans, and it was.
But imagine if you put that to the side, what you could do, bring over whatever tech. Like you'll have wins and losses on both sides. Like if you allow Chinese EVs into the States, that is absolutely destroyed. But and we talked about this before. What does that make the Americans company to? It forces them to be more innovative and find a way, right? So if you allow that, again, it may be a double-edged sword. And the same thing, if you sell your best chips to them, well, it's a win-win. They're going to be creating things that you can take technology from, but you're also going to be collecting a crazy amount of revenue at the exact same time.
In theory, you're right, but you understand, like they repurpose these chips for military purposes, right? And then you give them an advantage.
militarily, and that's
but
not
if you don't-
pleasing to anybody.
If there's no reason to fight, then you don't need it for military purposes. You know what I mean? I understand I'm talking about a perfect world right now.
Yeah, you're talking about a utopia.
Exactly,
And I just don't
man.
think that it's realistic because
it's not. I know it's
your
not.
interests are always adverse. You're trying to push your companies, I'm trying to push mine. There's a finite market, right? I respect what you're saying, ideally, but I just don't think it happens, Joe.
It would never happen. That's the unfortunate.
But you heard them use that sort of language, right?
Yeah.
He's like, she specifically, whose statement was very scripted. Donald's, as per usual, was off the cuff. But she said, like we should be working on the problems of our time together. He said all the right things, man. You know what it's shades of? Gorbachev and Reagan, a little bit.
Okay, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, so you had basically the last Soviet leader. He was a reformist, right? And then Reagan took a very aggressive position with communism, and they liked each other. They genuinely liked each other. I think Xi and Trump actually like each other.
Yeah.
But the systems are what they are, brother. They're not going to get over that, right? I don't know. Tony says not quite. Well, it's obviously different characters on both guys. I was looking here at some headlines with Apple and Intel. Interesting. Looks like Apple set to be cultivating Intel to become a long-term key supplier, says Ming-Chi Kuo. So he said that his latest industry checks on Apple and Intel partnership indicate that Apple has kicked off a low-end legacy iPhone/iPad/Mac processors at Intel using their 18A node. It's the 18AP series specifically. What is this? 4VOS packaging. We've been talking a lot about how Intel actually has an advantage here for packaging, especially if you want to kind of reshore a lot of the process. Packaging is going to be first among them, I think, for Intel. So nice to see that you're getting semi-fab here and you're getting packaging. Going on, the order mix is roughly 80% iPhone, again, low-end legacy iPhone, not the high-end stuff. Mirroring Apple's end device sales mix, Apple's wafer plans at Intel reflect the technology lifecycle of the 18AP series. There's also going to be small-scale testing in 26, with ramping up in 27 and continued growth into 28, and then a decline in 29. I'd like an explanation on that. Apple is also actively evaluating Intel's other advanced nodes, specifically, of course, 14A, doesn't say that here. Intel's mass production timeline and shipment scale remain unclear, and assemblers/EMS have not yet seen any shipment schedules. Intel's 2027 yield target is, if you're going along here, one of Intel's major problems at their new fab, whether it was 18A or 14A, their yields were crap, relative, of course, to Taiwan Semi. What yield is when you put in the wafer, right, which is like this, obviously, a circle. You throw it in, and then they're cut up into like little, squares. And the percentage of those squares, which are each chip that's actually usable, that's what the yield is. Continue on, even if Intel's initial shipments go smoothly, TSMC will still retain over 90% of the supply share. The analyst said Apple is systematically cultivating Intel to become a long-term key supplier. That should be interesting. Again, I think this is all geopolitics at work here. I don't even think Apple wants to. I think this is Donald putting a lot of pressure on local companies.
Absolutely right. It's just, I don't think the coincidence is too real in order for them to. Okay, there goes something going on maybe here in the crypto territory, guys. As we have we had a flush down, and then now we're getting bought right back up, and a nice print there. Volume on the lower. But maybe we take a stab here. I think there might be a potential move. If it breaks down, then so be it. So the defense isn't something that I necessarily want to see, but you flush down, and then you're immediately bought right back up. And the wedge that I'm referring to, 5-minute hammer, right at the volume-weighted average price. So there's a couple stars aligning. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something step in momentarily, and we can break through this resistance zone. I talked about the supply at 45, so this might be a little bit of a headwind here for us on this specific name. But other than that, we're going to take the shot. We're going to take the opportunity. We're only giving this a couple of cents worth of 10 cents to be exact. We're in at 92s. We're out at 82s. It's that simple. And if it doesn't break up, that just shows that it's a false move right now. But what we have compared to earlier in the session, and I mean, we're talking about almost 1 o'clock at this point, and you have an increase in an uptick in volume, that shows that there might be something about to happen here in Bitcoin. If it doesn't, then hey, we get caught in that false breakup, and that's what Michael Nuss was talking about. You get caught up in breakouts more often than they actually work. So, and Neil will say the exact same thing. So with that being said, there could be an inverse play to be had here. But I like what we're seeing, consistent higher lows and some real indecision price starting to compress on these ones. So let's head back to the actual options chain and see if there's anything that's changed, considering we did have that volume uptick. It didn't close, that print didn't close how I wanted it to. On this bad boy, we don't want to give back too much on the day, but if we give back a little bit, you have to take the shots you miss on. Now, as for 45.87, no, nothing's really changed. Increase in volume, obviously, as contracts open and close as we near the end of this session. I mean, there's still a couple of hours left, 3 hours to be exact, 3 hours and 10 minutes. So let's see what we can get. Come on, Bitcoin. Bang, 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 bang. Only hit the stone cold once here today. If we get that breakout, it's going to be a good one.
It is, man. It's going to be a good one anyway, bro.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I can't wait to get outside, man.
I'm playing tennis with Juan. We're gonna smash some tennis tomorrow. He apparently is good, and he has his racket, and his stuff came. That's why he left. His stuff came early.
What do you mean?
Because he got it shipped from Malaysia.
His racket and stuff?
Everything, his stuff. He's
Okay.
gonna be here for 6 months, right? He's got to have a couple of things.
I don't know who won. Juan. Yeah.
Well, the viewers don't know him yet, but they'll find out soon enough.
Oh, you guys are running some
running some
nice,
tennis,
man,
baby.
Nice. Is he? You don't have to answer. He's staying near you, or
He's staying downtown. I'm coming down.
Okay, all right, man. Enjoy.
Yeah,
man.
anybody
Have
who's
fun,
game for tennis, bro, I'm gonna entertain.
I
that
don't have the
medium.
I don't have the agility right now, man.
That's all good, bro. Soon. It'll be ripping soon. Sorry, guys. I don't like anything. Nothing is setting up in a good way at the moment, at least in small cap gap. So I do apologize for not being in a position for about half an hour or so. But ERNA, I do want to mention this, and shout out to TT Mass. Thank you for calling this out, brother. Multiple halts here, and I don't know what the hell is going on with this, but it just ripped up. I was trading at about 12 bucks, 13 bucks. Now it's halted a little bit south of 15, 14.92 ERNA, the ticker. I'm just looking at the blotter super quick, see if I can look for an explanation. There we go. Well, this all came earlier, though. Let me double check here. Nope, this did not come earlier. Volatility halt. Here it is, circuit breaker. This is all circuit breaker, therapeutic trading names. I'm assuming this has something to do maybe with cutting edge gene editing. I don't know if this has anything to do with hantavirus, but it's just give me circuit breaker. Go ahead, Adara.
I always check social media for these. There's not much on social media either, so people aren't like super looking at this, which is also interesting. There's not a lot of talk.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything either, quite frankly, but 14.92 halt. Keep your eye out on this one, obviously. So this is, that's what I'm telling you. People are yelling about AWD, pardon me. AWD. Let's have a look. Yeah, oh, that's the daily. 5 minute. Yeah, okay, guys, it's not ripping. Still lower highs, but yes, it is popping off that 175 high, trying to breach 2. In fact, it got into 210. You know what I'm going to say about this, though? Like, I need to start seeing higher highs, right? Like, this is what catches my attention, these lower highs. That all ends with a move above 2 1/5, 2 1/4. It breaches the double top that we have here, Joey, at 1030, 1035, 1040. So yes, AUUD, pardon me, looking good, but it's going to show a little bit more. Now, testosterone replacement therapy has rejected 20, as we kind of guessed. And I want to mention that it is now coming in pretty close to VWAP. There could be buyers here. Again, underline that could be, but this could be a money fill at VWAP on TRT. You need to exercise caution here. It is a bit spready. As I see it right now, TRT's got a 10-penny spread, but that can be as wide, I think, as 20 or 30 pennies. I've seen now showing 13. But anyway, keep your eye here on TRT. A possible, dip buy. Price 770 candle low, VWAP 758 or 7 high 50s. That basically means we're in and around there. I think ERNA opened up. Did it? Yes, it's open. 16. Okay, let's load this up on a trading screen here. It's dropping though. Let's have a quick look. Probably not going to trade Pi for the rest of the day, but ER. Sorry guys, ERNA. All right. Halt down. It's in a halt down parameter, and it's halted down now. Halted down, 13:43 halt time, 12:54.09. Top showing 13:18. It was just at 12. We're going to keep right back to 12. So this is a little illiquid, obviously, guys. We haven't done a million shares on the day, and we may suffer from illiquidity for the rest of the day if this keeps halting up and down. 683,000 shares done so far. So something to be on the lookout for there. But again, TRT coming into VWAP. Now this is where we loaded up and take a better look at it. I'm pretty sure I had it up on this screen, and I did. There it is, TRT, right into that 1750 level. Again, I'm not going to buy a falling knife, but I'm definitely interested in seeing if it holds up here, moseying on in, getting in, maybe an 18B quarter, looking for 18.5. We can break trend into 19. I think that puts us in a position to break 20. But it was an obvious double top at 20 and followed by a bunch of lower highs and lower lows, taking us down to VWAP, Joey.
All right, good stuff.
BuzzFeed's moving again, I guess.
BuzzFeed's
We're yelling
saving
about that.
lives here. Oklahoma, Lone Wolf, Oklahoma.
MRNO's
City.
curling. MRNO's curling. Multiple bottoming tail candles into 65, and here it is into 70. Be careful with this one. But it is curling, though, and they're showing you there's a lot of buyers at 65 on MRNO, but there's equally as aggressive sellers at around 70 pennies. 70-ish pennies reject. That's a lower high, and we're going to lose 65. If we retake 75, we could be on the move here to take out 82. So MRNO still in focus, but it's got to decisively clear 70. If it fails that low 70 area, it's going to be likely a flat bottom break through 65.
All right, good stuff, man. We're still watching this price compress here on IBIT. It's going to go one way or the other. Excuse me. Could break down and we see some aggressive selling, or we get some form of a recovery here on IBIT. So let's continue to focus on this one as we're heading right back towards our entry price. A nice uptick there, flush to the downside. I'm like, no, don't get us on this one. But the one thing that I'm keeping an eye out on here is just that the fact that we have from 9:30 out of the open until 10 a.m. So it's a half an hour of just aggressive selling. And why am I classifying that? We can see that the candles are straight down, but look at the volume by time supporting it, right? Like, and then after this selling happens, this aggressive selling happens, what happens to the volume by time? It just absolutely falls off a cliff. So it's really cooled down. And if you see these participants, if they haven't offloaded all of their inventory and they decide to step back in, they've chopped up enough. They're not really, or sorry, other people are just getting chopped up within this range like myself, and they're like, oh, okay, we're ready to move price a little bit lower, and the heavier shareholders step in and decide to offload the inventory, then it's see you later, right? It's down to the downside and potentially testing the low of the day. What does it look like on a daily? Yeah, that's a play. Is really hurting us there, guys. It doesn't want to seem to break. We run into 45.95, and then that was as high as we could potentially go. I mean, are we on the backside of this trend? We do have a couple of opens on the south side, so maybe we need to be alarmed. And what was I referring this previous up rally to? Kind of what we had here before. So you take the aggressive leg lower, you rally up, and then it's flush city after that point. And the exact same narrative may happen if this trend line breaks and it really starts to get going. Then it's not going to be a pretty look in Bitcoin. And I say this pretty much every day. We're still down 37%. Right? I don't mean to rub it in, and you guys know that I have been in everything from crypto individuals and stuff like that. So it's just really unfortunate. And I think the scenario is even worse in Ethereum, ETHA, right? So Ethereum, we got to wait a little bit for this one to get rocking and rolling again. 37, you're down 53%. You were down 60% off of those highs. And I remember with Tom Lee, I mean, we all point the finger at Tom Lee, and I get it. You have to make your own decisions at the end of the day. But it's crazy to think that we were talking about seeing $15,000 on Ethereum, and it sells off around just below 5,000. It goes pretty much 5K, and then it's just like, yeah, okay, 3X that? No. Considering what all the blockchain talks that we had going on. It's really unfortunate, man, because I understand why we're not seeing that much attraction within these assets is because it's like, who wants to sit through these 60% pullbacks? And we were talking about the treasury plays, the Bitcoins and the ETHAs, the IBITs and the ETHAs, hopefully removing some of the volatility within the class, and that hasn't been the case whatsoever, right? So it's really unfortunate, and I can understand that people are like, hey man, we've lost a lot of money in this stuff. I don't feel like doing so anymore. I'm gonna go put it in towards something else, and whether it be the chip trade or something else along those lines, the banks or whatever's in vogue, you have to wait for those new wave of participants to step in and who find the cryptocurrencies attractive at the levels that they're currently trading at. And I don't think we're seeing that right now, to be honest with you, Sharif.
Yeah. Well, at least we're off the 60s.
Yeah, at least we're off the lows.
floor, you know what I mean? Yeah.
You got to take it for what it is.
Yeah,
I agree. At least we're not continuously selling. So.
No, I feel like there's some good news coming to the crypto section as well. We see with the
clarity.
Yeah, exactly. Coming in, hopefully here we're in MRNO now. We got 69s. Here comes 72. Looking for a breakout into 73. Looking for the move through. This is curling and it's changing trend, but we're not out of the wire. We're not even close. We got to get above 75 for this to decisively change trend. I don't want to take anything out here. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. Simple. I'm looking for a 65 hold generally, and I'm looking for a bigger move. We have higher lows. We have higher highs. However, we do have overhead resistance. And so the sellers could be using that to force us down, right? Whether or not we complete the U, the curl, we'll have to wait and see. But this is my out right here. Right through 65. So we're going to give this one the old college try. HYLN just made the same higher high. I was trying to load that one up. I didn't really like the volume on that one. I saw it moments ago. Let me just have a quick look again. Yeah, brother, there. Oh, that's a 5-second chart. My bad. That's why. Excellent call on HYLN. Say less on that one. We're going to take off BuzzFeed here because I don't want to trade that. HYLN, great call on that. HYLN. We'll have to execute on that momentarily, but a great flat top breakthrough on HLYN. Who called that out? I want to give him credit. Where the hell is their name? Sammy G, New Zealand. Shout out to you, brother. Great call. This is the look of HYLN at the moment. A very, very obvious bull flag pattern. I think that's one that we can all say. We see on the chart there. And then you get the flat top break, the resistance area break through 435. Quite clear in my humble submission. It's also led up to with higher lows. So the buyers, what this means, for those who are like, why is he pointing out these chart patterns? What do these mean? Well, it means something. It means that buyers are picking it up at higher and higher prices, right? But when you get these area rejections, it means there's a seller there. So if we can remove the seller, that opens up the move above. And that's exactly what we got there. Beautiful move up into 458. We're going to continue to watch this one and see what it has to offer. I wouldn't mind, trying to pick up maybe a move back down into the 440s, maybe mid to low 440s. Typically, I don't like to see a move right back down to 435. That's if it even lets you. It's on its horse here. Here comes 460. HYLN is rapid. Let's throw that up on the side chart over here, Joey. So we can get an updated price. Otherwise, these charts, they're quite finicky. They don't like to update the price and the percentage up and down on the day unless they're put in on the side chart there, Joey. So, you can talk to your boys at IB.
I'll call them.
You gonna give them a call? All right. Shout out to Joey's killing me. Buvin's talking about HYLN as well. Everybody and their mother is talking about HYLN. It's the one that's in vogue right now. Let's pull it up on a trading screen, Assassino. And we can't even do that properly because probably on the NY, and there it is. There we go. So it's a NYSE stock, but it's looking pretty good. And the volume profile really picking up locally. I want to say around 1 o'clock, 5.875 million shares, a 1 penny spread, a respectable spread here, one that we can definitely work with. The volume definitely picking up a little bit. It wasn't great earlier on. You can kind of see the volume bars was okay, especially during this consolidative area. But yeah, I want to see it move down possibly into the 440s. Oh, I'm going to get stopped out here of MRNO if it loses 65. This could be a lower high, and now we're about to get stopped out. We'll take the first L on the day here on MRNO if we lose 65. But hey, got to try. This was what I was concerned about, is that it ends up making a lower high relative to that 80 penny high, and then we get flat bottom through 65. That hasn't quite happened yet, but I'm not feeling optimistic about a move here into 80, Joey.
All right, good stuff, man. We're just it's the same thing, right? Like it's one thing or the other is going to happen considering how long it's been moving sideways for. Right out of the gate from 10 o'clock this morning, now we're sitting at 1. So 3 hours of just sideways consolidation. At some point, you're going to break. Now we have to be prepared to get out if it's against us. You can see that we're continuously rejecting the volume weighted average price, and we have to be prepared to see what's going on if it climbs to the top side. All right, so we have to take some profits, especially if the volume isn't supporting it. I have no issues with kicking this to the curb here on the day if it doesn't work. Right, it's going to be our last attempt on this bad boy for the intraday session, and then we're going to find something that has a little bit more orderly price action. At that point, if we hold to our stop, we will give back a little bit more on our day, and it's just kind of been a couple of paper cuts since that point, right? So we don't want to continuously do that thing. 2:30, like 2:30, 3 o'clock, there's going to be some good quality opportunities, whether it be via TSLA or something along those lines. So bear with me, be patient, and let's put on some high quality trades. That's the narrative of what we got.
Bang.
But bang, man, this isn't even going. This isn't doing what we want to. Let's head over to TikTok. I'm sure our good friend. Oh, you sent me a video?
I sent it so that I can use it myself.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
sorry.
Bravely asking us a couple of things. Let's head over to TikTok and see what everyone else has got going on there. Follow live here. Follow live. Mealy for a bounce. I think that's probably more or less Sharif's world. MELI. Let's see.
Melly? No, man, that's a big time.
Mercado Libre. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
it's a big company.
That is a big time company. All right, Mercado Libre for a bounce.
Big in Assassino. Do they operate in Brazil?
Brazilian.
A lot. Assassino said they're in Brazil. I know they're in Latin America, pretty prevalent. They're from Argentina. Yeah.
So is my barber.
The Brazilians and the Argentinians get along, right, Assassino? There's no really okay. I'm not saying that one out loud there.
Haters, man.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
These guys, I know why. They all wish they had Messi. Probably.
They all feud, right? But some of it's due to soccer rivalry, right?
It's all soccer.
Yeah.
He's South American.
I want to show this, Joey. This is Joby Aviation, and this was the move there. The inaugural flight in New York kind of takes off there, and then we talked about this, right? This is kind of right into downtown Manhattan, connects into JFK. So this is how many engines is that? That's 6. So you got 3 at the front, 3 at the back, right? Vertical takeoff and landing. What I want to point out, Joey, is that look at this. So the propellers change angles.
Yeah, that's it.
Right? So then you've got the vertical aspect of it. Then once you get the altitude, you change it straight so that you can fly just level, and it kind of kicks off there. Let's skip to the end there, see how it looks. This is pretty sick, bro.
It is pretty cool.
That's 6 engines. Yeah, 4 at the front, 2 at the back. That's my mistake there.
It looks like a plane, though.
It does look like a plane, right? I'm assuming it could also land on water at some point, right? But
you know what that's going to probably be. Yeah. I mean, there it is. It's the same thing with Jamaica. They don't like some of the islands. For some reason, Trinidad is like
really
arch rivals.
There,
yeah. I don't even know why. Yeah. Anyways, planes. Well, yeah. I mean, they do. So there we go, guys. We got an uptick, and we broke through the resistance zone in IBIT, but it was just immediately met by defense. So we have pressure there. We tapped into 44.94. And came right back in. Would like to see a little bit more volume step in with that, but we didn't get it. I just have a hunch something's going to happen, but excuse me, the more we reject this level, the less I truly like it. And if we break a shelf, I may just be getting caught in some chop here, and I have to be prepared to accept the fact that I'll be getting out at a bad time, or it's going to rip without me if we do get out of that time. So, yeah.
I'm talking to Fabian. Fabian's like, I sent you a picture of this airplane. This is the V2 Osprey, bro. This airplane, if you're a military person in the States, you have mixed feelings about this airplane.
Why?
It took them a lot of time to get this right. It killed a lot of people.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's again, the propellers, they allow it to take off vertically, and then they adjust mid-flight to be forward-facing. And a lot of crashes. This is the V2 Osprey. Bro, this thing's been in development since the 80s. They're getting it right 40 years later.
That's all right. At least they're getting it right.
Yeah.
I mean...
Well, yeah, of course, but I'm not saying...
So that's the major difference is just the vertical takeoff.
Yeah,
right?
But this is not electrical engines. This is just a regular jet engine,
diesel,
right?
Or jet fuel.
Yeah. I see Travman's talking. He's talking about it right now. I knew that a lot of people would, not like that airplane because, well, it could have killed some of your family. Right? I mean, a lot of people died, my understanding. HCWB's ripping here. It's reawakening. Found support clearly at the dollar here, Joey, or a little bit south of the dollar. Looks like a 99 penny low, but ripped up into 123. That was kind of a double top that sent it lower. It held generally, I want to say, that pre-market top that we essentially had from 720 into about 905, took off a little bit before the implied balance open. The implied balance price right at 950 is in fact the high of the day, and we've been putting in lower lows and lower highs since that time. So this is a key breakout here, but there was clearly a buyer 99-ish area. So HCWB back in vogue here. MRNO, the exact opposite look. It is bleeding and bleeding quite aggressively. There's 65 where we got stopped out. Now it's at 59.86. 57.50 looks to be the volume weighted average price, give or take. It's lost the 10, it's lost the 20. It could find some support at 60 pennies here, just based on the fact that it is the 60 penny level. But I also want to mention that HYLN is continuing to look really good. 4 2/3 probably is on the move here to the $5 area. I don't want to pick it up at highs, but I also want to point out the fact that it hasn't made any lower lows right now. On the 5-minute chart, every subsequent candle has a higher low than the preceding candle. So HYLN looking pretty looking pretty good for the trend here.
Okay.
Shout out to Lettuce Go TV dropping 2 in the chat. Shop, you think you can get it to 104 today? Well, I'll just speak for myself. I can't. Maybe Joey can, but we'll have a look to see what the TA looks like for you, brother, in and around 104.
On Shop?
Yep.
I want to get out of
Good
this.
Canadian company, my boy.
You're talking about beak weather. This is a beak sweater, man.
Beak sweater right there.
IBIT.
There we go.
Okay.
Shop looks good. You want it to get to 104. Maybe on the close, like if there's a big market on close order pushing this one up, you would also have to breach the highs from the 12th. What day was that? So this is Friday, Thursday, Wednesday. Tuesday's high, 103 and a half, 103 and a quarter. 104, why? Do you have options in there, I'm assuming?
Ooh.
Something 104. 104 also, it's a local area high back from, I guess, the 11th as well. I don't know, brother. It looks like it's based out nicely here at 95, making some higher lows and higher highs. It could be making its way onto 104. If I guessed, I think, the market would really have to catch a nice uptrend here for this one to make 104. It's already up 3.5% on the day. It's not a small company. It's $130 billion market cap. But, what do you think? You want to comment on that? Anything,
we can
with respect to calls?
And I've been talking about IBIT here for I think a little bit too long. There's a massive volume spike, the largest.
$100 calls.
The massive volume spike, the largest since 10:15 this morning. Let's pull up Shopify here.
Pull up.
Shout out to O Canada.
I feel like it's very quiet today on the set. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah. I mean, it is a Katina man's. He's usually rolling it, strolling.
There's usually a lot of people coming in and out. A lot of
people are home. Randy's not here today either. So
yeah, that's true.
So shout out to him. Shop, split up here. Get it. Randy is right. Shopify back up to $100. Thing out here and see what we got going on.
Get it, Joey.
Oh yeah, I mean, when did they say when those contracts expire?
Jesse Martinez wants to know where you cop that piece.
I think it's H&M. H&M.
Hey, there you go.
Nothing special. It's not like Neil over there.
What's Neil got on? He's got the collar on.
Tapped in, yeah.
Is that the cardigan?
Yeah,
that's the cardigan right there.
Tapped in, man.
Hey, no, that's just a V-neck zip-up. That's not a cardigan.
You got the quarter zip
Get
on
it, Neil.
I think by the end of the day, it might be a little bit of a stretch, but maybe in the near future, if this name has bottomed, then you might see a pop up into 104. That's nothing outstanding. You said you had the $100 calls or something along those lines. 104. Just make sure that you have plenty of time. Even if it happens in a couple of days, and if you do hit your target, be prepared to take some out. So that's that narrative here. Oh man,
it's so funny.
So what I'm doing here, guys, is that I'm anticipating a breakout instead of participating, and we're just not getting that right now in Bitcoin. So I got to get prepared to hop out of this thing. I know I've been talking about it for quite some time, but this is my second largest position of the day, and there it goes to the downside.
Anything,
yeah,
bro.
that's it. I think I'm just gonna hop out. It's no point in just kind of like beak sweating over here when you don't need to. Why would you ask me then, Jesse? Let's get out of this name. All right, that's it with Bitcoin. We'll change up our charting here, Sharif, and we'll find something else to trade.
Bloom Energy Gate is getting clipped, bro. We're down 7 1/3 on this name. Did we make all-time highs yesterday? Yeah, we made all-time highs, and we get clipped 7 1/3 on the way down, man. Yeah, it's still bull flagging though. I mean, let's go through the sectors, guys. Let's see what's strong, what's on sale, what we're interested in picking up. Let's have a look, of course, at the Meta. Man, Meta having a decent day over here. At least it's not as negative as some others. Meta's still on a bit of a downtrend. I feel like Meta's still, not ready to be picked up quite yet. 550 seems to be a recurring level here, or at least mid 500s for META. Let's look a little bit down. This is the softy change in trend. Now we're getting some decent moves here on softy. I feel like we've maybe based out at around 360, and we've been putting in this interesting area of support at 400 as of late on Microsoft. A bit of a range though, wouldn't you say, guys? About a lot of 430 resistance and a lot of 400 support. I wonder if that jives with the what's it called market, the options market. Let me take a quick look on my other chart there. I want to see if that 430 is the simple moving average at the 200, because 440 is the exponential. So let's quickly flip to the daily here. No, in fact, the simple is a lot higher, 462. So the exponential still a little bit lower. So I anticipate resistance at around the 200, right? And that you remember we got the death cross here on softy back in I want to say mid to late January. So Microsoft, an interesting name, especially with that Ackman pickup. That could, get some passive buying from retail as well as other hedge funds who may be interested in his position. Intel, I think, is a definite buy. You pick this up on sale. And people may think that that's crazy. I don't think it's crazy. I think this is a very geopolitically supported name going forward, like for multiple years. So $100 is an absolute buy for me on Intel. That's just speaking for myself, never financial advice for anybody else, but I'd be picking up Intel at $100. I've never had the opportunity to get Intel. I didn't really know if the story was going to manifest. Bless you, Ram. So I'm looking for Intel at $100, especially with that 135. You're getting it 35% off, and that's kind of the way I view it there. So Intel, an interesting area. The memory names, I've also never dabbled in any of the memory names. In fact, SNDK bucking the trend. It and Qualcomm, the only two names on my semiconductor watch list, which are green on the day. I don't think I'm going to touch any of the memory names. I get it. They're not even trading that high forward earnings. I'm hearing Micron and SanDisk are trading in single digits, low double digits forward PE or earnings, one of the two, which is quite cheap when you compare it to other semiconductor names. So I get, fundamentally, these could still be priced relatively well, but they're just so high beta for me that I'd just rather stay away. There's other things I can get into. Micron, also another 5% negative Vil. Let's see if 700 features here on Micron. We've been almost up to 825. You've definitely got resistance here into the 690s. You assume 700 would probably be that magnetic pull down that some people could be looking at. It also is just a little bit lower than the 10 EMA, about 712 or so. So that's what I would think there. Let's move down the list, see what else could be a pickup. I wouldn't pick up, any of these, more of these analog chip names like MCHP or TXN. I get there's a good tailwind for these bad boys, but I'd rather stay with the more advanced chip making plays. I mean, the chip makers like AMAT. Didn't AMAT have earnings yesterday? Yeah, it did. It popped up quite nice into 475. It looks like it got sold off with the weaker market today. That's another name, and I think that they did quite well on earnings. Again, I missed today's news cycle, but I did catch that one in the aftermarket yesterday. ASML also getting clipped, probably due to the lack of a deal between President Trump and President Xi on chips. 1600's been a really tough area for ASML to clear. You'll recall back in late January when earnings, it had a pre-market move into about 1600, and 1600's been a really, really tough area for ASML to clear, which is fine because this is what keeps me motivated. These higher lows, I think it's sooner rather than later. We close above 1600, but 1600 a key technical area for ASML. A lot of obviously red today in microchip semiconductor world, so
Lumentum as well, getting clipped, but getting a little bit bought off. Since the open, it's up 3%, still down 3 1/3 on a day. This is also having a lot of trouble closing above 1,000. I get it's been above that, 1,080, but most of the closing prints, for the exception of a few, having trouble with that 1,000. I still am buoyed by the higher lows. I think that's pretty operative. That Neil Zingle dropping 20 in the chat. Hey guys, Sharif. I gotta read these first. You look like a young Mansoor Bahrami today, the great tennis player. Boring market day. Can you take a minute and go over the options on Nvidia and how price walls are in play currently? That's Joey's world, the options world. We'll definitely look at that for you. But I want to know who this Mansoor Bahrami is.
Pull that guy up, man.
Huh?
While you pull him up, we'll talk a little bit about Nvidia and what we got going on over here. Yeah, there goes Fig, holding up some of these levels, man. We may as well just stick with that name if it's going to be working out for us here. We took 2 attempts on Bitcoin, no go on that one. So we're going to put that one we got to kick it to the curb.
He's Iran. He's Persian French.
You don't really, yeah, I mean, I can see the resemblance there. How these walls come into play, this is Shopify, so we're not going to see anything along those lines. But again, there's nothing outstanding, right? Like, we're talking about a couple of days after the report. There's nothing from a call wall standpoint all the way up into $250, right? And even so, that's not substantial. We've seen some levels grow, but nothing crazy, especially from what we've seen before on previous earnings reports, where there is a very, very low chance that you have some of or you have some price action breaking through some of the strike prices, right? With what we're seeing right now is there's nothing crazy. I know I'm repeating myself, but 250, 63,000 is your next call wall leading into the report, and this is 2 days after. Usually we would start to see that pick up a little bit. That has not been the narrative this quarter. Adara.
Keep an eye here on ASTS pushing higher here after a release from the Federal Communications Commission, or the FCC, signals long-term support for space-based cellular networks through new spectrum action. So once again here, FCC announcing that support. This just came out through a public file release. If you guys want, I can drop this document into the chat for you all. ASTS pushing to the upside.
Here, that's what I want to hear. We're all waiting for that. Love it. Good look, man. I'm looking for this to really take off as an industry. Again, I looked into the reasons why. Remember, Jose, was telling me that they had to actually collaborate with terrestrial
with towers.
cell providers.
Yeah.
That's not for a technical reason, in the sense that the space-based satellites aren't sufficient in and of themselves.
Yeah.
It's more of the fact that they own the spectrums, and the fact that you have to license the spectrum off the owner of the spectrum, which is, again, auctioned off by government. So once the spectrum issue is obtained by these low Earth orbit then the telecom...
What is the spectrum? I don't know.
It's like gigahertz, megahertz. It's like the radio frequency off at which it goes. So, for example, I'm just giving you any numbers. Rogers will be like, say, 1900.
Yeah.
TELUS will be running on 1750.
Okay.
And that's their spectrum that they run off. And then, so that was my understanding when I looked into it, that there was really no reason.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying.
There was really no reason why you needed them in the way that Jose was trying to tell me.
All right, I see what you're getting at there. What was that? I mean, I was just like, yes, boom, CrowdStrike, 593. This thing's going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 8 days in a row. Green, even more. Actually, no, 7 days in a row for CrowdStrike. Yeah, just steady up and to the right.
Have you looked at divergence in market cap between Palo Alto and CrowdStrike now, or no?
Is it starting to converge, or
opposite, my friend? They were basically the same. You're talking about almost 200 billion market cap on PanW now. CrowdStrike is at 151. There's a big divergence, about 50 billion. That was not that way before. They were pretty close.
They were pretty close?
Yeah, my understanding, at least the way I recall it.
I
could be wrong.
I thought, so what I heard about that is that because PanW was the larger market cap name at the time.
It's almost the same, brother. I was thinking it was like 5 or 10 billion max.
Okay, yeah, I mean.
And difference between them. I could be wrong.
I don't know how we can find out a chart on that there.
You can probably find through AI. We'll have to double check it. You know what I've been doing? Since it hallucinates AI, is what I mean by it. I run the response and the question that I put into one AI into others, and then see if they double check it. You do it too, SSE, no? Exactly. Just because the hallucinations are what they are, right? Go ahead, Joe. I'm just going to find out here.
Yeah, are you going to look that up?
Yeah.
That's a good idea because I don't know how we would be diverging if they're both climbing up. I don't know how that would be. I don't know. I don't know if anything has to do with the float. I don't know.
Good question.
Yeah. We'll figure that out here momentarily. There goes NVDL to the top side. FIG right back at the volume weighted average price. There was a good dip buy opportunity there. So price compressing. We're talking about a choppy session, but yet the NASDAQ is at the high of the day. So we consolidated from 1010 all the way up to 1250, and then we decided to break the high of the day now. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. Neil and I were talking about this morning, just the fact that if you're patient enough to get that dip buy in, the SPY is starting to climb. So that's good stuff. See if JPM is participating, 298. It is not. These banks, man, I don't know what's going on with them. Or JPM, that is. Anyways, Morgan Stanley, how are you doing on today? Yesterday, it did tap into that new all-time high. Goldman Sachs was doing the exact same thing, pretty close to its all-time high. Not a horrible session here, but the largest market capitalization name not participating. Let's see what iBit just did. It might have broke out, to be honest with you. You dirty dog, you. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's right back up to the top. Flushes down into 84s. But you can see the market is starting to pick up some steam here, and it's mostly in FIG is looking pretty good now, guys. If you've been in off of those lows and there's a volume-weighted average price break, NVDL, I have that up there. I don't know why I have that. I should pull up NVDA just so we can see it a little bit cleaner. But consistent higher lows, right? We're not going to complain about that. Price was compressing, and then it decided to break to the top side. Q's here, once again, high of the day, and Tesla starting to pick up a little bit of momentum. So if you were fortunate enough to catch this one off of the bottom, channel break right here, trend break, 5-minute candle sits on the back side of it, and you're fortunate enough to catch a move all the way to VWAP.
No, it doesn't give you that info.
It doesn't give you that
I have
info?
to figure it out a different way. It's like just telling you random times. Oh, when they had platformization, their market cap was this and that. It's like, no, I'm asking for the overlap. But I'll
keep going. I can keep rambling on if you want to try a couple more.
QUCY is breaking out, Joey. I just want to cover this one, unless you have something important you want to cover.
No, go ahead. I'll try to find the answer to that.
Yeah, awesome. QUCY, guys, big move up. Let's load this one up on NQ. I put an alert for this one, which just rung through my ear. I put it at like 390. This one ripped into 420. So QUCY could be on the move here. Probably need to keep an eye out on this one. I'm seeing PII as well make a move. So it looks like these ones are back. QUCY is really starting to move. The tape is really picking up. The volume is really picking up. This could be ripping up here. I'm going to look for a move above 420. My side chart is not loading up, so I can't quite see what the 5 looks like. But don't forget, we did have some support here at 420, right over here. That was the halt up right around 4.25. We're right back into the 4 high teens. Let's see if the short sellers step in. Limit up currently is 438. So if we take out a lot of sellers, limit up 438. Look for that. Still showing 18s. Good look. Okay. So now we're above that halt level of 404. We're below the opening of the halt at 430. So we're kind of in no man's land here, a little bit of the gap in between this area. That's what I'm showing on the top screen there. 422 now showing up. The $0.25 is coming in here. Okay. QUCY. Let's see what this one has to offer here. I'm interested in this one, knowing full well that there is overhead resistance from that 10:30, 11 o'clock spike. So bag holders and short sellers could be earmarking that area for an exit or an entry, depending on whether they're short or getting out of their long. So I want to continue to watch. I want to see 4 as well. It's a good area of support. If it fails, does it come back down? Hold it. Here it comes. 4 single digits just showed up, low double digits. It's not a big QUCY, but it is a multi-day runner, right? So usually these ones have a reason why they're running multi-day. Otherwise, the shorts usually take them pretty down pretty quickly. Like these Chinese low float stocks that we often see make huge intraday moves. They almost always give up the ghost the next day or two. QUCY really hasn't done that. So continue to watch this one. And don't forget about PII as well, making a big move up. And we have a great trend here on the daily on QUCY. Breakout on the 13th, higher lows, higher highs on the 14th. Again, 15th, higher lows, higher highs on the 15th as well. So the daily looks good on QUCY. Whether intraday we can kind of take it out or what. Let's not forget about PII. Let's take off MRNO. Go PIII on the NQ. Here it is again. This is breaking through. If this breaks through 12, we could be on the way to 13 here. So we got a breakout on QUCY. We have $12 ripping through 12 into 12 and a third now is PII back above 200%. And this one could be looking at 13 quite soon. Let's see if the shorts keep this below 12. If we fail here and we breach with the subsequent low, that will be a lower high breach and probably essentially a bull trap.
I don't know how accurate this is.
Let's see.
Is it saying 150 billion, 160 billion?
Well,
right now?
I
What
mean,
do you say the
no,
market
brother,
cap was now?
because it's like right there, right? Well, based
I can't see it right there.
198.
190, yeah, so that can't be that accurate, but.
You know, I actually used Grok for good charts as well. I found at one point ChatGPT, you know what it was telling me?
What's that?
It's like I got the information, but the information is proprietary. It's behind a
Oh,
paywall,
yeah, you
so
were
I've
saying-
got it,
you're
but I
saying
can't give it to you.
Yeah, I remember.
I was like, what? That was like peak horrible ChatGPT.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then I was using other ones for that, but we can find it.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's not that hard.
Well,
if
I
we
mean,
really
that was
look
as of
for it.
May, 160 billion. So did they add? So did PanW potentially add $30 billion from the beginning of the month? I think
Well,
that's somewhat
PanW is up
reasonable.
33% year to date, and crowd's like 26, going on 27
Sorry, what's that?
year to date.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit
3%.
higher year to date. The best performing one is FTNT year to date. You have about 2.5, and you have at 26 and 4/5, and then you have Zscaler, which is negative 28.5% year to date. Then there's some others as well, but they're smaller a little bit.
E-skater. Yeah.
That's
All right,
it.
man. That's it. Yeah, I mean, I know IBIT, Minnesota Trader. I know it's
Yeah,
broke out.
FTNT is
That was a nice
monster
little
lately, bro.
breakout there. I mean, hey, man, should have held on to it a little bit. Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
What do you got up to on the weekend, Joey?
Nothing, man. Big outside for the whole weekend.
Bang.
Yeah, that's just the narrative. Just be outside, people. That's
Lena's
that's
back.
the type. Yeah, that's the type of people that I am. Is
Good, bro.
being outside. I like being outside as much as I can.
Play some tennis with.
I wish I could play. I wish I could play tennis. I don't have that east to west movement yet, bro.
Yeah, I feel you, bro. I feel you.
I don't have that east to. I have the north south, but
North-south,
I
remember.
don't. But not to the fullest. But I don't have.
Coming
that,
back, baby. Soon.
I haven't really tried anything ad. I'm just messing around in the house, even though I don't try to pivot too heavy or anything like that. I can't play pickleball. I can't do any of that stuff yet. Guys, you got to take into consideration. I'm like 4.5 months.
Very good.
Right. The fact that I'm.
It's out already.
You say missed the
It's
break.
like whatever happened to the push-up challenge between these two. It's suspended.
Yeah,
It's suspended indefinitely, Neil.
Come to Algonquin Park. I would love to.
I'd love to go to Algonquin.
I'm not drinking any more espressos, man.
Neil's coming in. Neil's coming
I'm
in
not
hot.
drinking any more espressos. Hell no.
Neil's coming in hot. Here
Off
we
of
go,
those
baby.
things, man.
I like it. Why are you saying that, Frank? Come on,
What
man.
Frank say?
Why would you say that, brother? Neil, get him, Neil.
He's a negative Nancy. That's why.
Is it working?
He's
I know.
coming
I already know I won't. It's just the reality of how it is.
in. I don't know about that, Joe.
No,
Just-
trust me. I'm
Just
not
so
like.
you know, Joe.
Yeah.
If the market goes green today, you apparently have to drink 5 espressos.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's crazy, but I saw that in the chat, and
Yeah, I
usually
seen you only-
things are honored around here.
Oh.
Just like the pack
Okay,
chip
I'm
or whatever.
joking
Yeah,
around.
it was,
I
it was
wouldn't make
honored.
you do that. I wouldn't do that. Green today, we should do something. We should do like I don't know, throw some
Can you
burpees in
imagine
there.
if it
It's
goes
impressive.
green?
I actually think
Oh,
there's a
going
chance
to.
it could go. I'm just gonna leave it.
I
at
think
that.
there is a
You could
chance.
drink 1 espresso.
Hold on, Neil. Aspire NQ.
I don't.
The NQ's up half since the open. The SPY's
Whichever's
only up
closer.
0.13 since the open.
Whichever's closer.
Whichever one's closer. Yeah, here you go.
I like
That's
what
what we're going
Bruv
with.
said.
All right,
I like what Bruv said.
Dara's got breaking news.
She does.
Yeah.
But it actually, because the sector we don't talk about too much. These insurance names are going to be in play here. PGR is one. Other on watch here is LMND. Now, we know we talked earlier about this finance feature from OpenAI's ChatGPT competing with SoFi. Now we have some Anthropic competition. They're going to be live deploying insurance underwriting. So Anthropic now deploying some insurance underwriting. You've got LMND, Lemonade, and PGR. Progressive, they're both moving lower here, as you can see. Back to you.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Jay Lee, that is correct.
I love Jay Lee, bro.
Bro, that's so.
You know, he's from Burlington.
That's
Bye.
respectful, man. Did you
What'd
see
he
what
say?
your boy said, man?
No, I like Jay Lee though. He came hot. He came for you hot, didn't he?
I'm mad hot.
Where is it? I don't even
It's like
see
the
it.
third from the bottom.
Third from the
comment.
bottom?
Yeah, right above Nightbot there.
Nightbot? I don't see
Bro,
it.
Nightbot, keep going down. Keep going
Nightbot's
down,
right there.
Nightbot. You see
Yeah.
Nightbot?
Oh, that's not Joe. That's JL. Okay.
Yeah, bro, that's
Joey
Jay Lee, man.
Crazy.
Man.
Why would you say that?
Yeah, man. Talk. Man.
Guys, P on the move here, man. 12 and a half. We could see 13. There's 12.89. Here we go again with PIII. We are now knocking on the door of 13. This is what Obi would call tape teleportation. The tape is really moving here. Let's pick up some higher lows. A $0.50 defend there. I think I probably end the trade if I had to get in below 12. There we go, a dip down. Oh no, it just lured everybody in, lost 12. Holding up a little bit now. It's got higher low still. Prior bar low takes us down to 1137. We're on the move down here. It feels like locally the trend has lost its way. Let's flip to the 5-second. Let's get a better look. So there is an 1175 buyer if we are to lose 12. There is a lot of support at 1175, but prior bar low. We've opened up a new bar now. So that's not 1137 anymore. Prior bar low, 1160. But a lot of top tails. That's not really giving me a lot of confidence here below. Let's give this a try. Into 1160, I said it was, right? That's the 11 bar low. We'll give it to 55s. And then if it really wants to lose trend, then what can we do? We'll have to give it to 40. So what do we get in at? 1193. Let's see if this one loses prior bar low. If it is, we're out. I'm looking for another move, possibly into the $0.25, into the $0.50 ideally, but it'll have to reclaim 12, showing a red candle here, and it's preceded by a topping tail candle. It is not a good setup, but I'm going to give it to the low of 60. The seller here at 89, 90. Can't push that seller through. Can't even get back to 12, Joey. So continuing to watch here. Let's see if we can get back up into the quarter to the half.
I was actually, that actually made me laugh. That actually made me laugh, man. No, you guys are absolutely comical. Nvidia going back up to 229. This is what we're going to see. Now, what today the day? We talked about this. A majority of the session. There's 2.5 hours left, a little bit less, in order for the market to find some form of a rebound. But it's literally that strong that if you sit on your hands and you don't get out of the breakouts a little bit too early, just because you're sick of sitting in the chop, you get these big time moves here in the latter half of the day. Trend line break on tap. Off to the races it goes. SPY and also FIG starting to head right back towards the high of the day, now north of $23. So a good look there across the board. That was funny. I'll give it to you there. But Jesse, when I tell you you're free money, man, it's not even funny. It's just free cash for me. So you're
cash, homie.
Free cash, homie, man. That's lunch. I race dudes like you on the way to the race. You know what I mean? So it ain't nothing.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
You know what I mean?
I love that expression. I race dudes like you on the way to the race?
Yeah.
Is he your warm-up?
Yeah, bro.
You're just saying he's your warm-up?
It's over, man.
It's over.
Man.
It's over.
That's what we used to say, man.
That's
in the gym.
crazy. I love that expression.
I fought dudes like you on the way to the fight, so it's just like, hey, man,
fantastic.
We're all about to smoke. No, obviously playing around. This market's going screaming higher. This market's screaming higher.
Good.
I told you, man, it's hard. You can't beat me in the chirping game, man. It's a tough beat as the market continues to scream, man. We're having a good time. It's Friday. Apple up to 303. Google up to 397. Not too bad of a look. And then we also have Microsoft. For some reason, the chart doesn't want to pull up there, but Softy climbing higher up to 420.
Joe wants all the smoke.
Yeah,
he does, bro.
Man, you know what's
we got to show him that video?
No, we don't.
It's been a minute since we showed him the video, though.
No, we don't want to do that.
The thing is, what you're misunderstanding, Joey, is we constantly have newer viewers.
We do?
And unless they know that you're Joey Hands,
I tell Did I tell you? So on my way home, I drive past the gym every day, right? And I seen one of the old trainers there, and I hopped out. And as soon as he see me, he's just got, like, 'cause it's been a couple of years. Yeah, he's like a monster. So.
Yeah. Where's that video?
Look at the head of hair there.
Yeah, bro. I'm come back, right? Just a quick hair, you know what I mean? It's right back to business.
Yeah, right back to business.
Right back to business. All right, keep chirping, Joe. People loving it, man. I'm loving it on a Friday as well. I don't even know what I'm up to today, but I just know that I don't want to go back home. So we're gonna figure.
You don't
we're
want to
gonna
go back home?
gallivant. No.
Oh, what time you got? What are you doing after this?
I don't know. I'm gonna gallivant though. We're gonna figure.
You're gonna on the done.
No, I'm gonna see what the buddies are up to. See if they're willing to make a move. Be downtown all day tomorrow for my sister. She's back in town.
Oh, she's in town.
Yeah,
nice,
yeah.
man,
Just coming
nice.
for like a weekend, quick. See everybody, and there's a concert that her and her hubby are going to. In fact, her hubby's sister moved here, and so now
really?
they never both had roots here. It was just my sister with roots.
Yeah,
in Toronto. Now they both got roots, so they're making some more trips.
You don't obviously don't have to answer, but why would the sister-in-law move to Toronto from California?
It's a great question. She wasn't from California. Actually. They're Jordanian, but they lived in Qatar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were working in Qatar, so his company moved him here, right? That's why he's here. But his daughter actually goes to McMaster. He sent her, so it was like a reason for them to come. Yeah. That's before they shut the door on international students. Now the door is completely shut. You feel that. And it's a bit of a tough one there, but that's kind of the way it goes. Did I get a haircut? No, I didn't. I just didn't do my hair this morning. So I went straight to the lab. I had to do a bunch of medical tests. And I was like, I can't be bothered. It's a Friday, man. Come on. I can't show up to one day with a hat. And you're like, come on, man. No, I get my haircut every 2 weeks. So that's on deck for next week. By the way, I'm thinking about actually changing my barber. This would be the first time in like
crazy,
3 years.
Man. That's a big move.
The big move, yes. But the thing is, the barber that I would go to, he used to be my barber.
Yeah.
It was just impossible to get a time with this guy, right? And you had to book online, and you had to book like a week, 2 weeks in advance. And I just wasn't about that whole life, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I stopped going to him. But I'm thinking, maybe it's time to start seeing him again. We'll have to look. Thank you. It's me. Shout out to you guys. Mark Mosqueda. I love Formula Racing. I love my... Okay. All right. All eyes on Marvell for earnings coming up. Shout out to Twisted X Gamer. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Katina Man involved in MRVL. They're having a great year. Marvell is up 112% year to date. Great name for multiple reasons and multiple different stacks in the overall AI stack. Of course, they have custom ASICs, they have photonics, they have other things as well. So Marvell looking fantastic. Let's start with the daily here. Yeah, you're still getting the higher lows and higher highs. Obviously, you're going to have it's a high beta name, right? But you've got a big move up. I like the higher lows, Joey. There does seem to be a bit of a flat top that got broken through between 170 to 175. Levels off that 175 are buys, and you can clearly see Marvell had plenty of that today. It's trading at 180.58. Look at the low, 170.60 on the dot. We're picking up Marvell at former area of technical resistance. Now, talking about 170. Look, I think we've got more, as I mentioned earlier. I think, obviously it's always company specific, but as a general rule, I think a lot of the forward guidance, the forward guidance, that some of these semi names are giving is a little conservative, and I think we could have even more price adjustments or valuation adjustments once the next set of earnings reports come in. And if they beat their guide and even guide even higher, that's just my bias. It's a bias that I have, but I think everybody has to make their decisions for themselves, Joey.
Good stuff. Angry Wife with a question. If I think a stock runs $10 in a day consistently, and a put option for $80 strike is $3 expiring on the Friday, what is preventing me from buying lots of 100 shares and a put limiting downside? I don't really understand that. that question. I see what you're getting at. If I think a stock runs $10 a day consistently and I put on for $80 strike is $3 expiring on the Friday, what is preventing me from buying lots of 100 shares and putting and a put to limit the downside? So you're hedging your. So you like talking about your married puts? I don't know, man. Write it down and see what. Yeah, honestly, Jesse, you could do that. The only thing that is you just not pulling the trigger. To be honest with you, that's the straightest answer I could give. Just try it out a couple of times to see if it works out for you. Bitcoin's starting to come back in, but we have Nvidia really popping back up into that 230 marker. That's what we want to see here. Pre-market, we had a high of around 238. Let's zoom out here a little bit.
Look how much better the new version looks like, though. Like, look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, wait till she starts
How much
actually
that thing
writing.
run? How much that thing?
Probably
run?
a couple of grand, but it's like if they're brand new, the thing is significantly better than spending 20 grand on a jet ski.
But she probably weighs like 100
That's
pounds.
the thing.
Right?
That's the thing,
Yeah,
right? And that's
yeah.
probably why they selected her to go on,
Yeah,
as opposed to like a big dude from North Carolina.
Dude, if you're gonna spend a couple grand, you might as well just buy like an older. You can get an older jet ski. You know what I mean?
But this is battery powered.
Yeah,
that's the whole thing there. I'm not gonna shut up about this thing, bro.
Right? Then just get it. It's either get one.
Try to sell
just
it.
Do it. Yeah,
make $500 on it. And it'll reinvest it or lose 500.
Or lose.
Yeah. We have so much Assassino. That's what I was trying to tell him. Like what? Like cottage culture, very much in the DNA of Southern Ontario.
If you ask me, I don't know, but I think cottage. Like our cottage world is world class. Our cottage culture is world class.
I would have to say so. Given the amount of fresh water we have.
Exactly, the most amount of lakes, fresh lakes on the planet. I think we're world class when it comes.
I would agree,
to that,
dude.
right?
I would agree, dude.
Lots of cash up there with all the retired hockey guys and stuff. But there it is, right? Like we were talking about Nvidia topping into 238. It sold off $10 at the low. You're now up $6 off of the low, and the market continuing to climb. Fig was another missed opportunity on our behalf for the reload. We may as well stick with was strong, and that was its name right here. Trend line holding up. There is a couple whipsaw moves within this, but other than that, not too bad of a look, especially once it started to base out and show some buying pressure within there. Let's send it off to Adara.
Not good news.
I just want to give you guys a heads up here. I'm seeing reports. We've been seeing this for the last couple days, so just keep that in mind. Market and U.S. are not really reacting, but there are reports. According to a top Israeli official, Israel is preparing itself for the possibility of restarting the conflict with Iran. So again, we're possibly getting a restart of the conflict with Iran. Now, it's worth noting because we've seen similar comments over the last couple of days, the market not really reacting here. Neither is USO. Back to you.
See that that workout video that Bibi Netanyahu put out?
No, I haven't.
No?
No, what is it?
He got roasted online. He's sitting there doing a workout, but it really wasn't a workout.
What was he doing?
I don't know, something. But he was getting roasted online, bro. Let me see if I could find it, man. He like did like some tricep pull downs and he's like doing one-arm curls with like 5-10 pounds, and that was his session. That apparently was
a little uptick in the T levels. This guy wants to get right back into
workout,
fight, man.
Working out. Let's see if I can find it.
Someone's saying, see ya.
Yes. Oh. Very important.
I'm not playing this game. I'm not playing this game.
Knock, knock.
I'm not playing it.
Who's there?
I don't know. I'm not playing it.
Who's there?
Who's there, man?
You tell me. Yeah, look at this. Look at this guy, bro. He's getting it at work. He's doing a little tricep pull downs there. Get it, BB. No, man, but he got roasted online. I go to the comment section right away when I see something like that. I never comment, but I always get.
How old is it?
He's old, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
He's been around for a minute.
He's in the gym, at least.
I remember this guy was leading Israel when I was in high school, bro. And that was at the end of the 90s, like 99. This guy was around during Clinton's time.
Yeah.
And he's been in and out of politics for like 2-3 decades.
Yeah.
Joe, what is this guy doing, man?
What's up, buddy?
I like it. Shout out to Last Job. Thank you for the $2 super chat.
What's going on?
Got another 15 minutes left.
Joe who? Oh, I see what we're getting on here. Okay, send the additional $2 super chat. Joe who? And we're gonna wait. We're gonna sit here and wait for it. See what we got going on.
Hey man, he's having a good time.
Yeah,
he's not hurting nobody.
Yeah,
he's not hurting nobody.
He ain't hurting nobody, man. It's all fun and games, man. You know, Jesse, you know that it's all love, brother.
There it is. Who Joe Mama? I knew it, man. Of course course it was coming in. That Joe Mama was coming in fast and furious. You knew that for a fact. That's for a fact.
Thanks for the $6 on that one.
Having a good time,
That's crazy,
guys.
man.
What are your plans for the weekend, guys? Throw it in, man. I want to hear what you guys are up to. Who's going outside? What are your activities that you're going to do on the weekend? Are you going to be by the lake? Are you going to be by the water? You taking the opportunity to camp? I hear it's beautiful on the East Coast. I don't think it's just Toronto. So let's throw your plans in the chat. We'll call some of them out. See some of the more interesting comments that we get here. See what people are up to. Sauble Beach, the real Gary F. The world's longest beach.
Let's go, man. We're going there in August.
Sauble. Isn't that the world's longest beach?
I don't know if it is.
Fresh Beach or was that Wasaga? It was one of them.
It's one of them. But Wasaga Beach is outside.
Like the
Jody's going to be outside, lakebound as well, too. So enjoying that.
Lakebound, that's what I want to hear, Jody.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to hear.
My 7 to 8 year old cleaning my basement, helping bro around the farm, then around golf. Love it.
Bro?
I'm going to take the wave runner out. That's the kind of energy I want to hear. Going to take my camera. Thank God I did not read the rest of that. What is wrong with you, bro? You're getting timed out for a couple of minutes for putting that on there.
Yeah, time him out.
But user timeout. You're going to get 10 minutes. Was it funny or 10 minutes?
No,
it's not. It's like, no. New electric DeWalt trimmer. I'll be making the yard look dope, says Big Sky 69. That's what I want to hear, man. Buy the water every day in Pan Pacific side. Water by me, says
Bro,
Dark.
who says that stuff?
I don't know. That's why I timed him.
Yeah, I would have gave him a day for that.
Right? Yeah, a day, whatever. It's fine. Headed to the lake, Tahoe, California.
Lake Tahoe, nice.
Paying $6 per gallon to give me a good stock to finish the day. Yeah, I feel bad, man.
Nvidia.
Yeah. Well, look what's strong, man.
Snowing Calgary.
Softy's ripping.
Sucks, man.
Softy's ripping right now, 4.5%.
Oh, nice.
Mike
Paintball tournament, speedball
Snow in Calgary.
That's crazy, man.
That is crazy. I feel bad, but you know, you guys have really hot summers too in Calgary, right? From my understanding.
But it must be a little bit shorter than what we got going on because it's snowing there and it's 20 degrees here.
Is it actually snowing? What's the weather like tonight in Calgary?
Forecast is calling for cloudy skies and rain in the evening in Calgary.
What's it say on there?
Temperatures will range from a high of 14 at 6 p.m. to a low of 7 around midnight.
That's crazy. What kind of snow are you getting?
Yeah, what kind of snow? I get it now. Right?
Oh my days.
You get it now.
Oh my days. Oh.
All right, man.
Okay. So that's
pull up the treasury yields. All right, we could do that. What's TLT? TLT is the 10-year, right? It's the 20-year. Straight. Oh, TLT down here. TLT down, Sharif.
TLT down.
Yeah.
That's a 20-year?
Yeah, it's a 20-year to the downside. 80.
So when the price of the bond goes up, what does that mean about the yield, Joseph? Options? That means it's higher.
Yeah, man.
Yields are ripping.
Going down right now.
Inflation prediction is not looking good. Probably some of the reasons we're selling off. I'd say the semis maybe selling off a little bit here is a lack of a deal between President Trump, President Xi, specific to semiconductors. But you also have to assume we got 2 bad inflation prints this week.
That was brushed off earlier in the week.
Yeah, but you know it can get digested later.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
So that is a little bit of a huge recession indicator. It says Matt Mertz, 7 degrees. It's from military training. He says, okay. I hope it's not a recession indicator. I think that we're probably a little bit, I'd say, I know it doesn't sound like it's early, but I think we probably got another couple of years secular bull cycle.
Like, I don't think GDP is going to, what is it coming at per year? They're at the States is at like 4% right now, right?
Yeah, let's not talk about Canada.
Well, we already know where that is.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, hey, man.
I'm starting to run out of a little patience. I'm not going to tell.
With Carney?
Yeah, a little bit. I want to see a lot more done. I'm willing to give him more time.
Dude. There's too much regulation here.
Yeah, he controls that, okay? So a majority government in Canada essentially means you're a freaking king, okay? You can push your agenda through without resistance. And he's got a party whip. Basically, everybody votes in line.
Doing other things, man.
I mean, give me a break, right? So I want to see stuff get done sooner rather than later, bro. I mean, like, a lot of people are counting on that. We'll see.
Yeah.
Hangry Wife, the Polo is working unpaid overtime. Yeah, I know. I didn't buy it when it was this night. I promise. I gained a
Yeah,
little bit
what's
of weight.
FIG? Yeah, FIG is looking pretty good here, guys. Yeah, I mean, dude, wait, who's this guy? Last Raja? We are Canadian. Didn't you just super chat a bunch too? Anyways, check out Microsoft Softy at the high of the day. Yeah, we were talking about this name from the get-go. MSFT, potential dip buy, man. $427, going absolutely oppo taco right now. I guess it isn't because. But I thought the mark would be significantly stronger. The fourth heaviest weighted name at the high of the day, and Apple doing the exact same thing, climbing higher. But there was literally no tandem. Like the market wasn't moving in tandem with these two giants. So I find that a little bit interesting. But good looks here across the board. All-time high within this name. You can see that we tapped into that 303 level, a little bit higher, and then we officially breaking trend on Microsoft from the downside price action. I said, if you're looking to buy anything, we're still down 20-something plus percent. Watch for the market to 22%, right? Like, still down 22% off the highs. 440 could be an additional pivot level as well.
The Spurs aren't playing tonight, bro. What are you talking about? It's Villa versus Liverpool.
No, this is Texas, my guy. Like
Spurs
the
game.
San Antonio Spurs.
Oh, okay, because he was talking about Arsenal after. I figured the Tottenham Hotspurs, right?
Yeah.
You know, like, okay, so San Antonio Spurs tonight, then hit the beach for the weekend. Shout out to Ayo Lewis.
Where's Ayo? Oh,
that's Ayo. South Padre Island, Texas, ready for 2 more weeks. PSG scoring 3 goals on Arsenal. My man, the entire tournament, Arsenal gave up 6 goals. I think Paris gave up like 20-something. So I get their offense is what it is, man. And I'm a big fan of Desiree Doué. I'm a big fan of Vitinha. What's that Cavascalia guy? I can never really pronounce his name, the left winger. So Juan is saying 4-3 Arsenal. Did I get that right? 4-3 Arsenal. We haven't been putting in the type of goals we were putting in the beginning of the year, but I don't think you're getting 3 past us. We'll wait and see. Who knows? TDIC, 90 Petty, says a Rune Warrior. We've got about 5 minutes left here on the show. Then your boy Joey Option is going to mosey on over into the other desk, filling in for the Katina man, who's off until Monday. Is it Monday?
Tuesday. He'll be back.
So he'll be filling in for Monday as well?
Monday, yes, sir.
And then Neil and the Joey Option. OG Joey Option. Going to take you into the close. I hope everybody had a great week. It was a good week for us here on the show. We'll stay positive all week.
Nice, man.
Tuesday was my only negative day, so good luck there. We started off well on Monday. Tuesday was a tough day, but then we made it up the rest of the week, so happy about that. And yeah, we'll continue to hopefully, do a little bit more of that, Joey.
Yeah,
definitely give a lot of LFT yesterday off the top with the halt up. Could have been a much bigger week.
Oh, you don't even tell me. Yeah,
I know. Bro, a lesson learned. I mean, clearly, my plan was to take out half at the high. The flat key doesn't work in those situations, so I have to come up with another plan. Yeah. If you don't experience that, you don't know for next time.
You don't know exactly, man. There it goes. Look at Bitcoin, guys. A big time amount of volume kicking in. Figma heading right back towards the high of the day. We have all of the mega cap names continuing to climb. Look at this volume really start to kick in there, guys. And we've seen the clean flushes on the tape. Look at all this size step in, right? That's a good thing about having the time and sales. A lot going on right now. So be prepared, man, on a lot of these names. Strong movement.
Joey, let me cover this.
Yeah, go ahead.
GPUS is ripping. I don't know why. I can try to look in a second. Hyperscaler data. I'm seeing hyperscaler data come in here, but the rip is on. Great call there, Neil. 12 penny, 12 and a fifth. It's ripping into 18. It's up 41% in a matter of seconds here. The breakout, let's flip to the 1 minute chart here on GPUS. The breakout essentially happened at 145, so it's 12 minutes long now, old, whatever. Here's the headline. I'm looking for the headline right there. Okay, we got it. So hyperscaler data to commence tender up for $5 million, a share at 21 cents per share. Okay, so GPUS, that's hyperscaler data. This is on the Amex, by the way. So this is let me just bring it in here so you guys can pause this if you want. You can have a read through this. That's the whole point of YouTube. You can pause. So there it is. You can read through that. That's the headline there. So we're going to keep an eye on this.
Good volume coming in here, Joey, about 50.5 million shares, quick as you like. Each of these candles has about 5 million shares a pop right now on GPUS. Let's load it up on a trading screen, see what we're getting here in terms of spread. I forgot, this is on the Amex, sorry. We're right into 17 pennies. Let's move this out of the way so we can get a better look at the 5-minute chart on GPUS. Topping tail candle into 1790. Nope, sorry. I have to organize myself here. I was like ready to shut down and everything. Now one comes in and everything's disorganized. There we go. All right, let's take a quick look. 17 buyer here. So as I mentioned, 1790 high. Current candle low, 1653. Prior candle low, 1469. Holding above 17 for now. Volume is about 56 million still. 37% and going. This is a decent headline, especially because it's 21 pennies there. So there's obviously an arb between where we're trading at 17 and change and 21. Trade it carefully though. It doesn't have to go there in a straight line. So should probably take off.
Yeah, yeah. It's that time, man. Let's get the other party, the final party of the evening. All right, guys, you'll see me momentarily. I hope everyone has a fantastic one. No need for me to say goodbye. We'll allow Sharif to do that, guys. So give me a couple of moments.
Yeah, take your time. We got something to talk about now. GPUS. Let's give this one. We're going to give this one here into 16.5. There's a buyer at 16.5. We'll go 16. If it loses 16, we're out of this one. But I'm definitely looking for a move in. Let's see if we got that. Oops, my mistake there. Oops, come on. There we go. We're missing the price action. Okay, I think this one's blocked in our system as well. Yeah, I know. It's okay. Yeah, I just got a bunch of error messages. That's okay. It doesn't do that much. It's good? Thanks, Neil. Okay, looking for the move. Not for me anyway. That's fine. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. It's blocked. 1877 high. It's ripping up here. 1877 up. I can't quite see what limit up is yet. So, but this one feels like it's on the way to 20. 18 3/4. Technically 1877 is the high. Up 45%. Just to give you some data here, prior bar low is 1653. Current bar low is 1817. So generally holding above $18 pennies, currently on the 5-minute chart. So that's what I'm looking at there. Neil's looking at this one as well, but I don't know if it's available for Neil. It's not available for me. So dropping down here a little bit into 17. So it's lost 18. Let's see if it holds up at 17 pennies. There's definitely that support at 17. If it holds up there, it could be good. If it's below, though, this area and that bottom wick, which is basically 16, which is basically 16 and a half, I'd be looking for a bigger retracement, probably into VWAP, which is 16 pennies. So that's what I'm looking at there. But we'll give the boys another minute or so just to kind of get locked in. But yeah, I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. And if GPUS is going to run here, I'm looking for the loss now of prior bar, holding up at 17, but prior bar is 1653. So if you guys are looking for trend continuation on the 5, 1653 is a prior bar low. If it loses that, it could be going down a little bit deeper here. But I think the boys are ready. So I'm going to send you over there. Hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. See you bright early on Monday. Take care.
Welcome back, everybody. The market is doing its best effort to get to the green. Of course, we already know what's going to happen if the S&P 500 gets green today. Joey options. You know, you better get that espresso drinking face ready.
That's crazy.
I'm just making it up. But the market looking pretty good on a hopefully V-shaped recovery, and we're already going to Adara at the desk.
I wanted to mention this really quickly here, guys, while I'm still at this desk. I know you've discussed this name before, Neil, as have I. It's Revolution Medicines. I don't have a ton of details, but apparently this name was mentioned as, I guess, at the center of deal talks before its latest readout. This being reported by Endpoint. So once again, more takeover speculation hanging out around RVMD. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. You know what? It was weird with this GPUS. Like, there was a moment where I couldn't throw orders, and then I could, and now everything seems to be fine. I'm guessing what probably happened was this thing doesn't do any volume, so it was blocked in the system, and then when it opened back up, there was like someone put a ticket in and it got unblocked because of all this volume, but it took a minute. Anyways, it's fine now, and I wish I hadn't. But anyways, I'm thinking I want to give it to that VWAP. I was reading through it. It's like if they're really, they might be launching a tender at 21 cents on this, but it's not as if like the board can think that that's nothing and not really care. So we'll see. If it can bounce off VWAP, I just kind of like threw an order out there on the way back in. None of them were accepting, and then all of a sudden it did accept. But if we don't bounce off VWAP, I really don't want to add to this. I'm gonna give it like a penny or so. But what's more important is the market's going to go green, Joe.
Yeah, is it?
No, we're down 0.6. Sorry, 0.7. Right? We're down 0.7. I think we've got a chance. I'm just saying I think we've got a chance.
There's a chance.
Well, I am telling you there's a chance. And the reason I'm saying there's a chance is because this would be incredibly impressive. You have to think about what going green today for the NASDAQ or for the market would mean. I guess we said the SPY, that's why I have it up here. Usually I'll say the NASDAQ.
This.
The context of how weak things were looking, gap down, almost full 2% we hit at the lows today. You had a hot CPI and PPI print. You had the CBRS basically tanking all day yesterday on the hype of the IPO, and then all of that to end up reversing and ending on the highs is just incredibly impressive. It shows like when you're in a bull market, it doesn't have to seem rational. It just has to be good. I said in the chat that needed wasn't the right word. I was wanting Tesla to get into 431. I didn't get a reload of that. That's the other thing that I'm looking at right now, in addition to, what is GPUS? Does this company have a name? What's the name of this company? Whatever, I just call it GPUS. You guys don't care. Nobody does.
See if we can.
I think it is just, whatever. GPUS, that's good enough. No, but seriously, Tesla has a chance to really reverse it. Down 3 points. This is one of the weakest names out there in the market. And I can tell you, I got away from CBRS. The downside of these IPOs is the best trade is the morning, is like the first day, right? Like day one is gonna be it. And then there's probably gonna be like day two is gonna have some volume and you're going for that one shot. So I was able to get half back on one scalp trade that went halfway to went from the top and was able to go about $10, but it just never really flushed into the bottom. So I'll have to slap the fail on that. I mean, it was unbelievable yesterday, clearly, but missing that breakdown kind of sucked. So it's really about, someone just said, Christmas, this retracement is good enough, don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Bang.
Okay, well, I'm not saying, well, that's me. And I didn't have any gray hair, and I was looking at gift horse. Maybe that's how I got the gray hair. Okay, I'm not saying that this isn't good enough. I suppose I should have framed that differently. It would be incredibly bullish if we were to get all the way to green is all I'm getting at. This is already impressive as it is. The fact that we're breaking out the highs. Like I'm willing to admit that this is already impressive. I was just sort of getting at the notion of going another leg further would be even crazier. All right, so we can execute on this thing, but I'm not gonna try to throw real orders out until we actually get the bid. Well, I got caught. So Sharif was trying to throw orders on and he couldn't. So I was putting in, I would put in a test order for just a small amount of shares. I'm like, okay, rejected. Put another one in, rejected. And then, right? So I'm like, okay, well, I was trying a couple of different gateways, and then I threw one in, and then all of a sudden, it was up here at the highs, and I was throwing bids lower, and then it accepted one. I'm like, oh, okay, well now I'm in, but we'll see. I actually do want to trade this if it's going to hold on to the volume weighted average price. But Tesla's on the watch, silver is going to be on the watch, SLV that ended up being a pretty big reverse if it can come back in. It was really one short in the morning, one attempt at a VWAP break, and then I didn't get this break, but I went immediately to Tesla. After this VWAP break, I just went over to Tesla because that was starting to go. But a pullback and bounce off VWAP for SLV is making some sense. Oleg saying CoreWeave right now. Let's throw this one up. Oh yeah, CoreWeave. I don't want to chase. I want to find something where I can catch either it's bouncing off VWAP or it's in the midst of a move. I don't want to chase any tops Friday afternoon.
Yeah, I agree. I'm on the same page with you, Neil. I'm watching a couple of names kind of move without us here. So if we're going to remain strong for the rest of the session, then what we're going to do is just wait for some form of a pullback and look for indecision prints along the way. So we'll get into the detail of things. We'll pull up those lower time frame charts and we'll look for hammer candles along the way. So what happened to my FIG position? I've been out of that one. We had that earlier in the day and we added to it, but we never got the reload to work for us. We're a little bit early on it, which is totally fine. We had a nice trend on it, but we were just too early. And I mean, if you're going to look for any participants really start to step back in, I believe it's going to be, am I logged in? Or are you talking to yourself? Oh, you got
no,
that?
I was talking.
Okay, they didn't let me know. I'm tapped in, so I can hear whatever. I didn't hear that, but I hear what you got going on. But here it is. Like, as for the trade, we were long earlier in the morning. We got it all the way up to the top, and then we try our re-entry right here, an adding of shares. But it didn't work out as we slowly creep higher in FIG. The market's strong. When names are strong, a rising tide can tend to lift more ships at this point, considering we were already up 10+% around the lows of the intraday session. It sounds bad, but 2220 where we bounced off of, and then now we're creeping. So I wouldn't be surprised if we, at the end of the day, head towards the high of the day within this specific name. So you got that?
I wouldn't be surprised if we were to see some updates out of Origenics at this point, everybody, because ticker OGN on the NYSE American has activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational, and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. That is ticker OGEN on the NYSE. And I see your super chat, Nick Dubs. I know what you're looking at. I see you. INOD on the 30, such a nice setup for a retest of 115. That is here. I have the E-signal chart up here just because I can quickly to go to the 30-minute and not have to get away from the stocks I'm looking at and trading and whatnot. 16% short float. Well, see, I agree with you that setup is good. But if you're not already in the long off support or one of the moving averages, or maybe the long breaking back through like a 90 level, then it needs this break, like a break of a local high here at about 98, 99, but certainly it's got some juice, you got the support underneath, and you know, anytime maybe I should just go, here, I'll do this so that this will be on a daily chart, and I can click to back to my P Pro chart, and then show you what we're looking at overall outside of the 30-minute, like parabolic move up, the retest, and then you're breaking out of that consolidation, right? So you're getting that little bit of you can't call it a bull flag, but you're pulling back into that support, and then you got room to the retest of the high. So breaks the 3 days down and then goes back up. One of the things you got to consider when you're looking at this is when you have confluence around a close and open like this, it implicitly turns into some kind of, like sometimes a resistance level up here at the 103 first. That's the difference between being, like it holds the low and you're long somewhere in here to the low, or you're trying to take this break and give it to the low. Well, that's 96, 97, and this level here is about $7 higher, and your risk is $11 lower. So it's a lot trickier of a trade to have that into the high if you can't bust there. But if you get it a little bit early off that support level, or maybe you go long when it breaks here and you're giving it all the way to this. There's lots of ways you can play it. Just watch out for that 105. And of course, it's the end. Like it's a Friday too, so it's not doing this now. Like you're talking about a swing trade as well. So obviously that's a little bit different from any kind of a day trade. I'm going to go back over what is Tesla doing. Is Tesla
Figma's right back at the high of the day.
That stock is
it's going real aggressive right now too. Yeah,
bottom in on Figma.
It seems to be the case. I mean, we can pull up things from Selena. My vest is at home in the closet. Selena Johnson in the chat. My lovely girlfriend there asking me where my vest is. Yes, and I said it's at home in the closet.
I heard something other than vest and.
My Oh, okay. What else? Did you something else? Okay. All right. Yeah. We'll leave it at we'll leave it at that. So everyone say hello at Selena in the chat. Did we potentially bottom here? $15.96. On FIG. I mean, we were talking about some of the IPOs and how some of them have really been banged up. From where we're currently sitting at, we're still down 82%. It was hot for a couple of days, but then after that point, and I mean, we're talking from August last year, so a couple more months, and it'd be a year since it's recovered or it had the ability to come back into that opening price. If we do, that's a substantial return, but the bottom might be potentially in on this one here, Neil. I like it. Gemmy as well. Was it GMI, right? Gemmy Space Station.
It sucked today.
Yeah, it sucked today. It gapped up. Yeah, it gapped up, but it's still a short, right? So there's no relative strength stepping within this one, but some strength stepping into FIG. So not too bad of a look. I don't even know what to do from a downtrend standpoint. It's kind of more difficult to draw here because considering it's just like complete capitulation here off of that $44 level up into 573. So yeah, a little bit tougher of a look in Gemmy Space Station, but other than that, hello Selena. Yeah, there you go. You catch all the love there in the chat. What's up? Why hasn't
score bars? That's your thing, your go-to?
Score, yeah, I like score bars.
Okay.
Why did she say that?
No, because I was asking Selena, I'm like, how come this dude has never eaten apple pie before?
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
it's a pretty normal thing.
Oh, but yeah.
I'm just trying to get the juice. You know what I'm saying? Like
he said he likes score bars, but we're trying to avoid that stuff, man. That's why I had to give you some of the candy here today.
Well, sometimes, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Aaron is going to seriously appreciate that.
There you go.
Because every time someone, it's like, oh, give this to your daughter, I say, it's like, okay, Uncle Sean sent this, or Uncle Joe, or
exactly.
Auntie Ramin, like little things like that. And she gets all excited.
If she likes it, I got one more for her.
Oh, well, you got more candy?
Yeah, for her.
It means there's a limit to how much candy this child needs. I will tell you this.
There you go.
She gets enough treats. What do I like here? Not at VWAP, silver. Tesla not at VWAP. I don't see anything on If I saw a trade on this thing, I would go for it. There was a really good wick of the high here for that one trade, and I was really liking the whole sit in it and just look for the flush. But look at how sideways it's going. I feel like CBRS is completely dead, so you're probably not going to hear me talk too much about that. Maybe Apple this afternoon. Ooh, but that's pulling back. Okay, Apple's strong. That's good, but it's kind of breaking the uptrend and it hasn't really pulled into any support yet. If I zoom out here, yeah, you're waiting for what, 301 or VWAP if you're looking for a dip. So that's nothing. What else is going on? AMAT maybe. AMAT had a good Q. Good quarter, barely green, barely back into the green. Clear case of profit taking and maybe some market sentiment here for AMAT. This is a great example of this. No, it wasn't Meta. It was Nvidia did this. Nvidia did this yesterday. Where look, see all this chop at the open, like chop, chop, chop. Then it starts condensing, and then you get the wedge pattern, and then the breakout, and then it's a long. This is the nonsense that will trip you up. Like sometimes you can, you'll suss it out and you'll find the low here maybe and grab that and give it to the low. Fair enough. Sometimes you really figure those out. But when this breaks and you get that little trend break, I find like there's like these moments where that's all you need is that one little shot. Oh, Nvidia. Like try Nvidia, fail. Get that one little break to the high. Nvidia would have been a re-entry here, I think. That's all you're looking for. Now Nvidia looks like it's a short too. Yeah, I don't like that long either. You just got to try to find that one entry point, I think. And Tesla's looking weak into VWAP now.
Yeah.
Come on, Tesla.
Come on.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a long off VWAP. That looks like catching a falling knife. Maybe we're not a long. Maybe I should be looking for something.
I grabbed some TQs off the highs here, which is slowly starting to cook up for us. Yeah, I mean, if we get any more of a breakdown, I have to be prepared for this level. There were some indecision prints off the highs that just really made me step in on this. So let's be patient, man. I mean, I don't want to hold this against us just in case the market does decide that it wants to rebound, but we're going to focus. If this level doesn't crack and the momentum doesn't start to pick up, we have to be prepared to get out. But it was working. It's nice when it's in the money instantly, and we're just going to be risking up to 35, so 15 cents. So with that being said, we want to give it at 2-to-1 at least risk to reward. So if we're risking 15, we're going to have to wait until 75s, a little bit less, 85s, I guess I should say. 76, 85 is where our target's going to be, and that's going to be around this neck of the woods. So let's see if we can get that breakdown. It's nice when a trade works instantly and we're not sitting in it. Now it's just a matter of what I was referring to yesterday, and I forget the name. It was in Bitcoin itself, where we were looking for those shorts, and I said, hey, a big factor is in how deep these pullbacks are going to be. And with us grinding higher throughout the latter half of the session, I mean, the lunch hour, as soon as we broke VWAP, we essentially didn't look back. So with that being said, I have to be prepared to get out of this. But the tape is starting to look a little bit more weak second by second here, Neil. I don't know if there's anything stepping in the market, but we need some of the larger names. There we go. Bang. This is what we're talking about here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take some off as we head into 97. Boom, hitting that target immediately. We have to take a little bit more off. We'll leave some for a runner. I don't know if there's anything coming into the market right now, but we're really starting to flush there, Neil. Wow, that's what I'm talking about. Selena, are you still watching? Hopefully, because there we go. We just banged that short to the downside there, Neil. Not too bad of a play.
Yeah, I think all you got to do sometimes is, like I was looking for longs and I'm not finding them, so the short is the way to go. I just went for the weakest name. All the names that were on my morning, I think they're short list, and went through them as quickly as I could to find one that I was either breaking under VWAP or breaking trend. I settled on Rigetti. Thankfully, I paid for locates this morning. Preparation is so important. If I hadn't paid for locates already, then when I saw this trend break, I couldn't have instantly hit it short.
There.
That's the thing. Like, I wouldn't have had the ability. Okay, you know what?
Yeah, I think there's something.
Oh shoot! I have to restart my news.
I think there's
got
something,
booted from my news.
Dude, there's something stepping. There's something going on in the market right now.
Something is going on here.
Yeah, we'll take a little bit more off. We'll leave some for a runner. Not much going on here. I understand Adair is on our lunch. Nodi, don't rush, don't panic or anything along those lines. It's okay. We'll be able to figure it out.
We're really curling here.
But we are starting to come back in. It's nothing crazy. I mean, if we look at the grand scheme of things, Neil, the volume is an uptick, but off of these inverteds off the high, you'll respect this here, Gaurav, on this. Boom, double inverted at the high. We take that short to the downside, and we actually put on our second best trade of the day. So not too bad of a play right there, Neil. We'll figure out what we got going on. I can pull up, actually, no, I don't have my login on this computer. I can't use X because it just freezes it for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah.
Because I mean, Chrome likes to hog a bunch of stuff. But I haven't heard anything. I had to restart my news because I wasn't hearing anything. I haven't seen anything on X which is going to cause it. That said, you could argue there's a bit of there's some technicals here. Like if you looked at what the market was doing, you did have a bit of a top. Remember, I was looking at Apple and I was like, oh, Apple. Okay, well, I can't flip stocks now. Okay. That was a little slow. Yeah, well, Apple was looking like it was already breaking trend and heading down. Like, well, this broke trend like $1 ago on AAPL. So that's sometimes when you see that. And I looked over and Tesla was already looking weak. I just saw Bitcoin roll over as well.
Yeah.
And you have the dollar going up. Like, there's just a bunch of stuff happening at the same time. And throw in the fact that, hey, let's remember, we came in today with it looking pretty bearish. Right, and the higher context is that all week long the chances of a rate hike have only been going up. So there's been some negativity into the market. That was impressive as it was that we got the V shape. You got to figure a little quicker to take profit. Speaking of taking profit, VWAP is a place where it makes sense to. I'll hold. Like if I get a trend break tight to VWAP, I will hold to make sure the first exit is at the volume weighted average price. But then the rest is flush into not the low of the day, but from the bid at which the trend started, which here in Rigetti was like 17.75. If we lose 18, scaling out into that 17.75. What else is moving here?
I should have said if we didn't hit the high of the day or go green, you have to drink 5 espressos, Mike.
5 espressos?
But that's what you were saying there. But no, in all reality, that was, you got the short on Rigetti.
But I'm not first of all, like I've never. The reason why I said the espresso thing is because all week you're like, I'm not drinking coffee.
Yeah, well, I didn't yesterday.
So like it wouldn't make sense. Like you'd have to force me to eat like a pineapple pizza, which I wouldn't do on that bet because I'm not confident. I wasn't confident enough that I would eat.
Even if the ham is on there, you're not with.
No,
it?
Let's put it this way. Yeah. If I do a bet to eat pineapple pizza on the show, it's got to be something bigger. You know what I mean? Like it's got to be it's got to be something that actually is better than if the market goes green today. We got to make sure that it's.
I hear you on that one.
Top.
Top.
Drinking an espresso is not that big of a deal.
No, it's not. It never gives me the hella jitters.
Really?
Yeah, on Wednesday evening, I did not have a good time at home. That's for sure. So yeah, other than that,
Still
guys,
not seeing news here.
Pardon me?
Still not seeing really anything.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I think it might have just been some offloading, but there was a couple of signals across the board that were identical. We're fortunate enough to play the support level break, and then bang, off to the races it goes on that one. So not too bad. A pretty quick flush on it. We're still holding. I have no issues. I'll try it. I want to try a peach cobbler. It's the same thing. Why isn't it called peach pie? Is it called peach cobbler? I don't know. You're asking the wrong.
I don't know the difference. So there's.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a difference between cobbler and pie. I just don't know what it is. Someone, like, just look. You probably.
We can figure that out real quick.
Just ask Gemini.
Exactly. There's a DRAM, guys.
Difference.
Right back to this gap. So we're starting to breach that almost. Actually, there's a wick there, but $51, and we were looking at a low of 50 on the day. So not too bad. And if SanDisk and Micron started to recover, excuse me, that's not so horrible now, is it? Okay, not as strong. And I understand that, like, SNDK, eventually you're gonna cool down, right? And I use the kind of the comparison within the silver trade, Neil. Remember when silver was the hottest thing for that couple of months, and then eventually it just cooled down? I'm not gonna say that's necessarily gonna be the exact same case within the memory plays. I think there's more behind it. But with silver, when we broke out in November, you have like a month and a half where it was literally the hottest trade out there. If you weren't trading silver in the intraday session, then I was like, what are you doing? And it was the exact same thing with MU, right? MU hot for quite some time in SanDisk, but eventually you will cool down and you will see a rotation into other names. And I think a part of that was we were seeing the rotation into Nvidia, maybe even the cybersecurity names, a sector or subsector that isn't as talked about, but we've seen what PanW and we've seen what CrowdStrike has been up to for the past couple of sessions. 7-day green streak in the cybersecurity names. So
the CrowdStrike has been a god.
I agree with you, Austin. I think it's a different story.
Say again?
No, he's saying the memory story is a different one compared to silver. But what I'm getting at is fundamentally the same thing in just how you're hot one day and you cool down. You can't be red hot forever, right?
Yeah, of course. Like everything, things go in cycles. But like I think silver, like there was some, there was some squeeze-ish action to what was really going on. You had a long-term breakout that ended up happening if you pull like 3-month charts on it, and it kept on accelerating, and then it's been a little bit more normal since the wind down. Like you've got a pretty defined range on it. It was different because, like ultimately, like Micron and some of the memory chip names, that's being driven by incredible numbers, and so what you're getting is like you got a reset of valuing the entire space, like a legitimate everything we thought about the cyclicality of some of these memory names and where the revenues are going to be and the type of growth that we have to extrapolate for them just all change, and we're starting to change really rapidly. And so you got a bunch of repricing. And then with SNDK and some of them, you had some shorts that people were just continuously doubting it and all that kind of stuff. But if we move away from that for a quick little second, that little market hiccup that we just had, whatever it might have been, and I was hunting to see if I could find even something loosely that it could have been. There was a little something, I don't know, there was like a Israel-Lebanon cessation of hostilities to be extended by 45 days. Like, okay, I don't know if that's that big of a deal. So there was that could have been the cause. It's a little, seems like that wouldn't necessarily have been the reason. So I'm not coming up with anything as to why the market's doing what it's doing. But whatever, I'll stick with the one short amount. I'm not really looking again for longs. I feel like we've made a bit of a turn here in the market.
Yeah. And
I don't want to be sitting on the bids. Like the thing I was looking for at the moment was Tesla. And like when it came into VWAP, it just didn't look like a good trade. And now it just continues to go lower. Like that looks incredibly weak. I pop over to Nvidia eventually. That's just a clean trend break. Why do I have? Oh shoot! Look at that
There goes the
level.
marquee.
Yeah, that was. Oh shoot! This was a short right here.
Let's see if we can
Sometimes
catch
if you have a
this.
line on a chart, it's like, why was that significant? You look back as to why. Like that was all morning the shelf, then resistance. There's the break. There's the trend break, and then this is it consolidating at that key level. Yeah, it's just about the shorts. I'm holding Rigetti to the low of the day, and it just comes down to Rigetti is a stock that I was weak on this week, or negative on, or I guess bearish on this week is how I should probably say it the best way.
Yeah.
Bearish on it, so I flipped to that, and that's all you can really do.
Rigetti.
The sellers are in here.
Yeah, Rigetti, man. Yeah, so there it is. We're posted up at 76.50 here to see. As soon as the momentum started to pick up, guys, to the downside, I'm like, okay, we're going to break this 76.60 pivot level, right? You can see that's where we're bounced. So maybe we can head into 50s. It might be a little bit of a stretch, but we'll take it. If Nvidia decides that it wants to sell off, it's bouncing off the volume-weighted average price, so we'll take that into consideration. Oh, that's a little bit different of a time frame. So I think we're going to have to be patient, but again, I'm sitting on a little bit less than a little bit more than 10% remaining of what we had there. I held it. I didn't hold the full position to 85, but we caught 89, so a couple of pennies. We're not going to penny pinch on that one. There we go. We catch the
Is that VWAP the green line?
Yeah.
You got room, baby.
Yeah, we got a lot of room. Yeah, so we may as well hold a 10% runner to there. We pieced the majority of it out right now, so not too bad of a look. A good indecision print. Los Polios, everyone. Minnesota trader, my boy Jesse Martinez, Tony in the chat, hanging angry. There we go.
You have that one?
I don't have that one. Even though Fabian made it, I think Fabian might have made it for me even as well too. But shout out to everyone. Maybe we can do that right now. I know it's not time for a roll call, but I just want to give my thanks to everyone in the chat.
You can do a roll call anytime.
Anytime, right? You can do roll call anytime. So
there's no rules to this.
There is no rules to roll call. So with that being said, let's see how fast we can do it. Aditya, Aska, Austin, Brian, Chris M, Crispy, Damien, Dave, Everything Brew, Gra, Hangry Wife, Jacquees, Jay Stevenson, Jesse, Jay Lee, even though you called me bird bones or something along those lines. Jody Martinez,
I didn't understand
JT, Katie Damster, everyone in the chat. Katie, you got multiple accounts in there. Kevin, Mike Peter Ryder, everyone in the chat. Trader TV Live's in the chat. Trig Trades, Whiskey, Tomlinson, everyone. Thank you all very much for such a fantastic time and being such a great time as well too, regardless. You know how everything goes. It's like your little brother. Sometimes they annoy you, but at the end of the day, you love them all. And I'm sure that's what you were to your older brother, Neil. I don't know if you were a nuisance or anything along.
I was terrible.
So there you go.
My mom still says that my brother is maybe the nicest human being you will ever meet in your life. And the most, his level of patience is insane.
Sorry, elevators.
When we were growing up, like my brother was the kind of person you knew was going to be an unbelievable parent.
Your brother?
Because his level of patience is just so impressive.
Up there?
Because I was a little punk. And little brothers tend to be, and he would just be so kind and to a fault. Like my mom would say sometimes, man, sometimes you need to slap him upside his head. And you shouldn't actually hit kids, but like that's West Indian parent, that's what she says to. And he wouldn't do it either. And so many times I look back, I'm like, I deserve that. I mean, you should have done something. I was horrible.
I know, I'm all about it.
But can we go? Hold on, we step back.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
What was it with the bird bones comment? I don't even understand that.
Because of my knee.
So is that
birds are fragile, I guess?
I've never heard that in my life. Bird bones?
Yeah.
Like I didn't even recognize that was some sort of like an insult. That's supposed to be an insult? Bird bones?
A little bit, man.
I don't know. Birds could fly. Yeah, bird brain, I know. Rob's like, isn't it supposed to be bird brain? I'm like, yeah, I know that. Bird brain makes sense. Keel, finally a good day for the short, up for the week, just on today. No, we're really coming in here, and I still haven't found anything. Adair's at the desk now, but still haven't seen anything. It could just be technical, man.
We took some more off right there on TQs there, almost $1 ITM on that as it heads towards the volume-weighted average price. We'll leave our 5% for a runner just because it's 2:30, so an hour and a half left.
So for some reason during the day, we're getting a whole bunch of these 13Fs coming out. I've never seen this happen intraday before. I feel like usually the 13Fs happen after the bell. But either way, so there are some 13Fs coming out. Again, that doesn't explain the move in the market, but that's just really the only thing that's happened at all. It's incredibly slow. I'm not seeing a lot of headlines coming through.
Yeah, I see Tiger Global with a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I see them too, but no, this is just the market. And really, I'm gonna chalk it up to if it's gonna make some sense to this was just the sentiment like we're sort of headed to it this week. It's part of why I felt a little bit bearish on, like, bearish isn't the right word. Like, I felt like topish, like we were making some kind of a top in the overall market. Like, everything was cresting, and then you make those highs, you get the big IPO, you start to realize that we were running on the hot inflation prints, and now we look like we could be setting up a head and shoulders here on the NASDAQ, on the NQ. Like, you go back to the early in the week resistance, and we literally turned, like, right there. Like, the top end of the range where resistance was, turned into support, broke down, and when you look at it, that's the overnight and current resistance level. Like, we got that far, we can't go any further. And a bit of a head and shoulders forming. So maybe it's like, it could be like some technical stuff.
Let me ask you this. Do you think this might be a little bit of a sentiment change, considering we're going to be closing? I mean, we tried to grind higher, but the weakness started to step in on the latter half of the session. Could that be a little bit of a sign or a teller that maybe there's a couple of down days to come next week?
Not wanting to hold over the weekend, profit taking for the bull rally. When the buy the dip works over and over again, and you start to feel, okay,
eventually
this is a bit, How exuberant were people for holding? Like, nobody wanted to buy Apple, which I keep coming back to. Just saying. I'm gonna make a poll because I'm actually kind of curious. Oh shoot! Now I lost that.
You want anything from the kitchen? You want to?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I have to reopen the page if I can even find it. You know what? I'll get to it later. I still have to think of what we want to do for a poll. You guys can send me some suggestions as well if you can. Oh, I see. All right, here. Jack, birds have hollow bones to be lighted. Well, I know that. I've just never really heard it as, like, that's an insult. All right, we're breaking back above VWAP. Let's see. Yeah, I should take another leg out here on the bid, because that is a VWAP test, and then hold under, and then a kind of a breakout. So if I still like the short, I can hold on to the last 2/3, but I want to get to that point because that's a little bit of a bullish signal, and I wouldn't want it. Like, I wouldn't want this to trend down into VWAP and then break trend, and I'm still holding half of it. Oh shoot! Then I just lost this. There we go. Yeah, fair enough. Birds also have one-way lungs to help get more oxygen into their bloodstream. Yeah, interesting bird facts. Apparently, it's a thing. This whole bird bone thing. I just didn't see it as an insult. It's just a weird one. That's fine. I don't know every saying out there. I'm the kind of person, I've said this before, like, if I don't know something or, like, I haven't heard of it, I'm just gonna ask. And if everyone's like, man, you should know that already, fair enough. I get that, but I'd rather just ask a question and hopefully learn something new than try to pretend that I know everything. Good thing we didn't get into that Tesla. Oh man, I'm glad I reversed this. This is one of the things that I've started to realize. I'm going to draw this. So it's not the greatest looking trend line. I could probably do this a little bit better, but see how you have a bottom channel here on Tesla? When this VWAP trend fails here, because it's a downward trend, right? So, like, I'm usually going to want to be short a stock like this. So there's your VWAP test, there's your breakdown, and I like this short. What I'm beginning to realize is I like the flip if I have it holding, like, that previous trend line. If that doesn't get broken, sometimes it'll be tighter, that VWAP hold, but if it doesn't get broken, I like it long. Because I've got a reason to be in the other direction, despite the fact that it was making those lower lows and lower highs all day long. It just gives me a reason to hold. And the other thing that's pretty interesting about this is look what's happening now. See that little trend line? Uh-oh, you leave it in and we're bouncing off of that. I love to leave in trend lines. And it's not that I'll ever just say automatically we're going off this trend line. It's just more along the lines of, hey, if it happens to end up turning into support, it was resistance before. If it's support later, why not? And it looks like it is. So I'm going to take, and instead of taking this at, and now it jumps up, instead of taking this at VWAP, where's the fill, chase up for half, and leave the other, there we go. Chase up for half and get the other half back at the even. I'm a bit of a stickler about that. But yeah, we'll give it to this bottom here on Tesla, and now I won't get the other half. But anyways, it doesn't really matter. So sometimes that support resistance or resistance turns into support, and if it happens to bounce off, then I have myself a support level for the trend break back into VWAP. Hopefully that all made some sense. Good thing we got into or got that last leg out, or that last little bit of a leg out on RGTI, because this is the bounce off VWAP. So now it comes right back in. It's kind of at the break-even point. It's the am I reloading or not spot. Topping tail candle, yes, anything but, and I just get the rest of it out flat. Like, you take what you can get, and if it flashes you a strong buy signal, then you maybe take a little bit more out. If it shows some weakness here, I can reload it and kind of keep the stop up there. But I don't need to fight this here in Rigetti. Like, you make the move. There was nothing concrete, news-wise, that would make me automatically assume we should be holding to the low. I think it was just a bunch of technical stuff happening at once. Seemed like more of the reason there, which I'd stick to.
For sure. Yeah, Doggo, you as well, man. So yeah, we're going to look for some more opportunities. I don't know if we're going to get any form of continuation here today, but we do like this clean flush. So with that being said, we have to be extremely patient if we are going to reload this trade. I mean, it's not a bad one. Glad to put it on for you guys, especially when the topping tail signals were starting to display themselves. Where is that going to be correlated with? Like, we don't get quite into the gap, but you can see there is a level, and that was yesterday. Oh, wow, okay, that was post-market, or no, pre-market yesterday. The pre-market low yesterday, you have some rejection, but it just adds a little bit more to the chop. I don't know how much weight we can put on this, truly. If you zoom out on the 5-minute time frame and you can see what we have going on, it's nothing crazy, right? Like, you just head back into the middle of the range. You weren't fortunate or strong enough in order to climb back there today, and that's okay. We're not going to complain about it whatsoever. Now, if what we are looking for is a consolidation and then maybe an additional leg lower, what we have is a consistent higher low trend. So there's a couple of things that we can align to see if that potential addition to the trade is going to happen, or it might just be an additional bounce and you establish a lower high and you chop around for the remainder of the day. I know I was looking at the SPY. It'd be better if we did it on the Qs. So we didn't quite even get to that mark, that benchmark there, the volume weighted average price. So we'll hold up. Trend line breaks, there might be some more downside, but we also have to take into consideration that it's almost 3 o'clock. We get into the power hour, and it's the end of the day, so Wall Street might be, its foot off the pedal might be here, so maybe some sellers kick in. Adara, what do you have for us?
Keep an eye on Northrop Grumman now. It's worth noting very light volume on this, only 300,000 shares traded on the day. But they're pushing to the upside at least a little bit here. There was a bit of action. As we get news that the company has received a $400 million Space Force command contract. So government deals here for NOC. Again, guys, this is very spready and very light volume. Back to you.
This is Space Force is sick. I mean, then maybe some ties with SpaceX.
Just very quickly.
Yeah.
Got the first take profit on Tesla, but we're out. Rigetti back at the break even. Doesn't look like it wants to flush through. The other thing too, of course, is not the Qs, it's the SPY. There we go. The SPY with a pretty classic VWAP bounce here on the SPY. So when that's also the case, if it was just technical and that was the reason, want to make that curl. So we had that entry based on that trend line holding support on Tesla. I didn't save it, so it's not still there, but you saw it before. I want to play this into VWAP. Right, like, Tesla's a very weak stock today. So if it's a weak stock and I get a trend break, it's automatically I'm looking for VWAP, and I'm not trying to be a hero off of it. Notice it's trend break to VWAP, or it's break above the volume weighted average price. Like, not ever trying to catch bottoms. The miss on Tesla, like, regardless of the fact that Tesla's going to end up being good today, but I would argue that this is a fail. The reason why, regardless of how Tesla ends up for me, it's a fail, is have a look at this little consolidation. Okay, there's another VWAP test here, and that little breakout off the low. That's an A+ setup for a play off of the low. And it goes right into VWAP. There was even a continuation long that you could play. Like, that's all you need. If you just wait, if you're trading Tesla, like, it's a short all morning, probably off of VWAP, then there's this one little break here. You get that, and then you get the continuation off of the volume weighted average price. That's your whole day.
Yeah.
And you could wait all day for that trade, or you could just be like, I'm short until that happened.
Until that trade.
Yeah, you could. Yeah. I mean, it cuts both ways. You can do it either way, for sure. But I wasn't even. I don't know. What was I looking at 1 o'clock? Oh, I was on a walk. Never mind. I wasn't even.
Nice. How is it outside?
It's nice, man.
It's really nice?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I'm
really
looking
nice.
forward to getting out
Compared to the
there.
rest of the week, it's really nice out.
Yeah, compared to the rest of the week, I'm glad that we turned that leaf over. I'm looking forward to some more outside activity here. We're going to go outside, take a walk, but what we really want to focus on right now is the short on the TQQs. We're down 3.3% here, guys. Obviously a leverage play, but not too bad of a look for any form of a continuation. Short off of the top right here. I don't have my circular thing. I wonder how I can get that added onto my profile here. But there it is, 77.17 short to the downside, 70. You know when you hit critical, you get the circle?
Oh.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Oh, this.
See, it's so natural, right? It's like second nature to you.
Yeah, that doesn't work for you?
No, I don't got it on this one. It only works on my other one, so it has to do with the program. Let's send it over to Adira. I want to talk more about a potential ad here on the TQQs.
This man's about to get a bit richer. His name is Elon Musk, and I'm hearing more about the SpaceX IPO, guys. I can't show a chart, so I thought I'd show Elon's face. I'm seeing reports that SpaceX has selected NASDAQ on which to go public. Now, that's apparently going to be happening here on June 12th. So they're aiming for a Friday IPO, which is kind of wild here. The listing venue, again, NASDAQ, it should be as early as June 11th in terms of the IPO timing, but then the listing will actually be on June 12th. Ticker, as I've seen speculated already, is SPCX. Again, not yet confirmed, but reported. This also aligns with that June 8th date here for the roadshow to begin. Back to you.
Yeah.
So you were talking about the list? We're actually going to get this on the 12th, on a Friday. Okay. Well, I'm looking at because I was all like, oh, I'm not missing 2 in a row. So he'll be happy that it's going to be that quick. Someone said, Neil, go both ways on Tesla. I would. I'm very much willing to be VWAP short, but I just wanted that long to get me to the volume-weighted average price. But what I don't want to happen is for this to break down the entry point. So, okay, fine, it bounces off here. I want to get out somewhere in this range and then look for a short if I can, but I don't want this to lose the break even. I'm also looking for something else that I can be short that isn't like right at that low of the day. So I was hunting it. Nvidia was a possibility. I was checking out SMCI, but that's not a VWAP trade. I was just run down to the same things. BLDP. What is Ballard Power? There's a random one. Why are we looking at Ballard Power today? Why is that up 11? What is happening on Ballard Power here? That's a lot of volume. Then I double check. I don't see any. There's no news on this at 206. It's impossible. Yeah, it's absolutely ripping. Mike Peter Ryder, I see you. I have it up. I'm looking for the reason why on BLDP. I was looking at Tesla, man, and other stuff. And you saw, we came out at 2 o'clock. This thing just started going ham at 2 o'clock for no reason. It's got to be something here.
Sorry, I was
got to be something.
I was looking something up. I missed everything that Adira said. So what is it going on with this SpaceX IPO?
June 11th or 12th.
June
12th.
June
Okay.
12th.
June 12th.
Okay. Yes.
Oh no.
Let's go, man. June
Sarah,
12th.
you're off. The 12th.
No. You gotta change that, man.
Hey, Dara, you gotta change that.
Change it.
You don't want to miss this.
I can't. I'm literally flying to Winnipeg for a dentist appointment for Taco Gate. My whole tooth situation where I broke my tooth on the taco.
Whoa. Hold
Wait,
on a
you can't go to the dentist here?
Well,
Hold on
I
a
have, so the dentist is like a good family friend of mine. Like I'm literally going to his sister's wedding in a couple months, so like we're tight. So we grew up together, so it was like, that was easier. I got a temporary solution, but it's not permanent. And they're like the temporary solution could like stop working at any moment. And so I cannot believe I didn't think it was, I'm so sad.
Oh no.
You didn't know that the IPO was going to be that. I mean, it's not my place because obviously, like, hey, you get to visit family, and I get it. It's like but I mean, you could maybe move that, and it's a huge.
Yeah,
IPO.
I think we can work our way here. I think we can get that. We can get that. Oh,
you got the flight
you got the
already, too?
flight. That's the yeah, that's the thing. Maybe
because it's such a big event. It's like this is.
It is, man. It's a one-time event. It's a one-time event.
This is like the biggest IPO ever.
Do we know?
It's one of those
do we
like
know a price
whether
that
you
we're
trade it
starting
or not. We don't know that.
No,
we don't know price
know
or anything. It's whether you're going to trade it or not. That almost doesn't matter. You just want the experience of it. Oh, really? I go break even out on this and then it bounces. All right, so I guess we got a minor move on Tesla, but that's about it.
Should we
I'm like,
put
I'll
it
get
in?
out break even.
I
and
feel
that's
like we
about
should
it.
put it in our work calendar to SpaceX IPO.
No, well, you need to put it in a work calendar.
Yeah, you remember? You're not going to forget anyways.
Well, I'm not forgetting that it's June 12th. That is not happening.
No, there's no. I don't think anybody's
I'm not going to
that.
forget.
Yeah, I agree.
No, I don't have to worry about that. The first thing I looked for was like, shoot, am I off that day? Because
yeah, pull that.
I'm looking at like its schedule. Do I have anything coming up on that day? That would have been incredible.
Yeah, put it in the notebook, Lemons family.
Got to, man. Taylor says that's your birthday. June 12th. Is that really Taylor?
It's going to be a good birthday.
Taylor Abdi, is that really your birthday?
I don't feel like
You're not
I don't
gonna
think like
forget.
Taylor would ever mislead us in that direction.
Well, there's the running joke here.
It's his birthday. Like,
No, the running joke in our chat is that sometimes we'll just start randomly saying it's people's birthday.
Is it your birthday today though?
This has happened. I think it happened this week. People
It
are
happened
like,
today. Like people are like, "Happy birthday, Neil." You got a super chat saying "Happy birthday, Neil."
Well, see, it is absolutely not my birthday.
Okay.
If you've been following the show long enough, my birthday is on Boxing Day.
Oh, is it?
I'm one of those. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I had that
all
rough
right, man.
life
That's easy to remember. Oh, but that's good for everyone
Sucked
else.
growing up.
Yeah, well, that's easy for everyone else though, because you just killed two birds with one stone there.
David, I missed that. David, I did miss that super chat. That's my bad. I think we've been getting a lot of super chats this week, and I was really staring down Cerebrus this morning. So that's my bad. I shouldn't have missed that super chat. But it is not my birthday today. My birthday is on Boxing Day. Canadians, what exactly is Boxing Day for? I don't know, man.
Isn't that a Canadian
It's just
thing?
a holiday.
Yeah.
Oh, so this was the super chat. Neil, your B-Day, follow up on previous lesson, had such a good run for 6 weeks and let it go to my head and oversized, and I'm chilling, but applying aloe vera. Okay, I clearly did miss that one. But thank you, David. Okay, so it was during the lesson of the
Fair
day.
enough, man. Yeah, happy birthday to Neil and I. That's for sure. It's not our birthday.
Not my birthday.
So what we do have here, Neil, is a trend hold. You can see that these higher lows are definitely coming into play. There was a level, and this was yesterday's pre-market low as well. So we couldn't break through that just yet. Maybe this level at 712 will come into factor, but I think at this point, considering we haven't broken down through this consolidation just yet, maybe an additional lower high will be formed. And if there's enough time within the session, you get that curl over and the momentum slowly start to pick up. I think that's going to be a massive sentiment change. If we sell aggressively leading into the close today, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some continuation on Monday. Neil and I were thinking that the other day when the memory plays sold off, we thought that we'd have some continuation. It did climb a little bit higher, but now things are starting to cool off a little bit more.
I gotta answer this one. It's
for sure.
Adita Agarwal. What has your experience been trading for a living? How much account size do you think it is realistic for a person living in New York? What do you suggest about drawdown percentage? Here's the unfortunate thing. Every single trader, there's where are you living and what is your cost of living? Is it going to be your primary income, or you can also have a secondary income? Are you trading prop or are you trading retail? There is so many questions to be asked, and there is no one size fits all. If I tell you, when I started out back in 2003, I was effectively straight out of university. So if I tell you how it worked for me, I was living at home, and I also graduated in like my third month, so I was already getting checks in like the first quarter of trading, and kind of never looked back. So my experience is like just absurdly fortunate, right? And then for the first year, everyone's like, why don't you? My girlfriend at the time was like, how are you still living at home? This is stupid. She wanted to move out with me. And I was like, because I'm trading for a living and I don't know how this is going to go. So I'm saving every single penny and being cheap as you know what.
Yeah.
Because I need to be able to have a bankroll so that I can make this work. And so that was my experience. But I also started from I didn't have any responsibilities. Man, like mom was cooking meals. You know, like I was in my 20s and doing that.
Yeah.
So and everyone's situation is different. Living in New York is not living here, just outside the GTA. Yeah, sure, it's expensive. Believe me, it's just not the same thing. So there is no one-size-fits-all answer. There is no this account is what you need. What I can tell you is this. The vast majority of traders fail. And so if you start to make it, what truly differentiates traders that have some kind of a career and those that just you make money and then it doesn't work out in the long run, it's what happens when you hit that first slump. Do you have, like when you hit that first slump, do you have the discipline, A, to get out of it as a trader? Because that's the first real test you have. And then B, do you have enough runway to be able to do that? And those are the two things that trip people up. I find on a prop desk, because you're trading someone else's money, it tends to overwhelmingly be the former, not the latter. It's usually a lack of discipline and not being able to get out of that hole because you make too big of a one. For a lot of traders, they just make too big of a slump the first time because they just know how to manage risk. And for retail, my guess would be, for retail trader, it's probably more of the latter. How much of a bankroll do you really have? And have you been thrifty enough? Like, when I started making money trading, I didn't spend a dime. I didn't go on vacations. I didn't spend a dime on myself. I didn't buy any. Like I did a couple of things and then was like, that's it. You know, like I bought one nice watch and was like, and now I wear it every day that I trade. And it's a reminder that that ain't me. I literally wear it as a reminder that that ain't me because this is a precarious game. Anyways, just trying to be real there. I wish there was an easy answer to some of these questions, but when there isn't one, you can't try to give one.
Definitely not. It can't be. It's tough for it to be your primary.
It is.
Source
It's super hard.
Very difficult.
Super hard.
Like extremely difficult. And I think a lot of people emphasize that when you first get into trading is they just do it as a side gig. See, I don't know. I wasn't trading back then. How much of a difference do you think it is in the market compared to when, like, say, you graduated to now? Do you think there's a major... Or is it, would you call it night and day?
It is night and day from when I started. Like the market is completely different.
Yeah.
But because so I started in 2003.
Yeah.
And because all the changes are so gradual, and as you're adapting to them,
yeah, you
like
kind of.
It doesn't always feel like it's. But now I look back, like nothing is this. Like it's so different. Level 2 is different.
Yeah.
The way the gateways work, like the simple function of how the New York Stock Exchange works is completely different from when I started. You couldn't short, so the uptick rule. Yeah. Right. Like how stock goes down 10%, it's SSR. That was when I started trading. That was every day on the Nasdaq. The uptick rule was just the rule.
Oh, really?
You could never hit the bid to go short unless the last print was up. Like, so think about this. Why do you think a lot of traders who started when I do like shorting? Because I started in a market where it was very difficult to get into a good short. So I grew up trading stuff where you couldn't hit the bid whenever you wanted to go short as a regular rule. So getting into short trades, how I was frustrated about getting into Cerberus today and miss that break, that was just how it was when I started trading. So you acclimatize to that, and then all of a sudden when they loosened it up, it's like suddenly shorting feels really simple, like because you were used to it being incredibly hard.
Yeah.
And there's all kind of, I don't want to get into
too much of that.
No, because if I could, if we're just on the topic of all the different things that have changed and all my experiences with adjusting to this and adjusting to that, we'd just be talking about it for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
To be honest,
that's a conversation
that's all we'd be doing because I could go on and if you can't. There's no way you could have traded for 20 to 25 years and not have just a million things that like stories and this rule changed and this is how you adapt. Like if you didn't have that, then you haven't been trading for 20 years.
Yeah.
And if a trader tells you that they have and doesn't have all these ridiculous ramble-on stories, they ain't no trader, man.
They ain't a trader, man.
Straight up.
Adara?
Yeah, I just want to go over the SpaceX IPO news for everyone. In case you guys missed it, SPCX, that's going to be SpaceX's ticker. They're going to be trading on the NASDAQ. This is just being reported by Reuters, so yet to be confirmed. IPO date is set to be June 12th, Friday, June 12th. Pricing is going to happen there on June 11th, or at least that's, again, according to this report. As we get details, we'll let you know, but we do have a definitive date for the SpaceX IPO, at least according to this one report. Do you guys think we're going to get June 12th, or do you think things will change? Let us know in the chat. Get engaged, guys. Back to you.
I'm there. Yeah, Jesse, why, bro? I've been always up, man. You ask me if I'm tired. Nah, man, we just up, brother. That's up. Yeah, no.
I literally right now messaging Sean to tell him it's June 12th, and we've been going back. So the funny thing is, Sean's on vacation, and so Obviously, he's interested in the market. So
Obviously, he's going.
we had a back and forth. I gave an entire post-mortem of the trade for the IPO yesterday. I explained, like, these were what the fills were like. This is what happened here. This was the slippage on this. This blah, blah, blah. Just so, like, obviously, he gets the mental rep because I can explain to him what we were dealing with. And if we've been talking about the different stop orders back and forth. So in that conversation, I just go June 12th.
That's it.
Bro,
we
have a date.
Boom,
that's it.
over.
It's June 12th. He's not off. He's cool, good to go.
He's ready to rock.
Because he was freaking out. Like I was going back and forth. He's like, I'm gonna miss the SpaceX thing. I'm pissed off. DJ the Menace. I'm 30 and had a chance to move back in with my mother to take care of her. God bless you, man.
Yeah, man. Very good dude.
Good man. Right now, trading is my only form of income. But to manage risk, should I be using prop trading? I only have 10K to my. It is difficult for me. If somebody asked me if prop trading is better, what do you expect me to say? I'm going to say yes. And the reason why I think, and this is not just because I've been trading with a great prop firm that my entire career I have never had to worry about whether I had enough capital to trade. If you perform, you get it. It's never a concern. I don't have to worry about executing where I want. I don't have to worry about whether I can short or not. Your risk is based on your performance. I've never had a situation where they don't pay out. You know what I mean? And I can tell you, and I'm not naming any firms' names, I've heard of people who have traded other places and they got to worry about whether they get paid. So it happens in this business. But I find like the prop model, because you're trading someone else's money, and understand, like if you trade prop, you get a percentage of the gains, right? You don't get 100% of the gains. You get a percentage of the gains. You're trading someone else's money. It also forces some external discipline, so it's not only internal discipline. Prop firms have set stop losses, and it's performance-based, right? So there's a enforced limit, whereas when you trade your own account, it's a little bit harder than that. So I'm so incredibly biased when it comes to that because it's what has worked for me, and it's what got me to where I am. I cannot answer it another way because I have no experience trading a retail account for anything. Like, sure, I'll put some swing trades on in my personal account, but that doesn't mean anything. I've been a day trader prop for my entire life, or adult life.
That's fair, man. That's fair.
JK, an investment office and have low blood pressure and all my hair.
Nice, man.
All your hair? I hate you, JKL. I liked you.
Oh, and
you gave us all these super chats.
Oh, that's hella disrespectful.
You're good peoples. You know what I'm saying? We have a great community, and now you got to throw in that you have all your hair.
Bruh.
That come on, JK. I thought we were friends.
Delete this guy, man.
I thought we were friends.
I guess he's not part of the Bald Brigade.
It's a Bald Brotherhood.
Oh, sorry, Bald Brotherhood.
We'll
The brigade works too.
The brigade works
Brotherhood.
too, man. That's crazy work, man.
You see
The
what
disrespect today is insane.
I know. This is what people are doing.
This is insane,
JK's been great. Like we have a great community.
Man.
It's all jokes. If you're just tuning in for the first time, it's all love.
See, my girl Jody, bald is beautiful. Bald is beautiful, man.
No, my daughter won't let me do the whole cubit. Like I want to shave it all off.
Too much haterade drinking out here, man. Too many people sipping on that haterade today, Neil. Other than that, all serious traders are bald. Apparently, man. Jeff Bezos is bald, so what's going on with that?
He's joking around, man.
And such a
look right there. Sarcasm. Bald as the day is long.
Exactly, man.
JK,
we're obviously playing around.
Bald Brotherhood.
Exactly.
We also got Brian. Sisterhood, man.
We got Brian. You can be a part of anybody can be a part of the.
Brian's in the.
Brian's in it. Luis Barbados in it. Who else are we missing there? There's a couple other people. Bald is the new sexy, says, why not? Yeah, we got a lot going on for ourselves over here. Don't think otherwise. I think maybe you guys are just, let me join, says Ramin. Ramin trying to join that too. I think Ramin said that.
And Ramin, you're not getting in the Bald Brotherhood. You're not, Ramin made a joke about how she would be willing to shave her head, and I called cap within 2 seconds.
Yeah,
and I'm Team Ramin. I'm Team Ramin, but there's just 0% chance she's ever shaved.
It's mad cap.
It's beyond 0%.
I have a better chance of winning.
You know you're not doing it, Ramin. I'm looking you dead in the eye. You know you're not shaving your head.
I appreciate you, Brian.
Okay.
I have a better chance of winning 6 blackjack hands in a row tonight than Ramin shaving her head bald.
What's the big deal? Winning 6 blackjack hands in a row?
Yeah, so it's a very low chance.
It can happen.
It can happen,
It's
though. I've never
non-zero.
done it. It'll do
What,
it
you're going to the
hard.
casino tonight?
No, I play online, Bet365.
Oh.
Get a couple hands in. That's it,
So
man, nothing crazy.
I was just talking about stories.
Yeah.
The tricky thing about trading, when I started my trading career, at the time, and when I did finally eventually moved in with my girlfriend, like moved out and moved in with my girlfriend, she was like a personal trainer. So she worked in the evenings. So I would come home from a trading day. We'll get to super chat. I'll try to be quick. I would come home from the trading day, and this is when online poker was getting big. And I'm not a bad poker player.
Yeah.
So I'd have my trading
I
fixed,
remember you telling me
and then
this,
I'd get
yeah.
home, and then I'd be home by myself, and then I would just sit down in front of the computer
And play.
and play online poker.
Yeah.
And I was doing well with it. But what I realized was it was actually bad because I needed the time away from the screen to then be focused in the morning. Because it was basically like trading all day.
Yeah.
While I
and
was
then you
awake,
were- well, yesterday.
which ended up not being a good thing. So I was like, I can't do this anymore.
I hear you. I agree.
And I
I
loved
don't
it.
spend
It was
much
fun.
time. I don't spend much time on it.
I was like a big Omaha high-low because at the beginning, when online poker was big, everyone was like Texas Hold'em. And then Omaha
You were
was an
Omaha,
interesting game. But
yeah.
most people didn't understand how to actually properly play Omaha high-low. So if you played a few tables there, it was just like slim pickings. You play like 2-5, and you were just sitting there like picking people apart. They had no clue.
my goodness.
Basu Games, high team,
Dude.
started learning and trading last November. I've lost my share, but finally things are looking up. Made 8K this month so far.
Good, man.
Fresh grad with mom. See, there you go. I actually think
What is fresh grad with mom?
you just
mean?
graduated school. I actually think it's
Oh,
easier
okay.
to start trading
When you're
if
younger.
When you're that young.
Exactly.
I'm just being real. The best trader
Very
I
much
ever
so.
saw was like straight out of high school, and he actually dropped out.
Because
of
you have
college.
no like money. There's
wouldn't
no real.
suggest that,
There's
but-
no like you don't value money. You don't.
I don't think it's not that you don't value money. You don't have responsibilities.
Yeah.
You have a better chance of giving it a chance without fear. Is the best way to.
I
Put
think
it.
there's a lot.
When you have mortgage payments.
Yeah, exactly.
Slump hits different when you got a mortgage payment.
Good.
I'm just being real. What's up with Sedge and Enphase? Is solar back? I don't know. I wish I saw a trade right now. Why did
Just sitting in there,
I should have been short Tesla.
Off of that level.
I was waiting for VWAP, and then I was like, yeah, there's your topping tail. And the reason I say I should be shorted is look where it turned from short entry to long, and look at right where that dump is, and then that's right where we wicked into, and then I didn't grab it because I was waiting for VWAP. VWAP's a line on a chart, people. A line on a chart. Sometimes you can be looking for something to happen, and because you anchor yourself to a concept, like this is like I'm looking for that. I'm looking for that. Something else will stare you in the face, and you don't see it because you have eyeballs on a particular setup. And I've been staring at VWAP all day long on the stock. But again, VWAP's just a line on a chart. Still got to find.
You already know. Always be thankful. Absolutely, I agree with that. And that's a very good point, Jesse. I think you're malleable at that age, right? So
True.
Your brain is still growing, and I think that's why I was at a young age. It wasn't just throwing caution to the wind. It's not that you were reckless, but I told you guys my story. What happened with me in weed stocks and purchasing other things is just like, okay, I had very little knowledge, but I just had less fear opposed to when I started trading full time. I had everything like going from. I had a mortgage that I had to pay for and bills. I never had a car payment or anything, so I don't know if that had any form of manipulation within the trading. But yeah, notorious. We're just chilling with that. But other than that, like. If I started when I was younger, when I had a significant amount of cash, like much more cash in my bank account after I purchased my condo and everything along those lines, I think, I don't know if it would be in a different position, but anyways, at the end of the day, I just had a lot less fear than when I did when I was in my later 20s, right? I was 28 years old when I first started learning about day trading at that time. I didn't know anything about it. Are we going to going to Neil. Here.
Well, you know what? When you're learning, you want to learn when there's volatility. You want to know why you want to learn when there's volatility? because that gives you movement. And if you're a trader, movement gives you the best opportunities. Beta Pro by Globex offers Canada's first and longest running suite of leveraged and inverse ETFs that are built for sophisticated investors and traders who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple leverage bull and 3x bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset USD exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy objectives and risk profile. Shout out to Beta Pro. Scan the QR code for more information.
There's a question. There's a question in the chat here, Neil. Hey, man, and I don't. I'm going to be frank with you. I don't love this question, and let's see. I'm going to let Neil actually take this over and give you a legitimate and a real answer because that's what we need. Hey, man. I just had a kid. He is currently 6 months. It's been hard, but I saved up $1,500. What option can I take to at least 2 to 3x this question is for both of you. Please let me know. I left a like and sub.
Hold on a second. I need to parse through.
Shaka Trades.
Just had a kid. You saved up. You just want a 3x 1,500 because when you had a kid? Okay, first off.
Yeah, that's why I leave this.
Yeah, first off, like, I think anytime you're just like asking somebody, like I'm a day trader on YouTube. We're just day traders on YouTube. How am I gonna 2 to 3x my money? I need the money.
Buddy, if I did that, if I knew.
I mean, here's the thing. If it was that easy for me to give you an answer, I wouldn't. Like, I'd probably.
We'd be on a beach somewhere.
I've been doing this for over 20 years. If it was that easy, I'd be on a beach somewhere, man.
Yeah.
I'm just being real with you. Well, what I can say is, congratulations. One of the best things you can do that I think was pretty cool, and I can say because I did this when my daughter was born, is like immediately start an account for their school.
Nice.
You start that as soon as possible, and sometimes you want to make it a bit conservative so that it's generating revenue. That's one of the best things to save money for. Ultimately, too, like make sure you secure your future, save where you can. The whole get rich fast thing or make money fast, it's just a lie.
It is, man.
I'll be real with you. Like yesterday, I'm not sitting here saying there aren't like these big, as traders, we take these big opportunities. Because yesterday on CRBS, there was a one shot and it was my biggest trade of the year. But remember the other side of this. There was a reason why the whole time after my best trading day of the year, I was sitting there crapping on myself all afternoon. I mean, like shitting on myself in terms of the performance that I had. Because ultimately, it worked. But I looked at how I performed in the trade, and my downside risk didn't justify the amount that I ended up making. And that ends up being true whenever you're trying to make a big trade. And if you're in a position where you can't afford to lose the money, now it's a short, where you can't afford to lose the money, you don't want to be thinking for those schemes. I mean, celebrate the fact that you're a new parent. That is like the greatest gift in the world. There is no greater gift in the world, in my opinion. It's just my opinion.
I think that's the greatest
you don't want to
gift.
try to get. And even if I looked at every single chart and was like, okay, well, if I was going to make a swing, this is what I would make. The last person I'd want to tell is somebody who's just trying to gamble that just had a kid.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Yeah.
That being said, there's one thing that I would tell you that ended up being true for me. When you become a parent, you have less time. And if you allow it to, it sharpens you in a way that makes you more efficient. But I'm dead serious. So I had less time to work out, but I immediately became way more efficient in my workouts. I had less time to go over charts and go over and review trades and whatnot. I became more efficient at doing that because you realize that you're in this new reality and your ability to just change as a person, as a parent, is unbelievable how quickly it will make you a better person and better at a lot of things if you allow it to. But don't try to cheat it because you can't.
Can't cheat the process, man. Unfortunately, that's the case. But I think we should switch the subject up a little bit. It's not one that we like here, and nor do we endorse, to be honest with you. Come here, Joe. What's going on? What's going on? So if me and Joe have whoa, what's going on here? Anyways, Joe B, I appreciate that, Pops Mafia. I'm glad I didn't read that completely, but Joe is all right, Hangry Wife, we get it. I like that one, but guys, not too bad of a look as the market's taking an additional leg lower. You guys are extremely comical. I am not having a baby Ozan, nor will I be having one anytime soon. That is for sure.
Congratulations.
Pardon me?
Congratulations.
Okay, yeah. So I thought Dara said something.
No, I went to the washroom. I come back, people are talking kids.
Kids, yeah. That's the conversation.
That's all I said.
That's the congratulations. You guys are funny.
Isn't Selena like literally in the chat right now?
She was really. I don't know if she's still in it, but she's already made Joe got a barbecue and everything along those lines. But there's a volume spike stepping in on the Nasdaq, guys. You can see the uptick. 430,000 shares. I was gonna say contracts traded. These guys are crazy, man. Joey kids. It's wild. I have a child actually. It's a fur baby, and his name is Milo. All right, that's all I got. Yeah, exactly. Good, quick on the keys, man. 75.97 here on the TQQs as we head in towards the volume weighted average price. He's enough already, and I don't need any more at this current moment. So. Yeah, Mini Joe running around talking options. Yeah, man, that's probably the goal eventually one day. I will get him trading bright and early. No video games, only trading. Only just trading charts. No, that's going to be his video game.
What's wrong with video games?
There's nothing wrong with video games, but that is going to be his video game.
Okay.
Just be the ultimate master and see what we got going on.
You know what?
Junior.
I'll be straight up. My daughter knows what I do. She knows what the markets are, but I feel like my dad was very much the old school West Indian at first, where it's like you have to have a profession. So I grew up in a house where he was an engineer, and that's how he got off the island by scholarship. Unbelievable. All credit to him. But I was like, you got to be an engineer, doctor, lawyer, and accountant. Didn't like biology. My dad was an engineer, so I felt like those two were out. Lawyers what the you know what. So I was good at math. That means I was going to be an accountant. That was literally my life. So I'm going to be an accountant. And it took actual courage to leave that major and my brother, all credit to him, if he wasn't an artist, I probably would never have done it. Yeah. Because he basically plowed that road by being an artist.
Yeah, he's going to do what he
wants. So it made it a lot easier for me. So I try to put, and my dad and I had this conversation about it, when I was an adult. I was like, when I was growing up, this is what I felt, and I felt it was difficult. And he's like, I never intended that, and I'm so happy that you've chosen something for freedom, and that was never it. I was just looking out for you, and I wanted the best, and that's how I got my success. That's what I believe. And so now I try not to put any of that pressure on Aaron. It's like, you can know what I do, but I'm never going to try to steer you toward things that I like, with the exception of, unfortunately, I have definitely done that with baseball tour.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I'll be honest, I don't have children, so it's hard for me to speak, but I do believe that children need some form of direction.
Oh, direction, yes.
Yeah.
Direction, yes. It's like, make sure you're studying, make sure you're working hard. Do we lead her in certain ways? Yeah, man. She loves.
I think somewhat.
She loves Mark Rober, this guy he's like this scientist guy, an engineer on YouTube. So you better believe, you like this show? Oh, you're getting the Crunch Labs thing every single week, and you're building with him. So little things like that. Oh, you enjoy this? Okay, we'll lean into that because you enjoy it, and I think it's really cool. So it's more direction. I won't force engineering up, but she shows an interest. Mm-hmm. Oh, we're gonna back that up.
If you're like, hey, I want to do this, then be like, okay, let's do this, but you have to do it to the best of your ability.
Yeah,
that's kind of that's kind of where I'm leaning towards, right? It's just like, hey, you can be something. You're gonna be something. Will allow you to choose it, but you have to work hard in order to achieve that goal.
It's also super cool. By the way, this is kind of on point because we're just talking about the guy.
There we go.
Mark Rober, the guy I was just talking about. He literally worked at NASA before he went on YouTube.
Yeah.
Great channel for kids, by the way. If you get your kid addicted to this guy, because all they'll want to do is learn to build and learn to learn.
It's good, man.
And his stuff is I watch his stuff. I think it's interesting. We got a Crunch Lab thing I'm going to work on with Aaron this weekend. I don't even know what I think it. Well, one of them, it's a tripwire that literally launches balls at you that she keeps on planting places in the house, and then it's fun, but she always just pranks me. ASTS, I'm going to guess moving because of this SpaceX. So I'm going to suppose here we got a date for SpaceX. Oh, there's news specifically on them?
The SpaceX, thing might have pushed that higher, but I know earlier today, and I mentioned it during the midday, FCC made a decision that benefits ASTS in regards to, I guess, like, not data centers in space, but orbital things here for ASTS. I put it on X at TTV Research. I reposted it. You can find it there. But yeah, ASTS did have some positive news at like 1:45, I want to say.
And that is a big one.
Yeah, we already know that, Jesse. That goes without saying.
Appreciate
man.
you, Jesse. That's nice.
Yeah, man. We already know that.
You know what's weird? Jesse said you're a good dad. You know what? No parent knows a damn thing. I had a buddy of mine who's first, like, one of Sean and I. Actually, he was Sean's friends first, and then we all became friends in high school, a big group of us. And he had twins as his first.
Damn. So did Selena's brother.
And if I tell you that this was the guy in the group that was, if there was like, this is the last dude to get married and the last dude to have kids, it was this guy.
It was that guy?
And he was did unbelievably well. And then I'm like, what was your secret? He's like, honestly, I have no idea what I'm doing, but every single thing I try, I'm doing because I love my kids.
That's it, man.
So you can't fail because if billions of people have managed to figure it out, or however many have figured it out just by starting by, we're just trying our best.
Jesse.
And it's always worked out. If that's all you're doing, believe me.
Kids raising kids, man.
It doesn't take much. You just have to actually care. So ASTS is really, really going. And I don't want to chase the highs. We're going to go back to Adara in a quick little second, but I'm looking for something that might not be as strong for a bit of a fade because I should have shorted Tesla. And I'm not seeing another pop in it just yet. It's about 320 now too. Was that to go to Adara, I thought? Yes, let's go to Adara and come back.
We're going to look at earnings, guys, what we're expecting next week, who's going to be reporting, what economic data do we have. I am very excited. We're going to be welcoming a new Fed's Venable, who's, of course, interim president of the Atlanta Fed after Bostic's retirement, Cheryl Venable. Her first speech that I can remember seeing here on record, 8:30 a.m. on Monday. Economic data also includes pending home sales, some more Fed speak. You get FOMC minutes on Wednesday. You get some services PMI data from S&P on Thursday, and then on Friday you're going to be getting UMich consumer sentiment. Now earnings, a lot more interesting. You get some Chinese ADRs, Baidu, Billy, and Neo. You're going to get tons of retail names. Walmart, which I know Joe is into, Lowe's, TJX, Target. But guys, how could I forget the biggest earnings names next week? After the bell on Wednesday, Nvidia, Jensen Huang. We'll find out if we're long on Huang or if we're short on Nvidia here, because it's going to be Wednesday after the bell. Please check this out on X at TTV Research. Daily calendar coming out in 12 minutes. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. We didn't get this super chat.
We didn't get that one.
Dave, shout out to you, Dave. Did the math and cost of business have 25K of options expiring worthless today. To really make a living, those things need to just be zen. You really have to have bankroll to roll, and it's not gambling. That's, you know what? Something that I live by in trading is, regardless of account size, regardless of the trade, regardless of the style of trade, when you make a trade, the amount that you're risking, so I'll use an example of what is exactly in front of me. And I'll give you an example of what I'm staring at. I actually don't want to revert this, but let's just say I do. Let's just say it turns at 86 and I want to short a break of the trend at 85, and I want to short 85 to 86. And I want to risk $100 on it. Then that dollar you can risk the $100 on with that slippage. Consider that you've just bought the trade. When I get in, you've bought that trade and that money's out of your pocket. It's already gone. The only question becomes, do you get it back at 1-to-1? Do you make money on it if it goes all the way to the downside? But the second that trade is on, I already consider it a loss. Every single trade, in my opinion, that's how you view it, so that if it loses, like, whatever. If I hit the key, that means I'm already expecting to lose the money.
Yeah, it's gone.
And with that attitude, I'm never freaking out about a loss. The only time I'm freaking out about a loss is if instead of 1, I get slipped and you lose 2 because you weren't expecting that. Or you break the rule. Like you were supposed to have a stop, but you didn't. You canceled it or you moved it, so you broke a rule. You didn't take profit where you said you would, so you had more when it came back, and you did something you weren't supposed to do. But never because a trade lost.
Yeah.
Even Sheep will be able to tell you this. I had in the history of this floor, easily the most unfortunate It wasn't really a fat finger, but execution event that's ever happened on this floor. And it happened to me in the pre-market, and it was disgusting. I basically caused myself to lose a bunch of money because it was me getting in, and then it was me getting marketed out, and nothing happened in the stock. It was just, I was in. I had a position in the pre-market, and the clock came up because there was no bid ask. And there was nothing about the stock that was going against me except for the fact that there was nobody on the offer. And I even showed it at the time that it happened. I go, this is what happened to me this morning. And that's where I'll get mad. It wasn't a loss. It was just like, oh my goodness. Like, that was stupid because the guy that was usually making the offer in front got waxed that day and I didn't notice it. And so basically I was the only person that was offering that stock that day. And so you realize when you take that kind of a hit, you move on. Was there something I could have done about it? Not really. Not much. You know, it's like, okay, well, I can adjust. Going in the future, I can adjust to what happened, but there wasn't much I could have done about it in the moment, so you let it roll off. You wouldn't have known it happened that day outside of the fact that I told people. And that's the same thing with any trade, win, lose, or draw. Now, granted, I will admit I was very frustrated with CBRS, which was, I thought, a little bit uncharacteristic the last couple of days because I was inefficient trading it. Like, I missed an entry on it, which was frustrating because I didn't get the execution breaking down this morning because it was SSR, and that to me was like the hero trade. That was the big one, and it worked right away. But ultimately, like every other trade, when I was sitting in this thing, like I just want to short it at the price. I want to make sure my average price was around the 90 to 95 range with a stop at the top end of the range. I accomplished that and just sat in the thing. And I'm like, I'm sitting in this, and it's either going to be a loser or, I ended up getting some back. That doesn't matter. Imagine that doesn't happen. Either it's going to be a loser or I'm going to get it all. I predetermined that. So all morning long, you saw me just sitting in that trade. Like I'm not scalping it. I want to hold. Like once it was cresting here, I'm like, okay, I'm in the position. It's either going to break down, and I wasn't even bidding until the bottom end of the range, and that's just how it is. And sometimes you have to have that attitude when you're trading. And it's an important thing because it's so hard to do. Most traders will get emotional. You lose money and you lose big money for the first time and you will get emotional about it. It's just human nature. But if you can try to tell yourself that you've already lost, like what's the line in The Walking Dead? It's like, there's a whole, one of the episodes of The Walking Dead, he literally goes into this. Like someone was, they tell a story of how a guy survived the war. And he survived the war by waking up every day saying he was already dead. And then therefore, like it's just, that's what got him through. And that's an extreme example, it's not like that. But trading, if you just tell yourself you've spent that loss, it's happened, move on. And if you can't stomach that, it's really difficult to trade. Because you will get emotional about your losses.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree, man. I've been there. I think everybody, very rare is it for individuals to say that they haven't been upset about any form of trading or anything like that. But yeah, when you enter something prepared, am I expecting to? Obviously I'm not. I think I understand that I might, but if I hit the key, I'm prepared to lose, right? Like I'm prepared. It's just like with everything in life, preparation where practice meets preparation, and failing to prepare is preparing to fail, and just the typical sayings there. But we got some more news coming here from Adara. We're going to talk a little bit more about this TQs trade. We're going to get out of this momentarily. No, it's all right, man. It's all good. Let's send it off to Adara. We're going to talk a little bit more about what we got going on in options chains and everything along those lines.
More 13F news. NUVB pushing up to the upside. This company is called Nuvation Bio. Stanley Druckenmiller here announcing a stake. So again, Stanley Druckenmiller, stake in NUVB. Some volatility in this name as we head into halfway through Power Hour.
Very much. Yeah, so I mean, it did. A bit of Traders Anonymous. Hey, listen, man.
Traders Anonymous.
That's what our boy was saying. I understand. Like sometimes it's tough, like being at home all alone, trading and just dealing with it. We understand what it goes, and that's why we're here. We're not only going to talk about majority of the positives, but the reality and the mental taxation that can come with this stuff. All right. Anyways, aside from that, Neil, it hasn't been a good one, man. You and I have had a solid week together. We're going to be rocking and rolling on Monday as well too. Now we know when SpaceX IPO is going to be. I think that's going to add a little bit more giddy and more jump to our step, even though we got enough jump going on here already. But other than that,
I'm also telling you this right now. Every single IPO of any size until SpaceX, I'm trading. whether I like
You think
it or,
this thing's going to open up at more than $500? They get Cerebras. If Cerebras
no way
is going
to
to go
know
350,
because they have to like.
what's the issuing price going to
The
be?
thing about the price, they can do whatever they want with the price. It's just a function of.
But my question is like,
how much you want to raise, and
if
and how
we're a
many
month
shares.
away from this, how do we not have any form of an idea what the potential issuing price is going to be?
We'll find out.
I have a theory.
What is it?
We'll find out.
420. Because
Why?
we
'Cause
know
of Elon?
that Elon Musk is obsessed with 420. So
Okay.
I don't think it's like. Do you guys remember when the
they'd be
all-time
smarter
high on
cheaper.
Tesla was 420.69?
I think
This was
they'd
the
be.
thing.
I think it'd be smarter for them to make it cheaper. That's just.
I
my-
think
I
so
think
too.
so too, but
I
we
think
know
so
Elon
too.
loves
Smarter
the
for them to make
memes.
it
So
But again, you say with
You
with Wall
limit
Street, the
you
greed, they
limit
don't
some of the
care.
traders that will be in there. Like
Exactly.
prop traders can trade when it's that
And
expensive.
at this
but
point, think about it. So the PDT rule will be lifted at that time as well too, wouldn't it? I believe
we say
it's
that was?
June
The-
4th or something along those.
In
within
effect, the 4th?
Right, it's effective the 4th. So I mean, there it is. You can get some more retail space involved with this stuff. So
$42.69, and then let it open at 75. Right? That,
dude, if Cerebras is going to open up at 100% the
Elon.
issuing price, okay, tell them right now.
Elon,
Send it
just
to 'em.
make sure the structure is that it opens at $42.69.
Okay.
That already works for you. You know you like it. So if you do that as an issue price, however the math works, and then it'll open at like 70 to 80 bucks anyways, minimum. Might even open at $100. But that allows people to actually more people to be involved, and that's what you
Lemons,
want.
that's legit.
And the other thing to keep in mind, remember, just because it's going to be a hot fire liquidity event and exciting day trade doesn't necessarily mean that day one will be a good investment. I will tell you right now, there is almost no chance that I will want a long-term investment started on SpaceX on day one. Almost no chance.
Not even a little dabble.
I never say never, but I just almost don't see it. The last IPO where I was like, yeah, I actually really seriously considered it, and I still didn't even do it, was ARM. That was the only one. And now I have a position in ARM, and you don't need to buy it on the first day to get yourself a good position in something.
I agree with that for sure.
it's not.
I think if you're patient on that one, we know Ronnie Barron is extremely optimistic on that as well too. Good old funny man options, bro man. Oh, okay, tasty. But other than that, guys, what are what's everyone else in the chat trading? We haven't done this today. How has your Friday been? Let's put it in the chat, red or green. We could probably set up a poll for that one too. Oh, I'm frozen.
Can I pretend Cerebras didn't exist? No, just kidding.
Can you pretend Cerebras
I
didn't
can't.
exist?
Y'all knew like, my day was going to be whether or not CRBS, that trade worked out or not.
Yeah,
Like, I was
green.
able to catch some other stuff, but it wouldn't have made a difference.
Put it in the chat. Put those.
It was only going to be about that one today, so.
Yeah, let's. Today has been Boo Boo says Jay Bronson, green, cash, red, a lot of across the board. Let's see how everybody's Friday is doing. Don't forget we're leading into the weekend, so don't get too upset or anything along those lines, guys. There's Monday morning, and then guess what? We even know when the IPO is going to be. Red, sadly, a lot of red. The only setup for trading right here. Make sure you go and check that link out. Dropped by Ramin. Green, a lot of red. We got Jacques with some red hearts. We love that. Gween says bronze. We like that amazingly green, no losses, just blah. Oh, okay, that's good. That's good.
I saw
Jay
some people
Bronson.
said they didn't trade today.
And that's good. There's nothing wrong with sitting on your hands. MF Dangerous did that the other day, bright and early in the morning. He's like, or I shouldn't have said, screw this. Oh, I almost slipped. Yeah, screw this. And he's like, I'm out of there. So other than that, yeah, guys.
That's another hidden secret too. Like a lot of traders, like there's just not every day. If you're like, so I've known a few, actually like, you can count on one hand, anybody that's been a successful futures trader for more than just like a short period of time. And there's not always a good trade.
No,
a lot of times like I remember there'd be days that Arun would come in and not even make a futures trade.
When I was at
he was the person. He's the longest successful run of a futures trader that I have seen in my 20 years, and that guy wouldn't trade every single day.
Yeah.
Straight up.
When I was at home trading my own account and with a different community where the majority of the individuals were retail traders trading at home, there's people who just take that one trade, they're gone for the day, and there's people who wouldn't even trade at all. If their setup didn't come, they wouldn't take trades, right? So, I mean, don't feel obligated all the time to put on a position, I understand. But when you start getting the jitters and you're like, hey, I need to do this, I need to do that, then you're swaying away from your system. I know we all fall into that loophole, it happens, but the stronger that you can hold off on that urge to just put something on, I think you have a better chance of success at the end of the day. So yeah, there it is, 75.92. Still haven't broke the volume weighted average price. Let's run through our watch list and our Meg 7. Here's our stock portfolio here, guys. Obi at the top of the list, up 35%. Sean sitting in that second spot. Randy sitting at 11.8%. And then we have your boy right here at 10% to the upside. CrowdStrike helping us climb the ranks a little bit there. So that's a lot of fun. But what I want to do right now is just head over to our watch list. We're going to go through a lot of the names and see how we've been performing on this session. So we'll head over to the 5-minute time frame. Nice top up here at 303. Options market might want this to close below 300. We are running out of time, but a strong move lower, a close below 300 is going to put a lot of contracts out of the money where you want them to expire. All right, so let's move forward. 227 on Nvidia. We did happen to climb back up to 231. This pullback is totally respectable. It's going to buy me more. I would like to have grabbed some at 224, but maybe we post up at 220. Now, Google up to 396. It did almost print an all-time high here today. Not necessarily the case, but Apple did. Microsoft finally finding its ground, a break and a hold of this support of this trend line, and Monday morning we open, maybe we officially have a break and we start to see this continue to climb a little bit higher and recover and start to play catch up, which might help add a little bit more fuel to this tech trade. Amazon, same thing, not too far off of the all-time highs, about 4.5% now. Now Tesla, not the best past couple of sessions, but that's okay. This will be in play at one point once again. Meta not doing so good. Broadcom not too bad. AMD from 429. We are off of that 469 high, so that is a 10% pullback, just like that in AMD. And because we move so far so fast, I wouldn't be surprised. Like 20% brings us back to 373. Okay, so that's $100 from where we're currently are from that peak. I don't think that's too bad. If you want to classify it as bear territory, which it is, that's totally understandable. But I think that's a healthy pullback and something that we would want to see in a move that climbed 167% or 140% in a span of a month. That's quite a bit. I do like what Mitch Hoke was saying, Neil, in terms of playing catch up from a market cap standpoint and what they have going on with their stack. AMD is a really good play in my opinion.
It's hard to argue with it. I'm not going to pretend to argue with it, but because I know I was wrong about that one. Like a lot of things have gone well in the AI trade, because it's like you couldn't have. The only way to have failed was to have sold something early. So it's like inevitably, like if you had a high flyer and you chose to trim it to any significant amount, it's just like it ended up being wrong. So what are you going to do? Like AMD was that one for me. And no amount of any other things going up is going to make me feel better about it. That's just how it is. There are some pretty significant imbalances on the early look right now. Just in terms of size, like you've got CDE at 8 million to the sell side. You've got USAS was just actually popping around. That was higher now, 2 million. VZLA, VZLA, 2.4 million to the sell side. FSM, 3.3 million sell. It's pretty early for all this. It's not like it's. So it is the third Friday.
It is, yes.
Right? Like it's usually you think of that as being past the halfway point, but because this Friday's on the 15th, this is the third Friday, so you will have a little bit more activity at the open and the close from a volatility standpoint.
Yeah.
So there's a few names in here already that are pretty big, none of which I was able to find have index actions from what I can tell. So all of these are kind of out of nowhere. Especially that CDE. That's pretty decent at 8 million. That's more than half of the volume of the day. So I've thrown that up. Kind of given up on Tesla. You know what? That is what it is. Like I'm looking long when it's a short. If you're ever looking long when something is a short, your best case scenario is that at least you get in at the right time. But took a break-even stop. Shouldn't have. Should have at least let it ride further. Shouldn't have waited for VWAP, but that is what it is on Tesla. I'm telling you this much. I'm kind of default the other direction on Tesla on Monday, and the 420 should tell you why.
Okay.
Yeah, we're cresting down into this 420. I don't know if it's going to break down at the close here, but there's definitely a resistance, sort of rollover, and a flat-ish bottom break here for Tesla. Like it just feels like. We had it's a pretty good rally. Whoops. Like it's a pretty good rally off that trend break. This one, I'll just draw the top of it. I'll just kind of draw the top of it. I don't need to draw the support. Pretty good rally off that trend break, but we've gone right into the lower high where the head and shoulders was before, and we've made that reversal. Jay Lee just said it's heading back to 350. I don't know that I'm not taking it that far, but I think at least a test of the 400 to the 200, somewhere here to the 200 period moving average feels like a no-brainer to me. So I'm going to be coming in next week looking bearish on Tesla. Maybe it's all the way to the 50. I can't bring myself to think we're going all the way back to 350 yet. That will require everything brew.
Thank you.
Not a bad idea. Thanks for keeping it fun all day. Love.
Thank you.
Gabe Owner.
Yeah, thanks, Gabe.
You.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate you, man.
Everything brew for the weekend, yeah.
Yeah, I hope you have a fantastic weekend, man. It's in Toronto. It's nice weather. Things are starting to look a little bit brighter. Yeah, we're going to get the queue going. We're going to get outside. We're going to do a lot of things. Assassino's loving it for sure. He's all excited about that weather. Ramin, too. Hey, Joe, what's my baby's name? His name is Milo.
Oh, boy. We're still on this one, eh?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought we were off it. But anyways, yeah, we're still sitting in this, guys. We went through our watch list to see how some of the memory plays are doing.
Joe.
Pardon me?
You'll be a great.
I appreciate that, man. I would like to think so.
Joe's not actually having a baby.
I'm not. But when
You'll
I
be a good dad.
I think so. I think I'd be a pretty good one. I hope to be. Anyways, like you said, man, you're just gonna try your best and try to put them in the best case scenarios and the best opportunity to succeed in life. So that's the narrative. That's the goal. Hopefully it works out. If it doesn't, then I apologize, but we're not gonna think like that whatsoever. As for Coinbase, Neil, I've been looking at this level 219, 220 mark, looking for that to break. It hasn't broke yet, and I've tested it on multiple occasions. Okay, so I'm not in love with this. At some point it will, and I think when it does, there's going to be a lot of volatility and momentum in that direction. Now, CrowdStrike, we're going through a little bit more of our names, putting in that new all-time high. Yeah, 595. Just
let it ride.
Yeah, let this bad boy
let that ride.
This thing is hot fire right now. So that's looking really good. What has Netflix done today? Because it was going opposite. It was going opposite the market. What did they say now?
No, Steve M in the chat.
What did Steve M say?
That's fine.
Yeah, all right. Don't even see what.
Apparently, I fall for a lot of stuff.
Why?
If you put, I'll just read anything.
Yeah,
apparently.
read it, man.
No.
Oh,
not,
don't read it. Oh, okay.
Apparently, I'll fall for it.
Blicky, you guys want to see Milo? I mean, I show you guys him all the time. We have pictures of him.
Yeah, you've shown Milo before.
I show pictures of him all the time, man. I'll show you a picture of, oh, look. Yes, he's all coned up right now.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's all coned up. I don't know if he's all coned up right now. We can't really see too much, but.
No, further, yeah.
Yeah, he's all coned up right now. I would say why, but it's probably not appropriate for TV. He's a licker, that's for sure. We'll leave it at that.
Well, look at him. You kind of just said it.
So yeah.
Now you said it.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I would like to say it. Look, him and I on the hike not too long ago, man. He's out on the trails with the boy and stuff like that. So we got a lot. I'll show you one more before we send things off, but. There's one you can maybe see.
There you go.
Yeah, there he is, man. Yeah, that's my guy right there. That's my best buddy. When they say I had a dog before, Zeke loved him, but I also love Milo as well too. So Zeke was a big king shepherd. He was the bee's knees. Yeah, he was the king of the street. No one messed around with that guy. But I fully understand now that I'm even a little bit older on why they say dogs are a man's best friend. For sure, man.
We got another one. Appreciate all the super chats this afternoon. It's a Friday afternoon thing, I feel sometimes. Massive day with Microsoft calls expiring today. Well, Microsoft has been a winner. This is one of keep in mind, you know what? Let me leave this chart up for a second, just so you can think of the context. Right, like this is the NASDAQ, kind of lost it back into VWAP, and maybe we're getting a bounce now, but we're off like 1.25%, and Microsoft is up 4%. If this is real, we were talking about it this morning. It was this morning, right? Where we were saying it was this morning. One of the things we were pointing out is like the IGV and the software names have already broken trend on the daily and are going higher. And now it's Microsoft and Palantir's turn to join that party because they're only now breaking out. And Palantir isn't even doing it yet. Like Palantir isn't even at that crest. So, you know, sometimes it's that next thing. If the rally was being led by a few names, now you get the software coming back in. And once they start, if Microsoft seals a deal, that's the next wave of the rally. It doesn't, it can't, it's not always, like, bull markets don't get led by the same thing for the entire time. Like, you get the baton passed. And if we're going to pass it to the software names, they got a lot of room to run, and Microsoft will be the leader of the pack. Let's go to Adara. Less than 10 minutes till the balances.
Unfortunately, a dark story to talk about here with AMGN. As you can see here, Amgen did just spike lower. It dropped like $2. Right now, continuing to drop. Now, the news here is Wall Street Journal reporting that, unfortunately, 20 people in Japan reportedly passed away after taking an Amgen drug for rare immune diseases. Apparently, the pharmaceutical company which sells the drug in Japan, Kissei Pharmaceutical, has warned doctors to stop prescribing it to new patients. So some concerns here about AMGN's drug, which apparently, unfortunately, did lead to the deaths of 20 people in Japan. Back to you.
That sucks. That's bad news.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Let's try to. Let's see. The thing is, I was going to try to turn things to a little bit more of a positive note, but then I had up here.
That's the wrong stuff.
Yeah, it's completely the wrong stock. I'm mixed. Yeah, with pull CrowdStrike or Apple or something back up there, 300 as I put in that all-time high. No, but honestly, you don't like hearing that stuff, man. It's not good. Yeah, it's unfortunate, and I mean, wishes go out to the family.
Yeah, there's a pretty decent-looking chart.
There's a good one. Rum.
Yeah, rum's pickle.
Rum. Pickle me. Timber.
Oh, pickle me timbers. It's Friday afternoon. How do you both feel about rum in the short term? Well, actually, you know, I've always been a rum guy. Been into bourbon, but like with the whole trade thing, we can't get bourbon here in Canada anymore. So, you know, you go back to your roots with rum. No, I know, I'm just joking. Say the next 3 to 6 months with their data center acquisition. Thanks and have a great weekend. Well, remember all the questions that we keep getting about things in a downward trend and allow them to break out of said downward trends? Finally, we get a question where I can say, I may not be in it and I'm not buying it, but the downward trend was broken. You're above 50, you're above 200, you have a positive catalyst. The only minor concern, if I do this, is it's in a pretty somewhat defined channel since the breakout. So if it loses the channel, it's gonna need to find a support. The 6 looks like something here, like that 6 corresponds with the 50-period moving average. So you got some good technical stuff going on there. And you do have a nice upward channel. What's cool about upward channels is they get really bullish if they break out the top, right? Like people always think about, well, if the up channel continues, great. Well, you get parabolic if you break it to the upside. But it works in both directions. So today, down 10%, it's actually testing pretty heavily that bottom. It's trying to put in another wick where the buy support is holding that trend, and it's barely doing it today. Like, it's closing, trying to do that today, so there's a chance it's gonna maintain that structure. But if you like it for the long term, then what do you care what I think? If you're looking at something for technicals and whatnot, that's why you would ask, for sure. Do you see any, David, first of all, David Holyfield, do you see any good swing trades for the weekend? Well, I've never swung short.
Yeah.
Is what my answer will be.
Short?
No, just everything, most of the stuff that I looked at, like we were talking about Tesla there, and that chart didn't look very good, and that kind of looks like rollover, breakdown.
I agree.
I could make the same comment about Intel. Like Intel, there was like one little long in Intel that was good today. Whatever. Intel did it again. It just did this weird, there was like a range that it had, and you had like one chance to grab it, and if you did it again, it was the same range that you were getting before. But it's stair-stepping to the downside. Like, that's got some structure, but it's probably a little bit too far gone. I guess if you pull up Tesla on the daily chart, you get the idea. Like, that looks like the first day of like a trend break, and I don't know where we're headed down there somewhere. And most things have that feel to it, like we're starting something. Maybe I'm not looking at enough charts. So my answer is I haven't seen anything that I find remotely enticing.
Oh, maybe what we were talking about not too long, ASTS, right? ASTS, not too bad. It's still a downtrend though, right? This downtrend is still fully intact. Maybe CrowdStrike, like the cybersecurity names, CRWD. But are we starting to get a little bit extended like we were talking about within the memory plays? So, I mean, yeah, I'm with Neil on that one. I think it's a little bit tougher of a play unless you're willing to sit short. But then you also have to think over the weekend, or you have to wait at least until 8 p.m. on Sunday evening, right? 8 p.m. Sunday evening is when you can start to execute once again. Maybe that'll be a little bit of a teller. So you technically have a not quite 48 hours, I think. Is it? No, I don't even think so. Yeah, a little bit more, yeah. It's going to be definitely more than that. I'm not doing the math good in my head. But anyways, aside from that, like, are you willing to do so? I swing long over. I remember over the weekend I used to all the time, but it depends what you're looking to get involved with. CrowdStrike, maybe one of them. Look for signs of strength.
CrowdStrike is strong.
Hell strong. But are you going to be buying it up here to
like
swing
you're not getting a consolidation. You're not getting a dip in the prior high. You're literally just buying the high in an upward trend. Like there's nothing. Like if there was something that was like here, like that looked like crowd, but pulling back, like if you were getting crowd at 560, come to my chart for a second. Like if you were getting crowd on a dip back into the prior high in an uptrend, that's a pretty solid setup. But this is super good stock and love it. I own it. It's awesome. But what are we doing with it at that point? Arun Warrior says, look at Lumentum. Okay, let's look at Lumentum. It's got, hey man, Lumentum's great. Look at that 50, look at the 50 period so that I don't have to draw you a trend line. Just kind of look a little bit above the 50 SMA on the daily, and it's been holding it this entire time. But if you're buying, like even in this, like if you were buying the dip on that, like look how far away it is from the support. I don't see anything there.
They joined the NASDAQ as of Monday morning, so Lumentum's in balances tonight.
Well, it's a NASDAQ stock. So remember, we don't get an early look. If it was a New York stock going into the S&P 500, I would have railed on like, this is what it looks like now. This is what the early look imbalance is. But with a NASDAQ stock, you have no clue until it opens. Not it opens, until they disseminate the imbalance to 350. See, it's like New York and then Amex.am or the NYSE American. Mm-hmm. Great way to tell how long someone's been trading. Do they still call these things Amex? And if you still say Amex, then you've been around a while. And if you say NYSE American, then either you're trying to say it the right way for the last decade, because they changed it a long time ago and I'm still not used to it. And why wouldn't Amex, man? It was good. I like the Amex. But yeah, we'll find out in a couple of minutes whether it comes out the right way. Oftentimes, you'll see even on like a big addition or upweight or delete, there's a lot of times it just flat out comes in the other direction. Like the imbalance shows up in the wrong direction. And it's a bit of a gamble if you try to just guess that it's gonna be a buy. Like I'm just gonna sit long in light right here. And if it comes out a buy, I win. Just ask yourself a question. If everyone's expecting buy and this thing comes out a sell in 90 seconds, do you think you can hit the bid faster than the algorithms? Mm-hmm. That's the only question you have to ask yourself. And I have found over the years, the answer to that is a resounding no. So I try not to sit in these types ever. It makes it difficult because you have to figure, is it a move worth chasing if it breaks out the top, or can you get a good dip buy to then play into the high? That's all you're asking yourself with these kind of index actions.
Yeah, a couple super chats here. 2%, great week. Thank you, easy peasy. Oh, thanks, 0.2%. Have a good one, man. I hope you enjoy your weekend. Hopefully, wherever you are, it's really nice out. Time for Joe to vibe, code, imbalance, algo. Yo, Wisp. Oh my, that one's actually pretty easy. Like, I think if you don't want it to trigger as often. So what I've come to discover is that specificity obviously extremely key. But if you're more specific in the criteria that you put into your algorithm, the chances are the less it's going to trigger. And with that being said, the less it's going to be triggered with specific algos that I've created, the higher the accuracy and the higher the win rate tends to be. You're more specific. So there's more things that need to fall into place in order for you to put on that position. I have a wicked one.
The thing I was going to say about the imbalance one,
yeah.
It's a very crowded, I'm going to react to the imbalance data coming in, and your ability, let me finish that.
There you go.
The imbalances
they just dropped.
Here, so you've got, wow, it's not even on there. CB's still there. MVST's 3 million to the buy side. Poet's a sell of 2.2 million. I don't even see light anywhere. WBD is somehow, for a reason unknown, 2.3 million to the buy side. Intel's a sell of 1.7 million. Scroll down, we've got no big names. BMNR is a sell of 1.4 million. Walmart's a sell of 1.3 million. Overall, the market's a 900 million sell, and the NASDAQ is a 1.5. Okay, so Lumentum 7, I did this. I had another one up there so I can see Lumentum. 765,000 buy side. So $750,000 to the buy side for Lumentum, and it wasn't that big, and this is what happened. It went in the other direction. What I was going to say, we want to make sure I got the imbalances for you guys. That trade of I'm going to just read the imbalance information digitally, write a code, and it's going to take the trade for you. That is a very crowded trade. Your ability to succeed on that trade, quite frankly, has to do with how quickly you can execute. If you are not co-located and you do not have the ability to execute as fast as the big name bots, you're going to have a very large lag on that trade. Believe me when I tell you, lots of traders have coded things, and there was a time when we still had the ability to be good enough, but that just gets stripped away over time because you have traders and firms that are just too close. Their lines are just too close. It's just.
So I want to hear your opinion on this. Again, I haven't traded, like I've taken a couple, by no means am I any of the most experienced. Jose is big on the imbalances, Neil, Sean, those guys love to take it. I take it on MSCI days, and other than that, but what I was actually thinking, and I'll just tell you guys straight up, I don't really care, and I want to get your opinion on this as well too, Neil. So I don't want this thing to trigger every day. So what I want to do is collect a sample set of the largest imbalances from multiple years of MSCI days. So it only triggers 4 times a year, right? So you take the largest one and you say you take the largest of each quarter and you put that into an average and you say you only take the direction of the imbalance with a notional value or an imbalance greater than X number at 355. Right? So in the direction, you wait till 355, and then sure enough, once that hits, you get the rebalances. If it hits that criteria, then you go the direction of the imbalance.
But people have done that.
It's not like it's rocket science or anything along those lines.
No, it's not. But that's a lot of what gets done.
Pretty much.
Normally.
Yeah.
It's not an uncommon trade. I find that the problem with it is it's public information. Like, see the imbalance locator? If you have level 1 or if you have level 2 access, it's in the SIP, so your broker probably could be giving it to you, and you could be looking at. Ours is the locator is just coded in so that we have like a little thing we can open up, and then we get the data. But pretty much any trading platform, everyone sees this information. It's not something.
It's no secret.
What is CSPG? I thought that was already closed. Like everything, it's not like it's new data, everyone has that ability. And the problem is there are traders that are bigger and faster that have eroded a lot of the alpha in the trade. So great, but the amount of times where you can just make your month, it's few and far between. That's all. So you really have to pick your spots with it, and it's not the easiest thing to decide which ones by like hard criteria, because like the more obvious your criteria is, then the more obvious it is to everyone else as well.
The less specific.
Nvidia, I don't know if I missed this or it just popped up, but Nvidia wasn't 2.7 sell before. I don't think it was, because I don't think I saw that. It is now 2.7 million. Remember, 1 minute until imbalances, possibly flip.
Yeah, we got all out as the tape started to accelerate a little bit. Bro, I don't even know what that means. What am I I don't think I'm gaslighting anything, to be honest. TQs, I know you're just messing with me. We're down 4%, so we finished down 2.2% here on the NASDAQ, Neil. We got all out of the TQs trade right around this level, 75.71, now printing 75.44. It was a nice short off of off the top, and the tape is really weak. Look at the weakness within the time and sales, and sure enough, we're continuing to sell here as options expiration is definitely in full effect, and boom, lots of downticks and even more aggressive flushes to the downside here.
Well, Nvidia's now 4 million sell.
There you go.
Nvidia got so usually I'm expecting things to pair off going into 55. Nvidia went into 4 million and then paired off.
What is Nvidia doing?
That was crazy. It just went to 4, then paired to 1 on Nvidia just there. Wow, and it's tanking.
It's tanking.
Yeah, so that selling balance really took Nvidia the downside.
That there.
And apparently ASCS also did make that high. Someone was pointing out to me in the chat. But when I used that as an example, I was being theoretical. I was just making an example of a potential trade. I wasn't actually thinking it was a short. I wasn't. There was positive news on it. I was just using the example of a trend break there. But Nvidia selling off, obviously the Q is going to sell off with Nvidia. That makes logical sense. I can't believe we'd give this much back. It looked so bullish. The ability to close that gap on the futures to go right into where we were yesterday at the lows, or at least at the open, and then we give it up. This is part of the reason I'm going to lean bearish on Monday morning. I just can't get away from the feeling that this is the start of a temporary top. Like at the end of the day yesterday, I was like, yeah, it feels like a temporary top. There were enough longs today that made it work out. At one point, Nvidia was a good long. At one point, Tesla was a good long. That's not true at the end of the day here, and I have a hard time. Anything can happen over the weekend, but I have a hard time not feeling bearish come Monday morning.
Yeah, I hear you. There it goes, 225. It's at a discount. I'm going to be looking to grab a little bit more of that, yeah. So we'll be patient and wait for that to come into play. We had a high. I mean, we're down $13 off of the high here on Nvidia, and that's from the pre-market high of around 238, right? So this is a pretty aggressive selling, a big top tick there, down 5%. You're down 4.5% here today on the session. So that's not very nice of you, E40. E46. That's not very nice, bro. All right. I mean, it is. That made me chuckle, man. Yeah, that made me funny. Anyways, aside from that, like here it is, down 4.5% to the downside. We were trading Fig. Fig was a good one here on the day. We'll pull that one up here. We'll do a quick trade review as we have 3 minutes left on the session. Yeah, E46.
There's the keys in it.
Yeah, we hit the bro, man. That's crazy, man. That's pure rage bait. That's pure rage bait right there for sure. That stuff makes me funny. Cause, anyways, aside from that, wasn't too bad. IBIT was our only fault here, our only blemish here on the day, and we're okay with it at the end of it, right? So we're just accepting of what it is. 2 losses, yeah, emotional. A couple of tough trades on IBIT, but we are fortunate to pick up a couple other things here throughout the day. So, yeah, I hope everyone had a fantastic one. Again, as we wind things down, it's leading into the weekend. Canadian long weekend.
True.
And then the following one, not next Monday, but the following Monday is Memorial Day, I believe. Someone in the chat said have a happy Memorial Day, so I think you're a week ahead.
You're a week early.
Yeah, you're a week early. We will be here on Monday, bright and early, same time, 8 a.m., and we're all looking forward to it.
You seen this, like, Cerberus?
What's it doing? Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, hey, man.
This is the face of dude who's best stock this year, and I'm still pissed off at it.
Yeah, that's all right,
Pissed off, man.
Yeah, it's
Pissed off, man.
The thing is, though, there's always going to be another trade. You know, I don't know what I'm talking about, man.
They're popping. Look,
30 years
they're popping
straight.
off that happy birthday thing.
Yeah.
I thought we decided to shift that to congratulations, Joe, for the baby. We're not doing the it's Neil's birthday. We're doing the pretend that Joe's having a baby.
Okay.
That's what we're doing.
Appreciate you guys, man.
So, Adara, don't worry about it.
Why are we doing either of these? That's what I was.
That's how we're rolling.
Okay, all right.
Okay, now we're saying happy birthday, Adara.
Happy birthday,
Here's what I want to see.
It is Adara's
It's
birthday.
the final minute of the week, and everybody in the chat right now, if you're not in the chat, hit the sub so you can jump in the chat right now, and let's throw it in. Happy birthday, Adara. It is now, Adara. Happy birthday, Adara.
Congrats, Selena.
This is what it's all about. Hope you have a good one.
Yeah, man.
You know, grab some drinks, get on the patio, do whatever it is that you do. Happy birthday to Adara. There it is. It's popping off. 20 seconds to go. Everyone understands it's such an important thing. Holidays are great. Memorial Day in a week is great.
Adara's
the SpaceX IPO
better.
on the 12th is going to be great, but Adara's birthday is so much more important than any of those things. Happy birthday, Adara.
We're going to be celebrating.
We're going to be celebrating all weekend on your behalf. So the closing bell brought to you by Adara's birthday, everybody.
There we go.
That's how we roll.
That's how we roll, man. That's how we stock and roll. Once again, we can't say it enough. We love every single one of you. You guys are all hilarious. We did the roll call leading at the end of the day. It was a good one. Multiple trades here today, and we're going to do the exact same thing come Monday morning, right? Whether we're trash or not, Neil, we're going to be here. We're going to be here bright and we're going to be here bright and early. So I hope everyone has a good one. Hit the barbecue. Hit whatever you're going to do. Make sure you guys get out into the gym, go for that run, enjoy outside, eliminate some of the screen time, but then make sure you lock in Sunday. Blue Ocean opens up at 8 p.m. Be there sharp. Go over your charting, go over your trades, and make sure you are locked in for Monday morning.
Oddly enough, Dave, would you believe it? It's her 21st birthday.
Would you know?
How did you even know?
How did you know?
You do not say a lady's age, but if you guess it, then we're gonna say it.
Wow, not a day over, because she is not.
Words and for the super chat. Dave, and also thank you all for the wishes. I should clarify, it is not my birthday.
Oh.
My birthday is January 1st.
Oh.
But thank you all so much for the kind words and for the support. I love being a part of this community because win, lose, or draw, we out here.
Yeah, we are out here. That's for sure.
You can still say it, but you're still getting happy birthday. See, they're still saying happy birthday. More happy birthdays. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Hey, we appreciate you guys. Have a fantastic weekend. If you're in Canada, enjoy the long weekend, but also still come back because the U.S. markets are open on Monday.
8 a.m.
Maybe a holiday in Canada. We'll still be here at 8 a.m. Everyone have a fantastic one. Thank you for all of the really positive messages today and the good chat and the good day in the market.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, let's say happy birthday, Adara. We'll see you on Monday.
All right, man. See you guys.
Might as well end it with that anyway.
Later, guys.